Chapter 181. I said I'm done. Why am I still reading? Thales opened his eyes gently. Where is he? It's not important. What's important is that he felt something. His thoughts seemed to have changed. They seemed to have become unorganized, like the gurgling water behind a veil. He seems to be indifferent to everything? How could this be? Thales vaguely knew his own situation, but he did not want to change this feeling. This is good, isn't it? It's like I've entered another realm. Thales looked up. In front of him was a gray, round grain? Yes, Thales saw a gray stone grain. No, it was not one. It was one of the countless stone grains embedded in it. Amazing. These stones were so far away from each other that no matter how much time passed, they would not be able to get closer to each other by even an inch. But they were so close. They were closer to each other than most of the existences in the world. They were so close that they were almost connected. 4,000 of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years later, they maintained this distance between them. Sometimes they were as far as the heavens, and sometimes they were so close that they were almost face to face. What a magical world, isn't it? There's such an interesting and vivid relationship between two solidified stone grains. What about all the other existences in this world? Do they also have such an interesting relationship? Definitely. Why didn't I notice this before? Didn't I notice the wonders of this world? Maybe I was too stupid before. Thales thought calmly and without a ripple in his heart. He slowly lifted his gaze. The stone grains were getting further away from him, or maybe closer. That was still not important. What was important was that the distance between him and these stone grains was changing. And at every moment when this distance changed, they also became different from each other. The stone grains were him and he was the stone grains. Was the same. He continued to look up. Ah, so that's how it is. Thales suddenly understood. These stone grains formed the surface of a floor tile. A rough, uneven surface. What a wonderful combination. They were just stone grains, but because of the special distance and position between them, they became another kind of existence. An existence called the surface of a floor tile. Just like humans. When distance and position were lost, each individual was an independent person. But when they increased or decreased the distance between them, changed their positions and stood together, at the same time, they stood in the same dimension, in the same region, and in the same society. They became different existences. An existence known as the crowd. Wait a minute, a small voice told him in Thales' senses. Maybe it's the other way around. It's precisely because of their existence that the location and distance are determined. How did he know all this? Forget it, it's not important. The important thing is, it's fun. Let's see more. Thales saw it. It was a grayish-black octagonal floor tile, and it was connected to countless other floor tiles of the same shape. Are these tiles made by people? That was why the distance between the floor tiles was so uneven. Or perhaps the person who put them together thought that they were very even? Because they could not perceive the beauty of uniformity? The beauty of balance? Or perhaps this was what they meant by evenness. That's right, if you zoom in a little further, wouldn't these tiles be a very even floor? Thales raised his gaze to the highest point. He knew that it was daytime. This was because the existence known as day was defined by the position of the ground and the sun. The sun had already passed its zenith, forming a beautiful angle with the ground. In front of him was an exotic house. The four corners of the strange, flaky eaves curled up. The door was made of heavy, sunken wood, and the windows were made of glass and crystal drops. There were also black-haired and black-eyed humans dressed in flowing robes moving in and out of the gorgeous house from time to time. Without exception, they all looked nervous. Why are they nervous? Thales' thoughts moved a little. He knew why. In that house there was a woman, a young woman with black hair and eyes. She was surrounded by a group of women, and she was crying out in pain in a pool of blood. The woman's lower abdomen was swollen. She was in labor. They did not have to be nervous. He saw that the life in the woman's abdomen was strong, and it was moving its limbs continuously. She would give birth naturally. And a man who looked like the woman's husband, who wore elegant and noble clothes and accessories, was blocked outside the house by another group of men. He had a difficult expression on his face. I see, Thales thought. The inside and outside of the house are isolated. This is why the inside of the house is tense and dignified, and the outside is tormented and difficult. What a pity, if only they could see each other's situation. Even, if only they could see the girl in the woman's abdomen, would they not have to be nervous, worried, afraid, and tormented? Soon the woman's screams stopped and her abdomen slowly flattened. And with a weak wail, A baby girl covered in blood was carried out. The man outside the house got the news. He broke through the blockade and rushed into the house without a care for anything else. The man trembled as he knelt in front of the bed. He held the woman's weak hand and comforted his wife nervously and anxiously in a language he did not understand. The woman smiled. Finally, someone respectfully handed the baby girl, whose eyes were tightly shut, to the man. The man trembled as he took his daughter. "Oh my God!" Thales, who was watching all of this from the side, looked at the excited man with black hair and black eyes, then at the woman with black hair and black eyes, who had a gratified expression on her face. He could not help but want to laugh. What would happen if they knew the truth? The baby girl slowly opened her eyes and looked at the first person she had ever seen in the world. The man who was holding the baby girl trembled when he saw the baby girl clearly. The man raised his head in shock and looked at the people around him in panic. He spoke in a language Thales did not understand, as if he did not know what to do. Someone walked forward with a frown and glanced at the baby girl. Then he froze on the spot. There was an uproar in the house. Then, the woman's trembling screams and wails, the servant's anxious comforts, and the man's roars came one after another. Thales laughed as he watched all of this. Yes, he looked at the baby girl and her blue eyes. Her crystalline blue eyes were completely different from the black eyes of her father and mother. That man probably did not expect that his wife's daughter was not his daughter, right? How ridiculous. Thales looked away and the thoughts in his mind turned over like a machine. If the man had seen that his daughter had a pair of blue eyes that were not inherited from him a few months ago? No, that's not all. The baby girl's skin was obviously fair, her hair was curly, and the bridge of her nose was a little high. This was already very obvious before she was born. Unfortunately, the man did not know. If he knew, then do I still need to be like today after being filled with anticipation, worry, torment, and wait to be greeted with disappointment, pain, resentment, and anger? No, I don't need it. But the man can't see through his wife's belly, so he can't see his wife's betrayal. So he's destined to experience all of this. His vision is too narrow and his knowledge is too limited. This is the price of stupidity and ignorance. Sad and ridiculous. Thales was tired of all this. He turned his head. That's not right. He was looking forward to seeing the inner walls of the mansion. But what did Thales see? The rising sun. And black, perhaps with a little white? No. Black is the color of water. White is the foam and reflection on the surface of the water. What he saw was the ocean under the morning sun. An endless ocean. Endless? No, it's too narrow. This ocean. From one end to the other, this ocean was very small. On one side of it was a smaller island, and on the other side was a long and narrow coastline. But it was also very, very big, almost boundless. This was especially so for this long and narrow sailing ship that was like a small boat sailing in the ocean. Thales quietly looked at the flag on the ship. On the flag was a white seagull holding an anchor in its beak. Interesting. The seagull and the anchor. The sky and the bottom of the sea. The distance that seems so far away, but it's so close that it can't be separated. The sailors on the ship did their work dutifully. A young man without even a beard, dressed clean and tidy, behaving appropriately and politely, a stark contrast to the boorish sailors around him, who were covered in sweat and dirt, stood beside the rudder, chatting with the helmsman, who looked impatient. He stared at the surface of the sea in front of him with an excited expression on his face. Believe me, the previous difficulties were just Errol's test. We've already passed through the black whirlpool. According to the sea chart passed down by my ancestors, we'll soon find it. This time, Thales understood. The man's common language had a rather strange accent. The rise and fall of his voice and the cadence of his voice were particularly obvious. It was different from the crude, vague, short and forceful Northland accent and the meticulous Constellation accent. This young man seems to be someone, the captain? Or the employer of this ship? Unfortunately, Thales laughed again. Once the man turned his head, he would see the contempt and disdain in the sailor's eyes. Why would the boss listen to this brat? I heard that he's a ruffian from Valir gang, not a noble? One of the sailors whispered to the old sailor beside him, who was tidying up the mooring ropes. He even followed him and took the risk to sail the ship to this place? Of course he's a ruffian. It's just that a few generations ago, his ancestor was elected to one of the 36 seats. The latter glared fiercely at the young man. He owes the boss a huge debt. For some reason, not only did the boss not touch him, but he also immediately left Crystal Jade City and rushed to this cursed place. He didn't even go to Evergreen Island, which was scheduled for the voyage. The Eye of the Sea's eradication. Is this place really that unlucky? The first sailor frowned. Everyone's complexion is terrible. Of course. Think about it. The old sailor spat on the ground. His expression was unpleasant. The entire empire is buried under our feet. We don't know how deep the sea is. There are also millions of people from the empire. They've been soaked in seawater until they've turned into dry bones, and they've been bitten to pieces by the sea fishes. Legend has it that their wronged souls haven't been able to rest in peace for 600 years. They're filled with resentment and pain. Strange things happen here every year. They're very, very strange. But the young man could not see the scene behind him. Even when he turned his head, the sailors put away the emotions in their eyes and lowered their heads to do their work. Because of this, he would never know his true position on this ship. Why is he so stupid? Doesn't he know that the helmsman's heart is beating faster? His blood is flowing faster, and his entire person is becoming more and more agitated? Why is he still nagging at the helmsman? Doesn't he know that when almost everyone on the ship looks at him, their pupils will shrink, and they'll release disgust and disgust? Doesn't he know that a piece of wood at the bottom of the ship can no longer bear the weight and might be lifted by a huge wave at any moment? Doesn't he know? Of course. Thales continued to laugh. None of the people on the ship could see that in the thick fog about a few thousand meters away, a ferocious warship with a blood-red parrot flag was heading towards them. The fierce pirates on the ship opened their foul-smelling mouths. Amidst the noise and intoxication, in the midst of wine and blood, they counted their harvest from a few days ago and toyed with the shivering captives, especially the women. The leader of the pirates was still excitedly announcing that they would return to port after seizing one more ship. In the pirates' armory, polished blades, swords, crossbows, and bows were waiting quietly. That young man in the ship he's on? Why are they so stupid? Why are they still sailing forward? It's such a simple and obvious thing. Why don't they know? They're in the most amazing world, but they know nothing about everything around them? What a waste. How boring. Thales could not help but feel agitated. He turned his head again. He saw a grain of sand under the moonlight. Sand. A wonderful creation. It was stacked together with countless others of its kind, and with the same wonderful and average relative positions, it formed an entire desert. Just like that, countless grains of sand rubbed against each other, squeezed against each other, and stuck close to each other. Just like that, countless grains of sand pushed, resisted, and moved away from each other. Thales looked at every grain of sand in the desert and sighed in his heart. They form an equally wonderful desert. He turned his head again. I see, a leaf in the dark? This time he had experience. It's not just leaves. It's a forest. A dark forest under the night sky. Pairs of fluorescent eyes could be vaguely seen in the forest. They were the eyes of countless animals that were either hunting or being hunted. But they're still too pitiful. Thales sneered in his heart. A badger happily dug an ant's nest next to the wet soil. There was a huge beetle in the nest, which made the hungry badger overjoyed. Unfortunately, it did not know that hundreds of meters away, its companion, who had a night of pleasure with it, had already become prey in the mouth of a lone wolf. And an old lone wolf, who had hunted a badger and was excited about its dinner, did not know that a wolf of its kind, who had been in the same pack as it, was being hunted down by a forest panther from a branch under another tree. The panther also did not know that the offspring she gave birth to 6 years ago was dying under the hooves of an angry giant rhinoceros by the stream. The giant rhinoceros also did not know that in the upper reaches of the stream, a group of fully armed humans were excitedly skinning the remains of its cousin, keeping the bones and extracting the flesh. And this group of humans also did not know that in the dense forest behind them, countless eyes that flashed with a faint purple light were coldly staring at them, and in the dark they silently drew their bows and arrows. These purple-eyed, sharp-eared creatures probably also did not know that in a sentry post in the forest several miles away, one of their kind was engaged in a life-and-death battle with another white-skinned, sharp-eared creature with a machete and a sword. At the last moment his chest was pierced by a sword. The white-skinned, sharp-eared victor spat on the ground and left in disdain, leaving the purple-eyed corpse on the ground to slowly rot. Then it was turned into food by a group of ants beside it. This group of ants had only migrated here a few days ago. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they were the losers of another war. Another powerful ant colony had chased them here. But perhaps they would be very happy to know that the group of old enemies who chased them out of their habitat had just brought back the carcass of an old beetle when they were killed by the claws of a mischievous badger. Thales watched quietly as the most complete food chain dominated everything in this place. They These creatures don't know about all this? This is really interesting and sad. At this moment, Thales suddenly felt a strange heat flow from his entire body. Wait, his entire body? Thales suddenly realized a problem. Where's my body? In the next moment, a strange feeling was transmitted to every one of his senses. Countless scenes flashed before his eyes at the same time, like rapidly flowing water curtains. Eves with different styles. A ship sailing under the sea. A quiet desert under the moon. A forest full of life. Thales watched everything without blinking. Interesting. Fun. Wonderful. More and more scenes flashed before his eyes. A glacier in a blizzard, a castle on a sea cliff, a warm wetland, a grassland under the setting sun, a vast plain at dusk, a fortress at night, the sea reflecting the moonlight. Soon, Thales felt that the world in front of him became clearer and clearer. It became stranger and stranger. He also became more and more excited and satisfied. Everything in the world was displayed in front of him. He saw and heard everything. He knew everything like the back of his hand. No, not only that. He knew everything. It was as if he was standing in the place where everything happened. He was in everything. He was everything. Thales became happier and happier. He was enjoying this feeling. And he wanted more. More. He wanted to see more, know more, get more. More. The scenes in front of him flashed faster and faster. More and more urgent. The scenes became shorter and shorter. In the next moment, asterisk boom. Asterisk, it was as if thunder exploded in his ears. Thales only felt his vision go black. All the scenes no longer changed. Instead, they were fixed in front of him. It was as if he was watching countless movies at the same time. The movies showed everything in the world. It was as if he was standing in all corners of the world at the same time. It was more than that. It was more than that. Thales suddenly felt a heavy pressure on his senses. In the next second, all Thales could feel was a violent tremor. A dull sound reverberated in his consciousness. His consciousness seemed to have bumped into something. Thud. The sound was like someone knocking on the door. Thud. His consciousness swayed again. Thud. The third sound. Thales trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, Thales suddenly felt that everything around him moved in an instant. At that moment, it was as if a door had been pushed open. He entered a new world. In this new world, his senses were extremely clear. From the tiniest particles, the deepest underground, to the vast sea, the boundless sky, he not only saw everything in the world. At that moment, it was as if he was the world. But it was also at this moment that an accident happened. A tingling sensation that irritated his skin approached his consciousness. Thales trembled slightly. A faint doubt rose in his heart. What's wrong? His consciousness seemed to have suddenly risen into a silent and dark void. Almost at the same time he entered this void, Thales immediately sensed something strange. It was like instinct. Right. It felt as if someone was spying on me. He did not know how he sensed it, but his instincts told him that there were a number of strange gazes behind the darkness of this void. Thales subconsciously raised his gaze, wanting to see through the darkness. However, the moment he thought about it, he sensed the existence closest to him without warning. It was a ball of light. A colorless ball of light. But there was another violent collision. In the darkness, this colorless ball of light suddenly appeared. It gave him a vague feeling as if it was shrouded by clouds and fog, as if it could not be touched. Before he could react, the ball of light moved slightly. Soon after, a lifeless sentence reverberated in his ears. Rude. Thales' vision swayed. What? This ball of light has a consciousness? Ha! At this moment, the colorless ball of light asked. Its words were still dry. I have never seen you before. Where is your name of origin? Name of origin? Mystic. Mystic. The first mystic covenant. Thales recalled a few familiar terms from his memories, which seemed to be separated by a layer. He suddenly shuddered. But before he could think about it, his gaze suddenly moved away from this ball of light. Hey! The dry voice slowly became softer, as if it was shouting from afar. Who are you? Thales ignored it. His consciousness seemed to be sinking. But Thales felt his vision tremble again. He encountered a pile of iron-gray, shining fragments. Unlike the ball of light just now, this pile of fragments seemed to be lifeless and unconscious. But just as Thales was confused, another puff of brown smoke appeared in front of him. But this puff of smoke also gave him the same feeling as the iron-gray fragments. It seemed to lack vitality. It also did not know how to speak. Thales' heart stirred. The pile of fragments and the puff of smoke slowly left. But there was another collision. Thales was already somewhat used to it. Soon, a green light appeared before him. But this time this light was conscious. The green light had an ever-changing silhouette, from a circle to a rectangle, from an oval to a long strip. Aya. A gentle but rude voice came from the green light. Just like its owner, the voice floated around. Which idiot is it? Is his brain damaged? Knocking on the door? Boss Fruland? Little Asda dummy? Old Devil Zarkle? Fierce Kyrie? Cute top student L? Or the flat-chested Giza? These names sound familiar? A few questions rose in Thales's heart. Where am I? What am I doing? Why can't I remember anything? The voice from the green light continued to laugh. Don't tell me you're the legendary Taurus. After thinking of a few questions, Thales's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. In his panic, the green light suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Why did you leave? You can't really be Taurus, right? The green light's voice came from afar. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. You're my idol. At least leave an autograph. Thales crashed into the door twice more. He encountered two strange, lifeless and soundless existences. One was a silver wall of light, and the other was a golden cube. While Thales was at a loss, a faint purple light appeared before his eyes. The purple light flickered slightly, but it gave him a sharp and fierce feeling. He could not look at it directly. And its reaction was very simple. Get lost. It seemed to be a bad-tempered fellow. Get lost. The fierce voice continued to travel into his ears. Immediately after, the faint purple light disappeared. Thales was slightly taken aback. A question emerged in his mind as he drifted about. What's going on? The next second, thud. After another crash, Thales arrived in front of a glowing human silhouette. A human silhouette? It flashed with a familiar blue light. Another one? This feeling. It's like it's flowing endlessly and it's everywhere? However, a familiar voice slowly traveled into his ears from the silhouette. Stop knocking on the door. Thales. A thought appeared in Thales' mind. It knows me? This familiar voice. All of us can feel your presence. All of us? My presence? Me? At that moment, many memories seemed to suddenly return to Thales' mind. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you are. Thales stared at the ball of light, puzzled. A vague name emerged in his fuzzy mind. You are Asda? The blue silhouette flashed slightly. Thales confirmed his guess. I was trapped underground. I don't know what happened to you and I don't know why you can knock on the door directly. The air mystic Asda Sakurn's pleasant voice traveled slowly from the ball of light. It sounded calm and steady without a hint of extra emotion. But this is too dangerous. You must immediately leave your original form. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. What? But Asda did not respond to him. He only heard the mystic say anxiously, listen. They sensed it too. They will definitely come for you. Before you are completely locked onto. Chapter 182. What's wrong with me? Thales felt as if he was floating in the sky. His mind was extremely relaxed. He asked faintly, where am I? Listen to me, Asda's faint voice seeped out from the glowing silhouette. I don't know how to explain your current state. You're just a contactor. Whether it's your understanding of mystic energy or your own name of origin, you're far from becoming a mystic. No, you're still not a mystic. I can feel that you're not one of us, but you're definitely knocking on the door. Just like a newborn baby who can't even control his limbs being suddenly sent 10,000 meters into the sky. The air mystic's voice was a little unsteady. You're in great danger now. Danger? Thales did not know how he spoke, but he did. What do you mean? Knocking on the door? Asda sounded a little anxious. After breaking through the first threshold, a mystic will leave his physical form and enter his original form. Taurus called the moment of transformation, knocking on the door. After a mystic knocks on the door, his consciousness will be connected to the other mystics in the world. The intensity of the connection is like knocking on their door. In other words, the door knocker is like lighting a torch in the dark. At that moment he will be detected by all the mystics. Those who intend to do so will be able to directly lock onto your current location. At this moment, thud, a muffled sound similar to the one just now seemed to ring in Thales' heart. This muffled sound was ear-piercing and sharp. The lingering sound made people restless and uneasy. This is? An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Thud, another muffled sound. This muffled sound was like the low throbbing of a heart. There was a soul-stirring shock and heaviness. In an instant, Thales suddenly felt that there was something extra in this part of the void. He felt a sense of panic for no reason. He was not the only one who felt this way. They're here. Asda's voice became extremely urgent. Go. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and return to your physical form. Thales grabbed a few strands of his vast thoughts and used them to think about the current situation. Right. Whatever they are, they're definitely not friendly to me. Thales lifted his gaze and looked at Asda, or rather, his silhouette, which was getting further and further away. At this moment, two sharp and threatening gazes were directed in his direction from the dark void. The owner of the gaze was getting closer and closer. While he was terrified, Thales' thoughts raced like flowing water. I should get going. It was time to go. Go where? Think about who you are. Think about what you should do. Think about what happened before you knocked on the door. The glowing outline said anxiously, don't immerse yourself in your original state and lose yourself. Who am I? Was that important? Just as Thales was thinking about this, Thales? A clear yet fearful, childish and sobbing voice came from an unknown direction. His consciousness suddenly shook. In the next moment, the dark void in front of Thales was instantly cleared. Asda's silhouette disappeared right before his eyes. The countless scenes that had stayed in his mind, whether it was the sea or the desert, humans or animals, all receded like the tide. It was as if the curtain in a theater had suddenly collapsed, revealing the original wall. Snowflakes, corpses, streets that looked like ruins, Dragon Cloud City's magnificent heroic spirit palace that was built halfway up the mountain, and the multi-headed snake made of severed limbs and flesh flashed across his vision. In the end, he stopped inside a tentacle made of flesh and blood. Where is this? He thought in confusion and bewilderment. Inside the tentacle, under the horrifying backdrop of scarlet blood and severed limbs and flesh, Little Rascal knelt on the ground, sobbing in despair as she watched the boy who was hung up and impaled to death. The blood mystic, Giza Streelman, stared coldly at Little Rascal, who knelt in the flesh and cried. You killed him. Tears streamed down Little Rascal's cheeks. She stared in agony at Thales, who was bound by the tentacle. Giza frowned, the blood-red spots on her face slowly faded. Little Rascal obviously thought that Thales had met with misfortune. She sobbed and extended a hand to Thales, who was in a terrifying state. Tears rolled down her face. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down Little Rascal's cheeks as she bit her lip. Giza stared at Little Rascal. The coldness in her eyes slowly turned into gentleness. Child. Pressed against the inner wall of flesh, Giza's expression changed. As if comforting a child whose candy had been snatched away, she said gently, Don't be sad, it's not his fault. It's not your fault either. Giza closed her eyes in desolation. Two more tentacles extended from the inner wall behind her. It's our fault. The tentacles curled towards Little Rascal. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk immediately, Little Rascal's face was filled with terror and sadness. She was pulled deeper into the flesh by the countless tentacles. She disappeared. But in the next moment, the blood mystic opened her eyes abruptly and screamed. She turned her head in disbelief and stared at Thales' corpse, which was tied in the air by the tentacles. Why? Giza shook her head slowly, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. This is impossible. In her eyes, Thales, who had been pierced by countless tentacles, slowly opened his eyes. So, I'm back again. As if he had just woken up, Thales slowly raised his gaze. In his daze and dizziness, he looked at the person in front of him. His thoughts were a little chaotic and he could not quite recall what was in front of him. That's a severed arm? Organs? Eyeball? Flesh? Thales saw the environment he was in clearly. Wait a minute. He tried his best to divert his attention and consciousness from his hazy and chaotic thoughts. He fixed his gaze on what was in front of him. It was a young girl covered in blood, and her naked body was stuck to countless pieces of flesh. With a subtle and complicated expression, she was staring straight at him. Thales shuddered all over. At that moment, as if a curtain had been suddenly lifted, all of Thales' memories from that night surged back into his mind like a tidal wave. Northland, King Nuvan, the Archduke, the duel, Asda, the Mystic, Black Sword, Ramon, Little Rascal, Giza, the Hydra, the destroyed Shield District, the Blade of Purification. And, at the last moment, he was pierced by Giza's countless spikes. The last scene reappeared in his mind. A spike mercilessly pierced through his left eye. No, Thales shuddered. No. Fear, panic, nervousness, worry, surprise, doubt. It was as if all the emotions he had once lost returned to Thales in an instant. Seeing the mystic in front of him clearly, Thale's breathing instantly quickened. The illusory illusion just now, the isolation of all thoughts, and the indifferent attitude seemed to be just an illusion. It was just a dream. How? Thales panicked and realized that his limbs were still bound by the tentacles. What terrified him even more was, countless sharp thorns were still stabbing into his body, piercing through his body. One pierced through his left eye. One pierced through his throat. One pierced through his heart. There were also countless spikes of the same kind that pierced through almost every inch of his body. He was like a hedgehog suspended in the air. Thales panted rapidly, and his heart was filled with extreme fear. Especially, the spike on his head. It was still in his left eye socket, and it had pierced through the back of his head. But, Thales noticed something strange. There was no blood flowing out of his body where he had been pierced. It doesn't hurt? It doesn't itch? What's going on? This is... Thales panicked as he felt the tentacles and spikes all over his body. What happened to me? Did I become a ghost after I died? But Giza's words had answered his doubts. How did you? Giza looked at the second prince in surprise. Her tone was filled with confusion and astonishment. Why aren't you dead yet? Thales was stunned when he heard that. What, not dead yet? He stared at Giza nervously, and then at the spikes all over his body in shock and bewilderment. I'm not dead? Giza's expression became more and more unpleasant, and the blood-red spots on her face trembled rapidly. Then let's do it again. Wait. Thales was shocked and his heart beat violently. But the mystic ignored him. In the next moment, the tentacle that pierced Thales' left eye, along with the spikes at its tip, suddenly retracted, and with a vicious turn, it pierced through the top of his head. Feeling the movement of the tentacle, Thales shuddered violently. But Thales still did not move. Wait, it doesn't hurt, or not? Thales was shocked and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. I'm fine? It was as if he was not the one who was pierced. Impossible. The blood-red spots on Giza's body began to grow violently. She narrowed her eyes and revealed a fierce expression that had never been seen before. Your entire body was pierced, but why are you completely fine? Can't you even feel pain? Thales was about to answer with, how would I know? Giza's expression suddenly changed. She felt something. With an unpleasant expression, Giza raised her fingers slightly. Immediately, all the spiked tentacles that pierced through Thales' body moved at the same time. Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched all the tentacles on his body move continuously. This. God. Sizzle. The familiar sound of flesh and blood sizzling came from these murderous weapons. Countless tentacles pierced, slashed, and cut his upper body from all directions, starting from his chest. Starting from his head, they pulled horizontally, slashed vertically, and pierced through his brain. It was as if someone was holding countless knives and continuously whipping, piercing, and cutting Thales from the front, the back, the left, and the right. But Thales did not move. He only stared blankly at Giza, his gaze occasionally wandering back and forth from the tentacles. It was as if he was not the one being cut. The cutting and piercing continued for a total of 10 seconds. Then Giza stopped in a daze and all the tentacles and spikes gradually slowed down as well. How can this be? The mystic shook her head in shock. Attacks are ineffective against you? Thales panted anxiously, completely at a loss for words. At this moment, his heart was also filled with panic and bewilderment. Sizzle. Countless tentacles and spikes retracted from Thales' body. But as if they had left his shadow, there were no wounds or blood left on Thales' body. Even his clothes were intact. It was as if the Thales before him was just an illusory shadow filled with colors. Thales was completely shocked. Am I immune to physical attacks? But my hands and feet are still tied tightly, aren't they? Out of the situation, he opened his mouth wide and did not know how to react. But vaguely, he seemed to have experienced a similar feeling in the void just now. For example, Thales had a hunch that no matter how terrifying Giza's spikes were, when she instigated the tentacles and spikes to attack him, the mystic seemed to have stabbed in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Giza's expression changed drastically. She seemed to have remembered something. Then she gritted her teeth and raised her head abruptly. With an angry expression she said, Zarkal. Zagar Todd. Come out. You despicable obscurant. The mystic turned her head and looked around vigilantly and resentfully. There was deep anger in her words. Is it you damn old ghost? Is it your ability that's playing tricks? Her voice reverberated in the flesh. A few seconds passed. Aside from the sound of flesh rubbing against flesh, no other sound responded to her. Giza was slightly startled. She quickly reacted. The mystic turned her head and looked at Thales with a strange and subtle expression. "No, it's not Zarkal," Giza muttered, her eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. "It's you? You?" Giza stretched out a tentacle and passed through Thales' body without any hindrance. The tentacle retracted. The place where Thales was pierced was unscathed, as if it had only passed through an illusion. Giza refused to believe it. She stretched out another tentacle and stabbed at Thales' bound right hand with the spikes at its tip. The result was the same as before. His right hand, which should have been bound by the tentacle, was easily pierced by the spikes and pulled out. He was unscathed. This time even Thales was speechless. Giza frowned deeply and stuttered, This is your ability? Did I lose control, due to mystic energy interference? Impossible. If I lose control, how can I do this? Thales was also panting in a daze. He looked at his limbs, which were still tied up, and then at his body. My ability? What kind of ability is this? Giza raised her eyebrows and shook her head violently as if she had seen the strangest thing in the world. You're just a contactor. How can you use mystic energy? But then she frowned hard and remembered something. Her expression changed drastically. Just now, you knocked on the door? Thales was still staring at his body, thinking hard. Did I become a mystic? But why did I not feel anything at all? Except that Giza could not hurt me? How can this be? Giza gritted her teeth. Her voice was low and filled with hatred. You're just a beginner contactor. You're not even a mystic. I just lost control. How can I knock on the door? Thales frowned. He remembered what Asta said about losing control, being uncontrollable. Could it be, am I really special? Giza stared at Thales with a terrifying gaze. You really knocked on the door? At that moment, Thales swore that he saw despair, sadness, grief and pain in the eyes of this unreasonable crazy woman. And guilt. No. Giza shut her eyes tightly and said in a sorrowful tone, You still became a mystic. Thales looked at her in confusion. What's wrong with this crazy woman? No. Giza gritted her teeth. Tears streamed down her face as she screamed hysterically, No! You're not a mystic yet. You're still a contactor. What happened just now was an accident. She opened her eyes abruptly. Her expression was fierce and determined. There must be a way. There must be a way to kill you. Let's start with mystic energy interference. In the next moment, the flesh and blood inside the giant tentacle began to change shape again. One by one, the little black monsters Thales had seen before broke out of the wall of flesh and blood. Thales was shocked. He took a deep breath. His brain worked quickly. Don't think about things I can't figure out. The most important thing is to solve the problem at hand. Get rid of this crazy woman. But the moment the second prince raised his head, *hiss, a newborn little black monster kicked its hind legs and pounced into Thales' almost illusory body. *puff. Then, it exploded into flesh and blood inside his body. If Asda was here, he would have recognized that this was the move Giza used to prevent him from turning back into a human after dispersing him. At that moment, Thales felt his whole body tremble. It was like a ripple on the surface of water. Then a shard from the exploded spike slashed his left arm. *rip. Pain shot through him. This time, Thales discovered in great terror that his left arm had been cut open and was bleeding. His illusory body seemed to have lost its effectiveness. See, I knew it. Giza saw this scene and smiled excitedly. Mystic energy interference is still effective. *hiss. As Giza moved, more and more black monsters pounced into Thales' body. Then they exploded. Severed limbs flew out of Thales' body in an explosion. Thales cried out in pain. The side of his calf was pricked by an exploded spike. Blood flowed. Starting from the surface of his body, Thales' special ability seemed to be gradually losing its effectiveness. Thales stared in horror at the countless monsters pouncing on him. Pain came one after another from the surface of his body. More and more pain. It was mixed with Giza's laughter and the monsters hissing. *hiss. Thales closed his eyes in pain, feeling the monsters pass through his illusory body surface and explode inside him. Then they left wounds on the surface of his body. He had a feeling that it would not be long before the ability he relied on for survival would completely lose its effectiveness. When that time came, *hiss, no. Another monster exploded on his lower abdomen. When a sharp pincer flew out of his body, It pierced the left side of his abdomen. Bang. Asterisk hiss. Asterisk amid the pain and the monster's explosions and hissing, Thales desperately tried to recall. Hurry, hurry. Anything that can save me. Asterisk hiss, splat. Asterisk Black Sword's words flashed in his mind. I used tremor to slide away her tentacles. Thales shuddered violently. He remembered the high-frequency vibration that Giza used to shake him off. More and more small monsters pounced on him. In the next moment, a black monster swept past his cheek, but it did not go through. Instead, it left a bloody mark. His illusory had officially lost its effectiveness. The blood mystic snorted softly. Thales did not have time to be shocked and terrified. He did not care. He just gritted his teeth. Following the instructions Black Sword taught him, he summoned another power in his body. Help me, Sin of Hell's River. It's a matter of life and death. Help me. As his resolute will rose, the Sin of Hell's River spread to his limbs as if it had a life of its own. I need to be able to get rid of these tentacles. Power. As long as I can slip away from them. In the next moment, hum, there was a low hum. Only Thales could hear it. Thales' limbs trembled violently at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. The second prince sucked in a sharp breath. He felt as if his entire body was about to be shattered by the tremors of the Sin of Hell's River. This feeling, Giza's eyelids suddenly widened. In the next second, the 4 tentacles that bound Thales swayed, and he was immediately freed from midair. A monster flew over his head and sliced off a strand of his hair. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales fell on the ground, which was also made of flesh and blood, and panted heavily. The Sin of Hell's River faded from his limbs. Thales gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but he only felt his muscles go numb. Then he fell backwards again. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales touched the flesh under his feet. There was a sticky bloody ear inside and he was shocked. But in the next moment, a great soreness came from his limbs. He trembled violently. He was sweating profusely and his limbs were weak. So tired, so sore, so painful, all his muscles began to ache and he almost lost all his strength. He finally got rid of the restraints, but he did not even have the strength to take a single step. But more little monsters were already pouncing on him. Thales widened his eyes. He only felt extremely vexed. It seemed that the extreme tremors just now had exceeded the limits of what his body could bear. So, no. Thales felt his aching limbs and stared at the monsters in front of him in despair. Chapter 183. No. Thales slowly clenched his teeth. I can't give up. It's not over yet. There's still a chance. Didn't Black Sword say that a powerful person? I have to consider all factors and bet everything. Just for the final victory. Bargaining chips. What other bargaining chips do I have? Thales clenched his teeth and forced himself to calm down in just a few seconds. The Northland military sword style that he had only practiced for a month and could barely use. The Sin of Hell's River that far exceeded his body's load and could barely be used again. The blade of purification that was lost in countless pieces of flesh and blood. The mysterious mystic energy that turned him into an invulnerable phantom. The title of Prince of Constellation, the identity of a mystic candidate. No. Wait. There's more. There's still another bargaining chip. The last one. Thales stared at the first monster that ran towards him and clenched his fists. Giza's smile became more relaxed. In the next moment, Thales clenched his teeth and extended his trembling right hand to his back. When he pulled his hand back, there was already a weapon on it. It was a trifling dagger. One side of the dagger was stained with the blood of the tentacle. 2 letters were reflected on the blade. Giza was slightly taken aback when she saw his actions. Thales panted heavily and raised the dagger with a trembling hand at the monsters that were inches away from him. Dagger? The mystic snorted. That's not a legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to stab me with that thing? Dagger. Giza watched quietly as the dagger-wielding boy was surrounded and attacked by the monsters. This scene. It's really familiar, isn't it? Thales lay on the ground and his lips trembled. He weakly executed Iron Body style to block the first monster. Asterisk clang. Asterisk no. Thales rolled to the side in pain and avoided the monster's sharp spikes. He felt his muscles ache more and more. He panted and raised his head. He ignored the other monsters that continued to run towards him and looked straight at the blood mystic. I'm not stabbing you. In the next moment, Giza could not help but be stunned. She watched in puzzlement as the boy put the dagger into the palm of his left hand. Thales said faintly, I'm stabbing myself. The two monsters leapt into his arms and extended their sharp spikes towards him. The boy, who had a defeated expression on his face, just pulled the dagger in his hand. Pain and warmth came from his palm at the same time. Thales' physical strength had reached its limit, and his eyes were unfocused. He allowed the monsters to pounce on his body. She pushed him down. A familiar burning sensation came from within his body and slowly turned into a burning sensation. Scenes appeared before Thales' eyes. He raised his dagger and rushed toward the ferocious Quide. He lay on Jayla's back and the two of them sprinted through the streets. In the dungeon of Vine Manor, he reached for the lock on Ralph's body. He stood in the Hall of Stars, gritted his teeth and spoke to the dukes of the kingdom. His hands were tied up, and he struggled to get up in front of Serena, who was confident in her victory. Amidst the bloody siege of Black Sand region, he hugged Araka's neck tightly. He picked up the heavy sword with difficulty in front of the 5 archdukes of Extet. Under Asda and Black Sword's intimidating gazes, he raised his hand and spoke, his skin crawling. It's just another game. A familiar and gentle voice rang in his ears. The burning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. He needed to win. He needed to put an end to everything. He needed the best methods. Giza narrowed her eyes and watched the countless little monsters pounce on Thales, who was on the ground, one after another, and covered him tightly. She was very satisfied. She knew that her little cuties would mercilessly kill this boy, who was not a mystic yet knocked on the door for no reason. But at this moment, the blood mystic seemed to have sensed something, and her entire body trembled. What? A ray of red light leaked out from the densely packed monsters, coming from the direction of the boy. Then a second ray, a third ray, a fourth ray. The light grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the flesh cave. Giza watched the scene in astonishment. Then the black monsters shuddered in unison. A few streaks of ash drifted out from the gaps between the densely packed monsters. More and more ashes appeared. The black monsters fell powerlessly, shriveled, dissolved, and were charred. Then they turned into ashes. In the end, most of the pitch-black monsters disappeared. Only a few of them managed to escape with their last breaths by hiding and dodging. The blood mystic stared in disbelief at the boy who climbed up from the countless piles of flesh and ashes. How could this be? Thales knelt on the ground, his right hand pressed against his knee, and he bent over, panting. He almost bit his teeth off. At some point in time, the blade of purification, the magical red sword that was lost, had reappeared in his trembling left hand. The blade was crimson red and it shone brightly. Your ability again? Giza stared at Thales left and right with an unpleasant expression, as if she wanted to burn a hole in his palm. No, you are walking further and further down the path of misfortune. Thales furrowed his brows. Misfortune? Mystic, this is not a gift or a blessing. The mystic said slowly, her eyes filled with sternness and hatred. It is a curse and misfortune. Thales propped himself up on the ground and listened to her. He held the blade of purification that suddenly appeared in his left hand and spat on it. Enough. The second prince roared in frustration. Giza stopped talking and looked at him in surprise. You lunatic who won't listen to others. Thales struggled to get up from the ground. Listen to me. He took a step forward and cut an intercepting tentacle into ashes with his sword. Asda wants to force me to become a mystic. Thales felt that his steps were light and his body was uncomfortable, but he still gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step. And you want to stop me from becoming a mystic? Go to hell, Thales panted fiercely. Go to hell. The blood mystic stared at him quietly. Since I came to this world, what I've done has always been the same. Thales exhaled. With another swing of his sword, he pierced through a monster that tried to ambush his left leg. He watched as it turned into ashes under the blade of his sword. Struggle, survival, that's all. Thales took a difficult step forward. Whether it's a child beggar or a prince. Giza narrowed her eyes. Her gaze was complicated and profound. But I don't like this world. I want to be free to choose the life I want. Thales sucked in a mouthful of stinky sour air and said hoarsely, I want to choose who I want to be. I choose who I want to be. I don't need to be pushed, forced, or dragged by anyone else. I struggle with this. Thales walked to stand in front of Giza. His eyes were resolute and determined. This is who I am. Thales Jadestar. The blood mystic stared at him without saying a word. But in the next moment something strange happened. Boom. It was as if a torrent was surging through Thales' body from his blood vessels. In an instant, Thales felt a tearing sensation from the blade of purification to his hand. It was as if someone was cutting his palm. Thales looked down at the blade of purification in his hand, only to see that the red light on it was becoming brighter. What's going on? In the next moment, the pain of being cut escalated to excruciating pain. It spread to his entire body. Thales could not stand it anymore. His face twisted and he could not help but scream. The blade of purification is rejecting me? The pain traveled from his arm to his body, causing Thales to tremble and kneel on the ground. *T. He felt more and more pain as if the weapon was destroying everything in him. He remembered. The legendary anti-mystic equipment is the bane of mystics? Thales shook the blade of purification in his hand as he trembled in excruciating pain, but he could not shake it off. It was as if it was stuck to his hand. He recalled Serena's words regretfully. He also remembered the tingling sensation he felt when he was on Araka's back when the motionless bow was activated. But the tingling sensation at that time could not be compared to the excruciating pain he was feeling now. At this moment, Giza laughed. "You are still a little too young." Thales stared at the blood mystic's expression in disbelief as he listened to her say softly, "You wanted to defeat me, so you had to get your hands on the legendary anti-mystic equipment, right? And you did succeed, with your unformed mystic energy. But, did you almost forget?" Giza sighed. "You are considered half a mystic." Thales cried out in pain. Panic struck him again. Giza, did she even calculate this? He remembered Giza's words. "That is not the legendary anti-mystic equipment, is it? Are you going to use that thing to stab me?" So, Thales thought regretfully. At that time, she was already hinting at me when she had the upper hand, and made arrangements for my possible counterattack? Just to limit my vision to the blade of purification? The blood mystic shook her head and said, "See, this is one of the sorrows of mystics. This little thing can suppress us. Even if you are not a true mystic, the mystic energy you used earlier is enough for it to take effect. And if you become a true mystic," Giza stared at the screaming Thales. She stopped smiling and sorrow appeared in her eyes. "The moment you touched it, you will lose your consciousness and power forever, and enter the eternal seal." Thales was not in the mood to listen to her. He only felt that he was about to be devoured by the power emanating from the blade. "Don't worry, I will free you." Giza sighed. "If becoming a mystic is your unavoidable fate, then let me save you," the mystic said flatly. "Just as I promised." Save my foot." Thales shut his eyes tightly, enduring the rejection from the blade of purification. He really wanted to let go. But in the extreme pain, his face was distorted, and he almost couldn't feel his own hands. Giza took a deep breath. Following the mystic's will, another batch of tentacles grew out of the flesh on Thales' side. They slowly aimed at the boy who was repelled by the legendary anti-mystic equipment and could not move. Once again Giza flashed a charming smile. The flesh under Thales' feet turned into a trap, trapping him firmly. The tentacles drew sharp spikes, preparing for the next round of attack. "No." Thales shut his eyes tightly, his whole body trembling. "No." At this moment, a burning sensation similar to the first time he held the blade of purification suddenly came from his hand. The red light on the blade gathered as if it had a physical form, and traveled along the blade to Thales' left hand. Thales shuddered. At that moment he felt as if he was being caressed by a hand. Even the pain seems to be alleviated? The red light continued to crawl up along the veins on the back of Thales' left hand. It looked as if glowing blood was flowing through the veins. It was extremely strange. For some unknown reason, after the red light from the blade of purification surged out and entered his body, Thales suddenly felt that the feeling of being cut and repelling him had actually started to diminish. Thales sucked in a sharp breath. He had held his breath for too long in extreme pain and even forgot to breathe. He felt his hand again. The sharp pain of being cut and destroyed slowly reduced to a slightly tolerable prickling pain. What's the principle behind this? It can actually alleviate the rejection from the legendary anti-mystic equipment? Thales trembled and his doubts about the sword deepened. But he was saved after all. Thales stood up slowly. He raised his head and fixed his gaze on Giza. There was a strange look in his eyes. Giza's expression changed. She noticed his abnormality. "You?" Thales looked at her, then at the flesh and blood trap under his feet, and the spikes of the tentacles around him. He felt the prickling pain and burning sensation from the blade in his hand. "Maybe I will become a mystic one day," Thales said slowly as he endured the pain in his hand. But it is definitely not because of some unavoidable fate, or because I have no other choice. On the wall, Giza's pupils shrank. It is because I want to become a mystic. Thales bit his lower lip and lowered his head. I will use my own eyes to see what it means to be a mystic. I will judge and understand what mystic energy is. What kind of power I will obtain and what kind of risks I will face. Then I will decide whether to become a mystic. Thales raised his head. His eyes were filled with unquestionable determination. And what kind of mystic I will become. How far I can climb and what kind of scenery I can see are not important. What is important is that it must be my own choice. This is what I have been struggling and working hard for since I came to this world. Thales exhaled one last time. Then he raised his sword and slashed the trap under his feet and the tentacles around him. In the ashes, Thales supported himself with his trembling legs and stood up. Giza's eyes moved. Don't even think about it. The girl grinned. Her gaze was cold. Soon Thales felt his feet sway. The continuous tremors that caused him to fall to the ground and lose his grip on his sword appeared under Thales' feet again. Thales' body swayed. He was on the verge of falling. But he had experienced it once. Thales reacted quickly. He knelt down and lowered his upper body. At the same time, he stabbed the blade of purification into the flesh under his feet. It prevented him from falling again. The flesh sizzled as if it was being roasted. It slowly dissolved, evaporated, and blackened. Then it turned into ashes. The ground made of flesh and blood contracted in the tremors. It seemed to be moaning in pain. Giza let out a low growl of indignation. Thank goodness. Thales thought. He stood still in the face of the same tremors. What I need to do next is, don't think about it. Giza was a dozen steps away from him. She said coldly, you can't even stand up. You can't even get close to me, let alone seal me with that weapon. Thales furrowed his brows. Let us see. The flesh around Thales bulged again. The silhouettes of monsters were born from it. The blood mystic narrowed her eyes and stared at the blade of purification Thales stabbed into the ground. That sword of yours. Are you going to use it to maintain your balance or to destroy your enemies? At that moment, Thales suddenly had a strange feeling. The monsters around him were born from the flesh, but Thales ignored them. He did not even care what kind of monsters they were or whether they were dangerous. He seemed to have entered that state again. The feeling of being cut off from his emotions and thoughts surged again. But it was not as complete, wonderful, and enjoyable as before. Thales glanced at Giza in the distance. It was a dozen steps away. Under the endless tremors, he could not even stand steadily. It seemed like he could not get close. But, even though it seemed very far away from him. But for some reason, Thales knew that his sword could pierce Giza. It could. As he thought about it, the pain in his hand suddenly increased. Thales smiled faintly. He somewhat understood it. He knew that in this state he seemed to be able to use more mystic energy. Even though he did not even know what mystic energy was. But, since the blade of purification's rejection of him increased again. That's right. The corners of Thales' lips curled up. His smile grew wider. Giza was expressionless. Her monsters advanced towards Thales again. But Thales only panted absent-mindedly and gripped the blade of purification that was stabbed into the ground. Then he pulled it out. The moment the countless flesh and blood monsters pounced on him, Thales knelt on the ground, raised the blade of purification in his hand, and gently pushed it at Giza, who was a dozen steps away. Boom! The sound of his blood vessels surging rang in his ears. At that moment, the pain and cutting sensation that the blade of purification gave Thales increased like never before. But Thales did not care. He had succeeded. Giza lowered her head in disbelief. When? The young girl asked, puzzled. At some unknown time. Thales had already taken a dozen steps away in an instant. He knelt in front of the mystic. The red blade in his hand had already sunk deep into Giza's naked abdomen. Thales' expression was indifferent. Giza trembled as she stared at her wound, then at Thales. But in the next second, relief appeared on the young girl's face. As if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. So this is our end. Giza said casually as if she did not care. She completely ignored the legendary anti-mystic equipment in her abdomen. Thales withdrew the blade of purification. Blood seeped out of the blade in the young girl's abdomen. Then it slowly evaporated and dissolved. Even the tissues in her abdomen withered and scorched. At that moment, Thales withdrew from that strange state again. Thales took a deep breath as if he had just emerged from the surface of the water. Many emotions returned to his mind again. He stared blankly at the blade of purification in his hand. Then, he raised his gaze in a daze and looked at the blood mystic, who had a gentle and relieved expression on her face. "Thank you for your hard work, child." Giza slowly extended her hand and gently caressed Thale's face. "Take care of yourself." For some reason, Thales felt that Giza was filled with complicated emotions at that moment. "I'm sorry that I couldn't help you," Giza said softly. "What happened?" Thales' breathing gradually calmed down. "I'm sorry." Giza's eyes were sparkling. "You have to walk the rest of the path on your own." At that moment, Thales could not summon any hostility towards such a young girl. The lovely young girl slowly lowered her head. The purplish-red patterns on her body gradually faded. She gently lowered her soft lips and placed them on Thales' forehead, a gentle kiss. Thales shuddered slightly. Giza snorted softly when she saw Thales' reaction. Then she slowly exhaled. "Be careful of Asda." These were the last words of the blood mystic, Giza Streelman. In the next moment, the young girl with the gentle smile on her face started to crack. Her face, along with her smile, slowly fell apart like a cracked sculpture. Then it was her neck, chest, abdomen, her entire body. In just a few seconds, the blood mystic, along with the insides of the gigantic tentacle, turned into ashes of various sizes. The night sky of Dragon Cloud City reappeared before Thale's eyes. The ashes flew. They were like countless black butterflies. They scattered all over the sky. In the distance, all of the blood mystic's creations, flesh, monsters, tentacles, and severed limbs, withered, scorched, and dissolved at the same time. All turned into ashes. Chapter 184. Under the darkest night sky, ashes flew everywhere. The people who were previously controlled by Giza slowly woke up from the ground. Some of them regained control of their bodies. In the panic of surviving a disaster, they hugged each other and wept bitterly. However, there were even more people whose bodies had been greatly deformed by the blood mystic's modifications. After they regained their senses and control, they howled and died under the flying ashes. "I am Nicholas of the White Blade Guards. Do not panic." A pale-faced man covered in blood, holding a strange-looking blade, shuttled through the crowd. He mercilessly pushed away an old man who was questioning the people around him in a frenzy and strode forward. "Everyone stay where you are and don't move. The higher-ups will send someone over. In the name of the king." The Star Killer's awe-inspiring reputation intimidated the poor people in Shield District. Many of them hesitated and quietened down. There were also a few people who were more stubborn. Nicholas had to use the blade to persuade them. Nicholas panted as he walked to one of the ruins. He pulled out a thick arm from under a collapsed signboard. "I thought you were dead." The Star Killer laboriously moved the injured man. "Did that calamity let you go?" The owner of the thick arm, the crippled former heavy swordsman Gleeward, pushed away the dirt, stones, and ashes on his body. With Nicholas' strength, he crawled out from under the collapsed signboard. "No." Gleeward coughed violently. He laboriously hung his body around Nicholas' neck and raised his hand to touch his bleeding forehead. "That man with the child?" The veteran frowned. His expression was solemn. "He was the one who let me go when I was being controlled by that monster." Nicholas was slightly taken aback. "Man? With the child?" The Star Killer helped Gleeward stand up. His eyes were filled with suspicion. "He can move freely in front of that calamity. Does he have a legendary anti-mystic equipment?" Gleeward staggered and shook his head. "I don't know. Maybe." Nicholas narrowed his eyes. His words were straightforward. "Where is he?" "He was here a few minutes ago." Gleeward chewed on the salty taste in his mouth and spat out a bloody tooth. He said in a rough voice, "Damn it, that guy withstood the attacks from me and those monsters." Nicholas pushed aside a wooden plank. "Is he very powerful?" Gleeward froze. Wariness and graveness flashed in his eyes. "Very powerful." Nicholas put the severing soul's blade back into its sheath. "So, it was that guy who dealt with the calamities?" "I don't know." Gleeward still shook his head with a dejected expression. "Maybe." Thales panted in a daze. A few pieces of black ash gently touched his face and shattered. Was it over? He raised his head and looked at the sky full of flying ash and the surrounding ruins. Thales did not recognize this place. He had been brought too far away while Giza was fleeing. But he could still see the dead body lying on the street. At his feet lay a white-haired old man. Before he died, he tried to reach out his hand as if to touch the hope of survival. Thales' ears twitched. He sensed something. He turned around and was immediately shocked. Unscathed, Asda stood behind him, looking as elegant as ever in the sky full of ashes. The air mystic stared at the blade of purification in Thales' hand with a complicated expression. Thales panted and calmed himself down. "Can you make a sound next time? Or send me an invitation first?" Asda did not speak. He only shifted his gaze to Thales' face. Thales sighed and gestured at his surroundings with his chin. "Also, aren't you late?" Asda raised his head and looked at the fluttering ashes. There was a subtle emotion in his eyes. "Coming out from underground?" the mystic said slowly. His expression did not change. "I need time." Thales sneered. After the battle with Giza, and especially after listening to Blacksword's words, he seemed to have suddenly been enlightened. The wariness and fear that he used to suppress when he faced the air mystic, but was still hidden deep in his heart, began to slowly melt. "Mystic? Compared to Giza, the one in front of me is just a slightly stronger opponent." Thales called Asda's surname softly. "By the way, Mr. Sakern, I've thought about the matter regarding the mystic." The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly. He lifted his gaze and looked at Asda with determination. "I am not ready yet." Thales stared at the mystic's aggressive gaze and enunciated each word clearly. "This is my answer. It is also my choice." Asda's handsome face did not move. They stared at each other in silence. After a while, the mystic closed his eyes and sighed. "But," Thales spoke again. Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales calmly enunciated his words, "I am not prepared to reject you, and I am not averse to becoming." Under Asda's strange gaze, Thales said, "But I need time to learn, understand, and obtain everything about mystics, and perhaps everything about magic. And I need your help. And perhaps the truth about the bloody year." A strange blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. "Besides, you definitely know about your current situation." Thales turned his head and looked at the corpses and ruins strewn all over the street. "It's not without reason that this world hates mystics, even if you did it to protect me." At that moment, Thales felt so oppressed that he could not breathe. So many lives, all because of... He took a deep breath and got rid of the emotions in his mind. He tried his best not to think about the fact that he was an executioner who killed without batting an eye. Thales sorted out his thoughts and slowly said, "Perhaps I can help you as a prince, and as the future king of Constellation." Asda raised his chin slightly and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. A strange look flashed in his eyes. "You mean, after knowing the cause and effect, perhaps I can find a way for all of you, a way for all of you to gain a foothold, a way for the world to be safe and sound, and a way for both sides to live in harmony." Thales raised the blade of purification and said resolutely, "Mystics cannot go on like this." Amidst the drifting black ashes, Asda stared at the small red sword in Thales' hand. There was fear in his eyes. "If I really cannot avoid becoming a mystic, then for my own sake I have to do this." Thales nodded. "And a human king with power and an army will undoubtedly be more helpful than a powerful and unrestrained calamity." This time Asda was silent for a long time. Thales patiently waited for his answer. For a second or two, the second prince swore that he saw an unusual flow of emotions on Asda's face. Nostalgia and sorrow? Thales had only seen this expression on Asda's face when he was explaining about the magic tower. Many people have the same idea, that mystics and other races can coexist peacefully, and even help each other, Asda finally said slowly. His tone seemed to hide the sorrow he did not want to face. "Whether it is mystics, humans, or even elves, there are countless similar efforts and attempts. They all failed." Asda said softly. They stood in the ruins, one tall and one low. Thales returned the mystic's gaze with a firm and unquestionable gaze. He took a step forward without hesitation. "First, their efforts are not enough." Thales' voice spread in the air. "Second, I am not them. Not those losers." Thales felt the chill in the air. His pupils shrank slightly. His tone was calm but his voice was slightly deep. "I am Thales." Under Asda's puzzled gaze he said faintly, "Thales Theranjarana Kessel Jadestar. The descendant of the imperial family, the Jadestar bloodline, the future king of Constellation." Speaking of this, Thales took a deep breath and raised the blade of purification. He was not surprised to see Asda frown and take a step back. Thales smiled faintly in his heart. His expression did not change as he said firmly, "I am also the blood mystic sealer. And a traveler from an unknown world." Countless unknown emotions flashed across Asda's eyes, but in the end, they were all suppressed by a crystalline blue light. Thales put down the blade of purification. He quietly waited for the other party's reply. But only he knew that his palm, which was holding the blade of purification, was already sweating slightly. He did not forget Giza's last words before she disappeared. Be careful of Asda. The mystic still stared at him, his gaze unwavering. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds, Thales gulped. His palm trembled slightly. Finally Asda suddenly smiled. Thales was stunned and looked at him, puzzled. You know, it's not just you. Asda's chilling smile appeared again. After today, I realized that I wasn't prepared for you either. The mystic nodded slightly. You are too special. Thales furrowed his brows. Asda's gaze drifted to the blade of purification, and his words paused in a barely noticeable manner. Whether it's as a human prince or as... Asda raised his hands and gestured elegantly at himself. Therefore, I will respect your decision. Under Thales' slightly moved gaze, the mystic nodded slowly. And I also need time to study your abnormal condition. Whether it is the inexplicable knocking on the door or the spontaneous loss of control. Perhaps your path will be easier than ours or even more arduous. We can't say for sure. Thales suppressed the fluctuations of emotions in his heart. He put on his friendliest and most composed attitude and pursed his lips into a smile. Negotiation, succeeded, Asta. Yes, I won't force you to come with me anymore, and I won't urge you to become a mystic. Asda looked at his reaction and smiled faintly. But since you said you want to understand mystic energy and magic, I can spare some time to think of a way. Thales reacted quickly. He raised his eyebrows. Even as a prince, I have to have some secret extracurricular interests or hobbies. Thales enunciated the word, secret, slightly. I will contact you regularly and in secret. Asda understood Thales' words. He flashed a mysterious smile and emphasized the word in secret. It's still the same old way, pay attention to receiving invitations. Thales did not bother to hide the fact that he rolled his eyes right in front of him. Asda chuckled and said slowly, then, we will meet again. Thales Jade Star. He flashed a playful and profound smile. His gaze was subtle. It was just like the first time they met in the chess room. My interesting junior. Thales took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He nodded slightly. Thank you, Sir Sakern. Asda bowed slightly. His elegant figure turned into blue light. The blue light slowly faded, until only a colorless breeze was left. It blew at Thales' hair and made him narrow his eyes. I won't disturb you anymore. She has been looking for you for a long time. Asda's melodious voice came from the wind. Thales was a little stunned. A few seconds later, the sound of the wind disappeared. Thales stood on the spot for a few seconds, holding the blade of purification tightly in his hand. After making sure that the other party had left, he exhaled. The anxiety and tension in his heart instantly relaxed. Oh my God! He looked at the dark night sky and heaved a long sigh as if he was relieved. Giza's expression before she disappeared and Asda's gaze before he left still lingered in his mind. Mystics, what kind of existences are you? What does the world look like in your eyes? Thales immediately lowered his head and looked at his hands. JC's dagger was in his right hand, and the small red sword in his left. He was absent-minded. He sighed dejectedly. He put JC back into the sheath at his waist, but touched a foreign object. Thales froze. That's... He lowered his head and bit his lip. An indescribable sorrow welled up in his heart. At this moment, a timid voice suddenly came from behind him. Thales, is that you? The second prince was shocked and turned around abruptly. His eyes suddenly widened. Little Rascal, who was in a sorry state and had filthy hair, stood behind him with her arms crossed. She was shivering in the cold. She was squinting hard as if trying to see everything clearly. Thales was stunned. Little Rascal seemed to be used to everything in front of her. Her eyes were bloodshot. She sniffed, reached out her hands and groped her way forward. Amidst the ruins and corpses on the ground, she was like a child who had just learned how to walk, moving forward with trembling steps. She was also like a helpless blind person, moving forward alone in a lightless world. This reminded Thales of the time in the library, when she leaned over a thick book and read it with narrowed eyes. Then she raised her head in horror. Is that Thales? Little Rascal staggered and tripped on the uneven ground. Thales stared at her blankly. He only reacted after a few seconds. It's me, Little Rascal. Hearing the affirmative answer, Little Rascal first took a deep breath, then pursed her lips. Tears welled up in her eyes. Thales exhaled. He bit his lip, stepped over the mess on the ground and rushed to the girl in a few steps. He stood a step away from her, gasping for breath as he carefully extended his bloody left hand. Then he held Little Rascal's palm. Feeling his hand tighten, Little Rascal shuddered as if she was afraid. But after a moment she resolutely and confidently held Thale's left hand with both hands. They stood in the ruins on the ground holding each other tightly. Thales looked at Little Rascal with a complicated expression. He clenched his fists and felt his heavy heart lighten a little. Are you okay?" he asked hesitantly. Little Rascal seemed to have calmed down a lot. She squinted her highly myopic green eyes and nodded shakily. Those tentacles let me go." The girl stood in front of him, her lips slightly pursed. Looking at the disheveled girl, Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath as well. Little Rascal sniffled. Her hands, which were holding his arm, trembled slightly. But before she could finish, Thales suddenly smiled. A second later, he took a step forward without hesitation and hugged the dazed Little Rascal tightly. Little Rascal shuddered, but she obediently leaned against Thales' shoulder. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "That's good." Thales gritted his teeth and mumbled. He stared at the streets of Shield District, which were only left with the howling wind and snow. He looked at the countless corpses lying by the roadside and the scattered ashes. He hugged the only warm and trembling life in front of him tightly. At that moment, Thales felt his eyes blur. "It's okay," he said softly. "We're safe." Little Rascal hugged him tightly, sniffling, her tears drenching his shoulder. "At least, King Nuven." Thales grabbed the blade of purification and wiped his tears with the back of his hand. Hearing King Nuven's name, Little Rascal froze slightly. Thales smoothed out his breath, forced a smile, and continued. "At least he won't hang me on the city gate for kidnapping a girl." Little Rascal froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Thales chuckled as well. "All right." A moment later, Thales let go of Little Rascal. He reached towards his waist, towards the foreign object. "This is for you." Thales took it out and stuffed it into Little Rascal's hand. Little Rascal was slightly stunned. She fumbled with the object in her hand. It was the thing she was most familiar with. Little Rascal sniffled hard. Then, she gently raised the object in her hand, put it on her head and pressed it behind her ear. Behind the comical, thick, dusty and cracked black-rimmed glasses, the little girl opened her crystal-clear green eyes again. Little Rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the boy who was covered in blood and dirt, with messy hair and a big red bump on his forehead. A few seconds later, both of them looked at each other's disheveled appearance and laughed together. At that moment, Little Rascal's expression changed. "What's wrong with you?" she asked, a little shocked. Thales raised an eyebrow. "Huh." In the next second, Little Rascal widened her eyes in horror. Thales frowned. He quickly sensed that something was wrong. He lowered his head, his face pale. A drop of blood appeared on the ground. Then a second drop, a third drop. Thales shuddered violently. He reached out and touched his nose. It was wet and slippery. Thales' expression froze. "This is what's wrong?" Clang. The blade of purification fell from his hand and fell to the ground, swaying slightly. Under Little Rascal's shocked gaze, Thales staggered a step back and subconsciously covered his chest. The prince's hands trembled uncontrollably. He stared at Little Rascal with widened eyes, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. At that moment, Little Rascal remembered Alex's expression before she died a few hours ago. She covered her mouth and screamed. "No, it can't be." Following Little Rascal's scream, Thales swayed and fell. Little Rascal turned pale with fright. She quickly extended her hand and helped him lie down. "Arg!" Thales let out a pained and suppressed moan. A heart-wrenching pain suddenly spread from Thales' body. It was as if his soul was being torn apart. No. The pain he felt when he was assassinated by a psionic assassin, when he was bombarded by a mystic gun. It was as if every inch of his body and every cell was being torn apart. That, the price of using mystic energy? Again, is this the price of victory? While he was in extreme pain, Thales vaguely heard the sound of something cracking, as if it was real. It came from within his body in a chilling manner. It was as if his body was slowly disintegrating. "Arg!" Thales' body convulsed and he let out another pained cry. Chapter 185. Dumbfounded, Thales stared at the invitation in his hand. His thoughts were in a mess. No way. Is this real or fake? Anti-theft, He blinked in disbelief, confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion. Is someone playing a prank? A few seconds later, he put down the invitation and took a deep breath. He tried to make sense of the current situation. First of all, wasn't that guy killed by Yodel? Then Ida is next door. Waya and Ralph took turns guarding the door. And the other soldiers and guards in the diplomat group, the countless guards in Heroic Spirit Palace, and even those so-called cool-looking white blade guards. How could they let that guy? Suddenly Thales felt his heart palpitate. He stopped breathing. Thales felt something. He turned his head, feeling his skin crawl. He shifted his gaze to the window. At that moment, the prince's heart skipped a beat. His long-lost friend, Asda Sakern, stood by the window with his hands behind his back. He stared at Thales with a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes. Just like when they first met, the mystic wore a thin but neat blue robe. His posture was tall and straight, and there was a mysterious but confident smile on his handsome face. He was as elegant as ever, as composed as ever. At that moment, Thales' mind went blank. What happened to 15 minutes? Hello. The air mystic nodded at him slightly and said in a gentle tone, "My smart, mature and mischievous little friend." Thales opened his mouth and took a deep breath. From now on, no sound between us can travel more than a foot away. As if he knew what Thales was thinking, Asda slowly raised his right index finger and shook it at him with a smile. No one else will disturb us. When Thales heard this, he was like a deflated balloon, and he exhaled the breath he took in. He gave up on the idea of calling for help. Asda's smile was so warm, but in Thales' eyes, it chilled him to the core. Wait. He and the mystic were not the only ones in the room. Thales thought of something. Following Thales' line of sight, the mystic glanced at little Rascal, who was deep in slumber beside the bed. Of course, your adorable little maid won't be woken up either. Little Rascal's mouth was still opening and closing in her dreams, but Thales could no longer hear her murmurs or even her breathing. Thales sighed softly. He turned his head and curled up the corners of his lips to reveal a smile that was uglier than crying. You're still the same. How considerate of you. Asda nodded politely. Thales forced himself to start thinking about everything he knew about this mystic. However, the first memory that popped up was the chess room in the center of Red Street Market, where 3 people were squeezed into balls. The second prince gulped and laughed dryly. He tried to imagine something acceptable. Like comparing him to the adorable Giza? All right. Thales shrugged in a feigned relaxed manner and waved the invitation card in his hand. He tried his best to speak in the most normal tone and said nonchalantly, "I thought you would only arrive after 15 minutes. You know," Asda flashed his pearly white teeth, "I like to enter early." Thales tried hard to keep his thoughts in check and swallowed the sarcasm that was at the tip of his tongue. "Is that so? I thought you wouldn't appear so soon." Thales changed his sitting position and smiled awkwardly. Everyone said that you would disappear for a long time." Asda stared straight at him. His gaze was as calm as water, and it made Thales' skin crawl. "The weapon in your masked friend's hand is obviously not complete," the air mystic said slowly. "Otherwise, a legendary anti-mystic equipment that is in perfect condition and fully activated can seal a mystic for a period of time. It should be." Asda's gaze was still calm, but the words he spat out startled Thales slightly. "Permanently. Legendary anti-mystic equipment. Sealed. Mystic. Permanently. Even so, that incomplete equipment can still seal me for at least 10 years. Asda curled up the corners of his mouth and continued to smile. "But I received some small help, and that's why I was able to get out of prison so quickly." Thales did not know if it was due to the curiosity he inherited from the memory fragments of his previous life, his natural personality, or his anxiety towards the mystery of himself, but at that moment, Thales' exuberant desire to learn about mystics overwhelmed his fear of his identity as a calamity. He yearned to know more. "First of all, I would like to congratulate you." Asda put his hands behind his back and walked towards Thales with a smile that was clearly friendly but inexplicably terrifying. "Thales, Your Highness? Although I know from your behavior that you are definitely not ordinary, I have to admit that this identity has surprised me." Thales watched Asda approach him and his heart slowly raced. He forced himself to shrug. "I remember that there are chairs for receiving guests in the room. We can sit down." Asda shook his head and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it." The next moment, Thales felt his skin crawl as he watched Asda walk towards him. Then he bent his knees and sat, in an invisible space. Asda grinned brightly on the transparent chair. I brought my own chair. The prince looked at this strange scene and tried his best to control his facial muscles so that they would not twitch too much. Let's talk about your future. Asda watched Thales' performance with interest. Your Highness. Thales knew that although he addressed himself as Your Highness, the man before him did not care about this special identity at all. This made Thales, who had experienced all kinds of gazes after becoming a prince, instantly feel a strange feeling. Thales took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Only then could he understand the situation and protect himself, even if the existence before him was a calamity that could not be understood with common sense. Of course. He recalled his conversation with Ramon and muttered, during this period of time, I have thought of ways to investigate some things about air, mystics and magic. First of all, in this asymmetrical conversation he had to seize the initiative. Very good. This will save us a lot of time. As expected, Asda's eyes brightened. What do you know? Not much but not little either. Thales carefully chose his words. For example, what exactly is magic and the 3 great magic towers? I met a person who is quite knowledgeable about magic. Asda's interest was piqued. While Thales was on tenterhooks, he briefly repeated what Ramon told him. Even Asda could not help but sigh softly. 1,000 years have passed since the collapse of the magic tower, and magic has been banned for 6 centuries. To think that there are still believers in magic. This is indeed beyond my expectations. Thales observed Asda's expression and at the same time, tried his best to think of a way to escape. The other party is a mystic. I don't even need to think about non-peaceful means. Stall for time. I can consider this. But can I really stall for time until help arrives? Or will help really work? The other party's goal should be to become one of them. Damn it, the mystic that everyone hates. Then, my best choice is to deal with the other party on this issue and achieve some results by making concessions and lowering my stance. So, is magic the kind of existence he mentioned? A kind of meaning? A kind of belief? At the thought of this, Thales asked cautiously. At the same time, he was really curious about this question. What do you think? But the air mystic did not answer immediately. Asda's lowered gaze did not move. Under Thales' curious gaze, he crossed his hands and remained silent for a long time. No. Magic is not like this. Not only that, it doesn't have to be like this. Finally, Asda shook his head slowly and spoke slowly. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and they believe in the magic they understand. Thales was stunned when he heard this. Asda raised his left hand and looked at his palm. His gaze was complicated. At that moment, Thales felt that the Asda in front of him was more like a normal person than ever before. And not a terrifying calamity. Magic is a kind of choice. Asda stared at his palm and slowly clenched his fist. And these choices are neither exclusive nor mutually exclusive. There is no superiority or inferiority. This is the basic philosophy of the seat of all magic, in Soul Tower. Thales shuddered. Wait a minute. He heard a special word. It is also one of the philosophy of magic that I agree with and recognize, Asda said flatly. Thales raised his hand subconsciously. This was a habit from his previous life in the memory fragments. He quickly realized that this was not his previous life, and there were only the 2 of them. Just as he was about to put his hand down in embarrassment, to Thales' surprise, Asda very skillfully and naturally extended his palm, tilted it up slightly and then nodded. He was allowed to ask questions. That feeling was as if he had done this hundreds and thousands of times. Both of them looked at each other's actions and were stunned for a moment. Asda reacted and smiled slightly. Very good. It seems that I don't have to teach you the etiquette and habits of a wizard apprentice in class. Thales put his hand down and asked eagerly, Soul Tower? I know this, but what kind of magic tower is it? What about its origin? Thales did not even realize that he had completely forgotten that Asda before him was an extremely dangerous non-human existence. He even forgot his original intention. At that moment, his desire for unsolved knowledge completely surpassed his consideration of reality. Soul Tower? Asda narrowed his eyes and smiled mysteriously, as if he knew that Thales would ask this. This time, the mystic did not keep him in suspense. He answered without hesitation. In the year 618 of the Era of Kings, not long after the battle for survival between the humans and the 3 races ended, the imparter, Wizard Yuri New Moon, who returned from the battle, left the ascetic tower with his 5 students due to differences in philosophy. Along the way they preached their own philosophy and taught their own methods. They gathered many wizards who were exiled due to the war in the world. As time passed, their group grew larger and their theories and methods became clearer. In the end, Wizard Yuri, whom we later respectfully called the Master, and the other 21 wizards led a group of wizards to the Tripping Peninsula, by the coast of the mainland. Here the wizards built a twin tower and settled down to study magic. Asda's gaze pierced through Thales as if he was looking at the past many years. But Thales did not have time to care about Asda's expression, because he was already engrossed in the story. With a perplexed gaze, Asda continued, "Soon this new magic tower attracted many wizards to visit. The novel, free, casual and equal atmosphere of magic research gathered a large number of people, turning this piece of land into a small gathering place for wizards with the Twin Towers as the center. Unlike the painstaking contemplation and protection of the ascetics, and the fanaticism and destruction of the alchemists, this gathering place quickly became the forefront of theoretical research in the magic world. After various magic theories and hypotheses were proposed, they were gradually perfected through endless debates and demonstrations. Branches of magic that were originally not recognized by the two great magic towers were established one after another, forming the Soul Tower magic system that we are in contact with today. Just like that, the sages jointly built the third branch apart from the ascetic tower and the alchemy tower. It is also the youngest, the most special, the most active, the most prosperous, and the most influential wizard inheritance in the world. Speaking up to this point, Asda lowered his head and let out a sigh that only he knew. After Yuri Shinue passed away, his ashes were placed in the middle of the Twin Towers, suspended in the air. A sentence was engraved on the surface of the box with iron elements: "May every wizard have an independent and free soul." That was how the Soul Tower got its name. Asda closed his mouth gently. Thales came back to his senses and exhaled a long breath. The era of the kings. The battle for survival. Wizard Mindy's. The youngest wizard's inheritance. The origin of the Soul Tower. These were taboo knowledge that he could not easily obtain from books. Thales' heartbeat quickened as he listened. It was as if an unprecedented world had opened up. If Ramon was here, Thales thought, would he kneel down and cry in excitement? He continued to raise his hand eagerly. Also, you mentioned the seat of all magic just now. What is that? The seat of all magic is an important research branch in Soul Tower. Asda did not seem to notice Thales' expression. He continued to speak slowly and at a moderate pace. His clear and pleasant male voice echoed in the small space as he narrated the world's most taboo lost knowledge. It originated during the first civil strife in the Empire and was officially established in 373 of the Empire calendar. It flourished between the 5th and 7th centuries of the Empire calendar. At its peak, half of the wizards in the entire Soul Tower came from the seat of all magic. Every time it opened, apprentices and wizards from the Alchemy Tower and the Ascetic Tower would come to listen, comment, and oppose each other. I can't use simple words to summarize the characteristics of this branch of theory. That would be irresponsible to the students. But I can give you a list of the most influential books of this branch. No, to be exact, it should be 23 important works. If you want to have a deeper understanding of this seat of all laws, Roland said with a smile on his face. Thales' heart raced as he listened to the mystic's words. An inexplicable sense of excitement filled his brain. But he quickly calmed down and realized a problem. Mr. Asda, you are a wizard, right? Thales looked at Asda in surprise. Before you became a calamity? He did not even think about whether his choice of words had offended the other party's taboo. Wizard. That is a title that only those who have achieved widely recognized achievements in a certain field of magic can obtain, at least in the Soul Tower. Asda crossed his arms, grinned slightly, and shook his head slightly. I was just a small apprentice back then. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Ah, so as expected you were once? Yes. Asda nodded, a strange color flowed in his eyes. An apprentice of the Soul Tower. Thales frowned. But you just said, the magic tower has collapsed for 1,000 years? So, I know what you want to ask. Counting from the time I was born. Asda looked at him and smiled faintly. 1,190 years. That is my age this year. Thales was shocked. 1,190? In other words, this guy. Thales stared blankly at the young and handsome Asda Sakern, who had not changed at all compared to the first time he met him. But he was almost 600 years older than the king of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar, and the hero, Rikaru Extet. Thales opened his mouth wide. Don't be surprised. Every mystic is an immortal, indestructible, and immortal existence. Looking at Thale's expression, Asda did not care at all. This age is very normal. The oldest mystic has even existed for more than 1,600 years. Thales subconsciously wanted to find a notebook, until Asda stopped him with a hand gesture. There is no hurry. Asda raised his head and stared at him with a burning gaze. We still have a lot of time to spend together and I have enough patience. I will teach you from the beginning, from basic knowledge, from magic to the magic tower to mystic energy and everything about mystics. From philosophy to power, from history to the future, all the secrets of the magic world will be open to you. Asda's tone was full of temptation. Then, you will obtain the secrets and power of mystics that are superior to all of them, until you truly become a mystic. At that moment, Thales felt like he was pulled back from a dream world to reality. Become a mystic. Thales swallowed hard. He remembered Gilbert's attitude towards the calamity and the drama of the Battle of Eradication in Dark Knight Temple. And that crazy and unreasonable blood mystic. The mystic who is hated by everyone? Can I say no? But a voice also whispered in Thales' heart, but I am very curious. I want to know more, learn more and understand more. Thales realized that the knowledge that Asda described earlier had captured his thirst for knowledge and his thirst for knowledge. Moreover, with his obviously abnormal body, he had to understand his current situation better. Thales frowned with a bitter expression and said tentatively, about this, if I don't want to become a mystic. The air mystic did not speak. But the prince felt that the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. Thales tried hard to control the rate of his breathing as he waited anxiously for the answer. Thales. Asda stopped smiling and looked at him sternly. He said softly but seriously, becoming a mystic is your destiny. You cannot avoid it. There is no second choice. Thales panted slightly. It seemed that things were a little bad. Why don't you tell me first? Tension and stress returned to Thales' heart. He tried his best to smile and asked cautiously, mystics? What exactly are we? This time, Asda stared at him expressionlessly for a long time. As he withstood the mystic's seemingly emotionless yet pressurizing gaze, embarrassment and helplessness crept onto Thales' face. Until Asda spoke slowly. I cannot tell you the answer to this question because you are still not a mystic. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him, but his tone and words had become cold and mysterious, as if he had returned to that night in Red Street Market. Only when you truly become a mystic that only you can understand, can you finally know what a mystic is. Asda's gaze was still fixed on him. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. Chapter 186. In the next second, without any delay, Archduke Poffert's figure moved. He roared as he swung his great axe at King Nuven. Bang. That's right, the anti-theft chapter. But when I'm free, I'll go back to work on my novel, from the details to the sequence of the plot. That's why pirating websites must have a hard time. Because no matter how they steal my novel, it's basically full of bugs. The preamble doesn't match the ending, or the logical sequence is weird, or the plot doesn't match the characters. Thank you for your hard work, thieves who steal my novel. The two great axes collided without any fancy moves. The dull sound of metal colliding tortured everyone's ears. Thales stared at the two people in the field in shock. Poffert clenched his teeth. The blade of his great axe was stuck at the tip of King Nuven's great axe. It was stuck diagonally downwards between the sharp tip and the blade of the axe. Impulsive rookie. King Nuven calmly turned his body sideways. His left hand grabbed the joint between the axe handle and the blade, and his right hand grabbed the far end of the axe handle. Like holding a spear, he used the axe to block Poffert's strike. The old king resisted his opponent's axe. His tone was cold. On the battlefield, with your weapon stuck, you would have been beheaded by now. As the two wrestled, King Nuven used all his strength to push away his opponent's great axe. You know this is not a good idea, old man. Poffert solemnly took a step back. He withdrew his great axe and moved to look for an opportunity to strike again. This is not a battlefield, this is a duel. The young archduke circled around the old king. His expression was indifferent. There are no white blade guards by your side, to protect your noble head. Like an experienced warrior, King Nuven turned with Poffert's movements, the tip of his axe always pointed at his enemy. Only you and me. As he spoke, Poffert's second strike came. This time, Poffert's great axe drew an arc and slashed horizontally from the side, smashing towards King Nuven's waist. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang again. King Nuvan turned his axe handle at the right time. Holding the axe in his left hand, he once again blocked Poffert's horizontal slash. Yes, only you and me. King Nuvan clenched his teeth and deflected the enemy's axe. Panting slightly, he said, "This is much more exciting than the battlefield." Thales asked in a low voice, puzzled, "Are they all so skilled in swinging their axes?" "His Majesty is not a brat who has never touched a weapon before." The Star Killer's expression was solemn. While he explained, he did not forget to jab Thales. As the king of Extet, he once stood at the far north 38th century ground and personally fought against the invasion of the orcs from the north of the glacier. The skull of Syra Dark Thunder, the human slaughterer, is still hanging high up at the first lookout point, intimidating the glacier beastmen. He also led his troops out of the Golden Passage and broke through the elves' defensive line in the White Mountain. Wherever his troops went, Khemu Union, the White Elves, and the Alliance of Freedom were subdued. A brilliant light shone in the Star Killer's eyes. He was also the first northern sovereign in 300 years to conquer Broken Dragon Fortress and cross the border between Extet and Constellation. When it comes to battle experience, he won't lose to any of the battle-hardened warriors in the White Blade Guards. Putre raised his eyebrows and Thales stuck out his tongue. In the arena, Poffert swung his great axe again and collided with King Nuvan's weapon in the air. Bang. Sparks flew in all directions as the blades collided. King Nuvan seemed to be a little powerless. He gritted his teeth and withstood the great axe, his arms trembling slightly. "Are you tired?" Poffert seized the opportunity when King Nuvan took a breather. He roared and shook his arms with force. "Old man." King Nuvan was forced to take a step back. While he was still adjusting his body, Poffert swung his axe again and chased after him. Clang. King Nuvan once again blocked the enemy's fierce attack. From the beginning until now he had been passively defending. But this time the enemy's attack did not end so easily. A surge of power surged into Poffert's arms. His eyes were burning like a warrior with bloodshot eyes. With a roar, he swung his axe again and struck the king's left leg. In Thales' wave vision, Poffert was filled with bright light. It was concentrated in his arms and flashed continuously. Power of eradication. Seeing that his king was in danger, Nicholas remained calm. He explained briefly, Beacon Illumination City's unique combo axe technique has given birth to at least 3 types of power of eradication. The old king roared and used all his strength to pull back his great axe. He struck Poffert's great axe away and the 2 axe blades clashed in the air, creating sparks. Clang. The king barely blocked the other party's axe. But unlike before, the old king did not manage to lock the other party's axe in this strike. Poffert had no intention of stopping either. His axe spun in the air and, under its owner's crazed expression, brought with it a strong gust of wind. Once again it chased after the king's head. King Nuvan panted and struggled to adjust his posture. He raised the heavy axe handle to his side and forcibly blocked Poffert's attack. Bang. A loud noise was heard. Thales subconsciously covered his ears with his hands. But Poffert, who was supported by the power of eradication, did not get his axe stuck like the previous few times. He reacted quickly and reversed the axe. It slipped away from Nuvan's block in an instant. The next moment, the young Archduke pursed his lips and pushed with both hands, thrusting the sharp tip of the axe forward. A sudden stab at the opponent. In the face of the enemy's sudden attack, King Nuvan, who was powerless, could not pull back his clumsy axe in time. He could only watch as the tip of the axe pierced towards his face, until the tip of the axe pierced straight into his left cheek. "Ah!" King Nuvan roared indignantly. At that moment, Thales felt his heart skip a beat. In the nick of time, King Nuvan suddenly turned his head sideways. Rip. The tip of the axe grazed the king's face, drawing blood. It also caused a wave of exclamations in the hall. With a terrifying scar that stretched from his cheekbone to the side of his left ear, King Nuvan narrowly avoided the fatal tip of the axe. Blood dripped onto the ground. The king then clenched his teeth and mustered all his strength. He swung his axe horizontally and forced Poffert to retreat. This was also Nuvan's first counterattack. Poffert nimbly took 3 steps back to avoid the wind generated by the king's axe. At the same time, he left his opponent's attack range. Like many people in the hall, Thales exhaled and patted his chest to soothe his nerves. "Perhaps all of you have forgotten something?" Thales turned around and said worriedly, "That old man? King Nuvan is, after all, 70 years old. As the king of Extet, a duel is a test he must go through. Nicholas' gaze did not waver and his lips parted slightly. It has nothing to do with age. Every man in Northland has to undergo harsh combat training during their military service. Every suzerain of Exted has to do the same, and even awaken their power of eradication, Putray explained to Thales, who had a strange expression on his face. This is how the country is and the customs of the people dictate it. My God. Thales rolled his eyes and shrugged helplessly. I'm so lucky to be born in Constellation and not Exted. Hearing this, the Star Killer smiled indifferently. It's still the same old saying, welcome to Northland. Thales shook his head and turned his gaze back to the arena. Putray's expression changed and he looked at Thales back. Being born in Constellation is a kind of luck? Putray sighed silently. It's too early to say that, young prince. Ah. The young archduke looked at the blood-covered and panting king with satisfaction. He gritted his teeth and laughed nastily. How many rounds has it been? Old man? You're already at your limit? Nonsense, brat. King Nuvan propped his axe on the ground and used his left hand to wipe away the blood on his face. Without showing any sign of weakness, he retorted, I've just warmed up. You're 70 years old. Pofrit weakened the king's imposing manner with his words and prepared for the next wave of attack. Not only have your muscles withered, but your power of eradication has also deteriorated, right? Hee hee. King Nuvan inhaled and smacked his lips ferociously. Brat, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say this in front of me? Pofrit began to laugh strangely. Yes, I still remember 12 years ago when my grandfather was still alive, you gathered the armies of the 7 archdukes. With unprecedented pride you went south to Constellation. As he spoke, Pofrit swung his axe without warning. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the blade of the axe ruthlessly struck the great axe that King Nuvan had raised. This time, the young archduke roared angrily and pressed his entire body forward to wrestle with King Nuvan. King Nuvan was pushed back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. His face was distorted as he struggled to resist the young and aggressive archduke. His arms could not stop trembling. Back then you were strong, fierce, and in the prime of your life. Gritting his teeth, Pofrit pushed the blade of the axe in his hand forward, suppressing the aging king with ease. You weren't this sickly and broken state. In the next second the old king finally lost his strength. He was pushed away and fell to the ground. His weapon fell to the ground. Asterisk clang. Asterisk many people held their breaths. Pofrit mercilessly swung his axe down. The old king rolled away in a disheveled manner and the axe smashed into his left side. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the force of the blow was so great that the stone floor caved in. There was an uproar in the hall. Damn it. Thales turned around in frustration. This is what I'm worried about. Keep watching. Nicholas said coldly, even though his furrowed brows betrayed his emotions. On the battlefield, it's not the last moment. Panting, King Nuvan quickly picked up the great axe that had fallen to the ground with a reaction speed that was beyond his age. The young Pofrit retracted the giant axe that he had plunged into the ground. It seemed that he had used too much strength in the strike just now. He was also slightly panting. At that time, my grandfather was wearing a military uniform and armor, panting as he stood beside you. He was like a toothless saber-toothed tiger, old and ugly. Pofrit's expression was calm as he carefully observed King Nuvan's movements. Your grandfather and father were much better than you. King Nuvan spat on the ground and slowly stood up. But you just can't nurture them well, can you? Pofrit's gaze shifted. The moment King Nuvan stood up, he swung his axe with all his might. Taking advantage of the other party's unsteady footing, he knocked Nuvan down on one knee. Can't nurture them well? Pofrit grinned hideously. He swung his great axe and once again pushed Nuvan back. The latter half knelt on the ground, panting continuously. To you, Beacon Illumination City is a tamed, well-fed hound, isn't it? A hound that is at your beck and call? Pofrit laughed and once again knocked down the old king, who was trying to get up. Every time King Nuvan tried to stand up again, he was interrupted by Pofrit's attacks. The common elected king of Extet could not even get up to face the enemy. In front of Constellation's broken dragon fortress, my grandfather's army could not stop that damned sword of reversing light. Beacon Illumination City's defense line collapsed. I still remember you softly saying to my grandfather, "You're old. Is Beacon Illumination City also old?" Pofrit's tone was cold as he recovered from the huge exhaustion caused by swinging the great axe. The next day, my grandfather obediently returned to Beacon Illumination City to retire. My father became the next Archduke of Beacon Illumination City. What? Kneeling on the ground, King Nuven, who was at an absolute disadvantage, laughed nonchalantly. Don't tell me that you're going to betray Dragon Cloud City because of this? As he spoke, the old king swung his great axe at Poffert's leg. The three archdukes in the south are arrogant and unruly. Poffert took a step back in a relaxed manner to avoid the strike. He looked at King Nuven, who was kneeling on the ground. Their supplies are lagging and their progress is slow. Hence, the war with Constellation is all on Beacon Illumination City's shoulders. The supplies, military expenses, reinforcements, suicide squad, and even the nearby prostitutes in the camp. Don't you think something is wrong? Poffert said through gritted teeth. That is the responsibility you were assigned. King Nuven's gaze was frightening. His voice was laced with anger. It is also the king's order. Poffert swung his great axe mercilessly again, causing King Nuven to roll away. This time, Nuven, who had expended a lot of energy, could not completely block his opponent. The great axe grazed the old king's left arm, causing a spray of blood. This is bad. Thales thought to himself. This is bad. To hell with your order. To take down that damned broken dragon fortress, how many soldiers and horses have we sacrificed? More than half of them are from Beacon Illumination City. The young archduke yelled angrily. I watched the dead and injured soldiers return to their tents with numb expressions, lamenting about when they would be able to go home. The next day they were sent out as the first wave. Like targets, they were used up in the siege of the fortress: crossbows, arrows, kerosene bombs, huge logs, rolling stones, mystic guns, and soldiers. Poffert pounded his chest, his gaze fierce. They were sent to die. Chapter 187. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died, guard against theft. Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he looked at King Nuven. Anger, madness, hatred. It made me want to unleash the wrath of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering Constellation seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuven slowly raised his gaze and looked at the grief-stricken Merc. Why didn't you protect him in Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the grief-stricken King Nuven, then at the grief-stricken Merc. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal, who was behind her, less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly. His breathing was rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex's face turned pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed little rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merc clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were merciful and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night, all the time. King Nuven stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wine glass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I trusted you even more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuven's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety, and family to you. Administrator Merc shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed, and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes. King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuven, Archduke Poffert, Gilbert and Merc, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow, and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuven sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards. Merc? Just then Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merc's shirt. I think. Merc tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon? Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second, Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Asterisk thud. Asterisk little rascal who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merc's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her entire body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's abnormal condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little rascal shuddered in fear. Merc's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry? Yes. But King Nuven still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's abnormal condition, Merc was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex, whose face was pale beyond recognition, opened her eyes and stared at Merc. Her gaze was filled with endless fear. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merc's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later he came to his senses in panic. King Nuven only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat and her expression was one of extreme agony. Alex opened her mouth wide and sucked in huge mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an indecipherable choking sound. Ah! Little rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No. Merc held Alex in his arms. His eyes were filled with fear. Miss Alex. Alex looked like she was in great pain. Merc's eyes were filled with fear. The administrator no longer cared about King Nuven's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around abruptly, roaring at Little Rascal, Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was startled. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall. As he ran, he shouted, Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Enlenzo Dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merc also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There, King Nuven opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. She's already dead. As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. What? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds he turned to King Nuven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on his right little finger, which King Nuven was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Nuven's hand. Phew. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuven in horror. You poisoned him? Humph. King Nuven snorted gloomily. And you didn't you? The one who handed her the wine glass. Handed her the wine glass? Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merc's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later, Merc, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merc shivered and withdrew his right hand. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Merc, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuven, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. No, no, no. Merc shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice. Why? Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled. Merc cried and screamed at the king. Why? What? King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared at Merc, who was trembling and crying, and uttered through gritted teeth, Burn Merc! Burn Merc! Thales' mouth fell open. He stared at Merc and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years? And this reminds me of many things, King Nuven said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly, sobbing, tears falling continuously. King Nuven seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion, Speak! Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal and pulled her up. Little Rascal grabbed Thales' arm tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. She looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted as if he was crying but not laughing. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because... His words were mixed with his panting like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuven stared at him. Because... Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out... Found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out about us, about me and... Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex? She is... my daughter? Asterisk clang. Asterisk King Nuven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha ha ha. King Nuven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You. Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you repay his trust with betrayal and deception. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria Soria was a good brother and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Castellan to become the most valiant warriors. When we were in the 38th century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Castellan came to help us, I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the red dragon flag and the cloud dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights all came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuvan stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. Bullsh *T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuvan's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You never treated him as your brother in the White Blade Guards, the man you were supposed to be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words. He looked at Alex in his arms, his daughter, and roared in grief and indignation, ah. No. He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City? Shouldn't have met Soria? Should have met you? King Nuvan's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor? Adele? That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her or Soria and her, it was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. In Soria's world there was only wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time he would only pick up a whip in anger, wanting to teach her a lesson. At that time I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roar and Adele's screams. I was angrier than Soria, more in pain than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed and tears poured down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then, Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once and I stopped her more than once. But I hid it from Soria because I didn't want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele? She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele? She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair, his eyes filled with sadness. She traveled a long way to come here while Soria didn't know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Camus Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Merc, who was emotional, mumbled incoherently, from magic tricks to flowers, to finding girls from Camus Union to relieve her boredom, to the night when she didn't want to. I tried my best to get Soria drunk. Adele was very grateful to me and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I didn't know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, it was Adele who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room and I giggled outside the room. She asked questions in the room and I answered her outside the room. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day we won the war against the White Elves and the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph and Soria drank with us all night. But that day all I could think about was her. Adele? Merc stuck his face close to his daughter's. His tears did not stop and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thale's gaze darkened. Thale's eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title? Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? This? Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot. Ha. Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ah. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentioned something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***CK? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the lord he serves. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon. Get lost, Ardwolf. Queen Lily, get lost, get lost. I'm going to watch it again. Alright, so we're having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to lose all his strength and sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who was watching the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele, not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. When Merc said this, he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuvan listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Not long after Alex was born, Soria began to suspect. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside, his voice hoarse. I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a single stab. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let Adele and me go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuvan listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal behind him start to tremble again. The assassin's first stab wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't stab a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's motive. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, looking at the indescribable scene before him, Thales only felt a chill in his heart. So, are we having an affair now? You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. This piece of memory slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Chapter 188. The Hall of Heroes was silent. You know, Thales, when Soria died, Thales adjusted his breathing and heartbeat as he stared at King Nuvan. Burglary. Anger, madness, hatred. It drove me to unleash the wrath of the Walton family in Dragon Cloud City at all costs. The old king's eyes were lifeless, as if he was looking at another world through Thales. In comparison, gaining benefits and even conquering Constellation seemed to have become secondary. Thales did not speak. It was inappropriate for him to say anything at that moment. King Nuvan slowly raised his gaze and looked at Merc, who had a mournful expression. Why didn't you protect him and Soria, Merc? The king's expression was very unpleasant. You are a white blade guard. You should have been by his side to protect him. Merc bowed his head deeply. His expression became even more pained. Alex seemed to be very concerned about this topic. She looked at the sorrowful King Nuvan, then at Merc, whose face was contorted. Her breathing quickened, which made little rascal behind her less nervous. Merc. The king's granddaughter whispered pitifully, not now, my lady. Merc shut his eyes tightly, his breathing rapid as he interrupted Alex. Alex shrank back, her face pale. She curled her lips and trembled slightly. She grabbed Little Rascal's hand behind her. The latter had a frightened expression on her face. I cannot absolve myself from the blame for Prince Soria's death. Lord Merk clenched his teeth and looked sad. Your Majesty, you were lenient and did not punish me. Nicholas only grounded me for a few days as a token gesture. But after 12 years, that kind of guilt tortures me day and night all the time. King Nuvan stared at him silently and sighed after a long while. Yes. The old king swirled the wineglass in his hand. I have no reason to blame you. Not only that, I also trusted you more and promoted you to be the king's administrator. Because I know. King Nuvan's expression was gloomy and his tone was gloomy. You are Soria's most trusted person. He unreservedly entrusted his life, safety and family to you. Administrator Merk shuddered. He placed his right fist on his chest, bowed and said with a trembling voice, I will devote the rest of my life to serve you, Lady Alex, the Walton family and Dragon Cloud City. Thales sighed softly. At that moment, many faces appeared before his eyes. King Kessel, Queen Kia, Duke Arund, King Nuvan, Archduke Pofrit, Gilbert and Merk, Lady Gines, the Kingdom's Wrath, the Fortress Flower, the veteran Gened, the new recruit Willow and so on. It seemed that what happened 12 years ago had changed the fates of many people. Regardless of whether they were stars or colossal dragons, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. King Nuvan sighed softly. Soria, you have been by his side for many years, starting from the White Blade Guards. Merk? Just then Alex's lips trembled. She tugged at the corner of Merk's shirt. I think. Merk tried his best to calm himself down. He turned around and comforted Alex. Don't worry, Miss Alex. Soon? Alex shuddered again. Thales furrowed his brows. In the next second Alex's eyes rolled back, and her whole body went limp. Thud. Little Rascal, who was behind her, was startled and cried out. Merk's expression changed drastically. He knelt beside Alex and helped her up. Lady Alex, what happened to you? However, Alex only stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Her limbs swayed unconsciously, and her body began to twitch. Thales jumped down from the stairs and stared at Alex's strange condition in shock. What happened? Does this young lady have some kind of disease? Epilepsy or something else? Little Rascal shuddered in fear. Merk's face was pale. He held Alex in his arms and raised his head to look at the king. He said urgently, Your Majesty. Lady Alex, we have to hurry? Yes. But King Nuvan still seemed to be immersed in the past. His gaze drifted as he pretended not to hear. He continued, I remember that you were the closest of friends and brothers, whether it was on the battlefield or at banquets. Seeing Alex's strange condition, Merk was extremely anxious and could not help but shout, Your Majesty. Alex's face was as white as a sheet. She opened her eyes and looked at Merk with fear in her eyes. She raised her trembling hands and scratched Merk's clothes in agony, like a drowning person grasping at straws. Thales watched all of this in disbelief. A few seconds later he came to his senses in panic. King Nuvan only stared into the distance with unfocused eyes. Alex's mouth twitched. Her face was drenched in cold sweat, and she looked like she was in extreme pain. Alex opened her mouth wide and inhaled in large mouthfuls of air, but it was as if she was suffocating. The only sound she made was an unintelligible choking sound. Ah! Little Rascal, who was watching from beside her, covered her mouth with both hands and stepped back in horror. No. Merk hugged Alex in a panic. Seeing that she seemed to be suffering, his eyes were filled with fear. Lady Alex. The administrator no longer cared about King Nuvan's reaction. He picked Alex up and turned around to roar at Little Rascal, Don't just stand there. Go get the doctor. Little Rascal was shocked. Still in a state of shock, she turned around instinctively. But Thales reacted faster than her. The Prince of Constellation clenched his teeth and ran out of the hall, shouting as he ran. Is anyone there? Help. I need a doctor. However, a voice that was even colder and more terrifying blocked Thales' words of help from his mouth. Don't bother. It's a poison refined from blue vine grass. It takes effect violently and quickly. It takes effect within a minute. From the beautiful Archduchess of Enlenzo Dukedom 600 years ago to the eldest son of the King of Constellation 12 years ago, they all died from this poison. Thales shuddered violently. He stopped in his tracks and turned around in disbelief. Lord Merk also raised his head in horror and stared at the top of the stairs with the most incredulous gaze. There King Nuvan opened his ice-cold eyes. He stared at Merc and his convulsing granddaughter, as if he was uttering the most vicious curse. She's already dead. As if to prove the old king's words, in the next second Alex, who was in Merc's arms, jerked backwards, almost breaking her neck. She stared at Merc with her frightened eyes, as if she did not understand what was happening. Then Alex Walton, the last direct descendant of the Walton family, slowly closed her eyes. Her body gradually became limp and she stopped convulsing. Her hands hung in the air, swinging back and forth. Her head was tilted to one side, right at Little Rascal. Little Rascal looked at Alex's expression and screamed in fear, falling on her butt. Thales subconsciously took a step back, his breathing quickening. What? Impossible. How could this be? Thales could not accept the situation at all. He widened his eyes and fixed his gaze on Alex. After a few seconds he turned to King Nuven, whose face was ashen and gloomy. Especially, the ring on his right little finger, which King Nuven was stroking. It belonged to the Emperor of Poison, Kessel Carlus VI, Triumph. And the wine glass in King Nuven's hand. Phew. Thales gasped for air and stared at King Nuven in horror. You poisoned him? Humph. King Nuven snorted gloomily. And you didn't you? The one who handed her the wine glass. Handed her the wine glass? Thales clenched his fists so hard that they almost cracked. He gritted his teeth and glared at King Nuven. He felt a strange emotion brewing in his chest. Lord Merc's body trembled uncontrollably. He looked at the little girl in his arms. A few seconds later Merc, whose face was stiff and his mind seemed to be blank, finally reached out his trembling right hand and placed it under Alex's nose. Then, as if he had touched the hottest flame, Merc shivered and withdrew his right hand. Thud. Merc, who was holding Alex, fell to his knees. The administrator raised his head and looked at King Nuven, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. No. Merc shook his head violently. His face was contorted as he stared at the motionless girl in his arms in disbelief. He looked at His Majesty in panic and fear, then at Lady Alex, who seemed to be asleep in his arms. At that moment, Merc's terrified face was filled with helplessness. Thales stared at the motionless Alex in a daze. Little Rascal, who was sitting by Thales' feet, seemed to be scared out of her wits. She just stared at Alex's body blankly and shivered from time to time. Merc's face began to contort. I beg you, Your Majesty. He knelt on the ground. His voice had changed as he spoke. He sounded like an asthmatic, gasping and pausing. Tears rolled down Merc's cheeks and dripped onto Alex's face. Then came his pleading voice. Why? Thales clenched his fists, lowered his head and exhaled sharply. Merc cried and screamed at the king. Why? What? King Nuven seemed to have just recovered from his silent contemplation. He stared quietly at Merc, who was trembling and weeping, and uttered through gritted teeth, You're right. He gritted his teeth and said, Burn Merc. Shouldn't you know that? Merc shuddered violently. If it wasn't for Mariah's death, I wouldn't have rearranged the Walton bloodline. King Nuven closed his eyes and said in pain, The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple wouldn't have realized that she wasn't of the Walton bloodline. Merc stared at King Nuven with his eyes wide open and trembling. Thales' jaw dropped. He stared at Merc and the little girl in his arms in a daze. Bloodline? Not of the Walton bloodline? Doesn't that mean that the Walton family, which has been around for 600 years? And this reminds me of many things, King Nuven said coldly. Soria loved to hunt, but he never brought a woman with him, not even his wife. Tell me, the old king said in a low voice, what happened in the assassination 12 years ago? Merc listened to the king's words as if he did not hear anything. He subconsciously hugged the little girl in his arms tightly. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he sobbed. King Nuven seemed to have exhausted all his patience. His face was ferocious and he roared like a terrifying lion, Speak. Frightened by the roar, the nervous little rascal shrank back with a yelp. Thales tried hard to sort out the situation before him. He exhaled forcefully, walked to Little Rascal and pulled her up. Little Rascal seemed to have found someone to rely on. She clutched Thales' arm tightly and looked at the terrifying scene before her from behind her glasses with a terrified expression. Merc's eyes were filled with despair and desolation as he cried. He looked at the girl in his arms and snorted with a half-smile. 12 years ago. Soria brought Madame Adele out of the city, because... His words were mixed with his panting like the last words of a dying man. Because what? King Nuven fixed his gaze on him. Because... Merc stroked Alex's hair painfully. Because Soria found out what? The king's voice was bone-chilling. Merc's face was filled with pain and conflict, as if he was tormented by the biggest nightmare of his life. He found out about us, about me and Adele. Thales stared at the short-haired warrior in shock. Little Rascal tugged at Thales' arm and hid behind the Prince of Constellation. She gritted her teeth and looked at the scene in disbelief. Yes. Merc wailed in despair. Alex. She is my daughter? Clang. King Nuven could not take it anymore. He threw the wine goblet on the ground with a force filled with hatred. The iron goblet clanked on the ground, accompanied by the administrator's sobs. Thales took a deep breath and tried to understand the situation before him. Only Merc's sobs and the old king's heavy breathing could be heard in the hall. Ha ha ha. King Nuven's suppressed laughter came from his throat. There was a hint of sadness in it. You. Soria's most capable subordinate? Best friend? Most trusted brother? Just like that, you used betrayal and deception to repay his trust. The king's voice reverberated in the hall. Merc, who was kneeling on the ground, sobbed and raised his head. No. As if his greatest dignity had been violated, he roared with tears and snot in his eyes. I did not betray him. I did not betray Soria. Thales looked at the scene before him with an unpleasant expression. He felt bitter in his heart. Merc looked at the girl in his arms and sobbed softly. Prince Soria Soria was a good brother and I was willing to give up my life for him. He growled, in the White Blade Guards, we trained under Caslin to become the most valiant warriors. When we were at the 38th Century ground, he crawled with a broken arm to block a fatal hammer blow for me. When my mother was seriously ill, and my sister came to Dragon Cloud City to look for me, he personally sent a doctor to save my mother's life. When we were surrounded in White Mountain, he and I had our backs against each other. Those sharp-eared arrows pierced through my left shoulder and his right shoulder. We cursed each other's luck and fought back to back as we retreated. We persevered until Caslin came to help us. I still remember the day I went back to my hometown to get married. That bastard, Merc said with a smile through his tears. Soria brought his brothers from the White Blade Guards and came to our village with a tray full of rye wine and roasted meat. He raised the Red Dragon flag and the Cloud Dragon spear flag. The local counts and knights came. The expression on the village chief's face was even more exaggerated than when his son became a tax collector. Mother was very happy. She finally felt that her son had made a name for himself. Soria, I have always treated him as my closest brother, my comrade, your highness. Merc roared angrily with tears streaming down his face. I will never betray him. King Nuven stood up abruptly, his hair and beard bristling with anger. T. Thales felt his hand tighten. Behind him, Little Rascal began to tremble again. He could only try his best to hold Little Rascal's hand and comfort her. You cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to. King Nuven's eyes were burning with anger. He said loudly, you cheated on my son, the man you were supposed to be loyal to, with his wife and even gave birth to your child. You tarnished the Walton family's dignity and bloodline. Do you think this is not a betrayal? You have never treated him as a brother in your guards, a man you should be loyal to with your life and honor. Traitor. Kneeling on the ground, Merc listened to the king's words and looked at Alex, his daughter, in his arms. With tears streaming down his face, he roared in grief and indignation, no. He closed his eyes in agony. Thales gritted his teeth and frowned as he watched the confrontation between the king and his vassal. He felt a wave of sorrow in his heart. It's not like this. Adele, she was so good, so gentle, so... Merc lay on the ground. He clenched his right fist and pounded the ground miserably. She shouldn't have married into Dragon Cloud City? Shouldn't have met Soria? Should have met you? King Nuven's words were filled with terrifying emotions. Shameless traitor? Adele? That was a mistake. Merc's teeth trembled as he caressed his daughter's face. His expression changed several times, as if he was looking at another person through her. Whether it was me and her or Soria and her, it was all a mistake. She shouldn't have left Camus Union, Vine City, the flowers and the blue sky that she cherished. She only belonged there. As for Soria, he's a good brother and a good warrior, but he never cared about women. Prostitutes, women he captured after the war, maids in the castle and ladies of the nobles. None of them made a difference to him. Merc put his face against Alex's and cried, Soria, Soria, Soria. Soria's world was only about wine and battles, politics and victory. The only people he cared about were warriors, friends, and enemies. On the night of their wedding, Soria was dead drunk. I stood guard outside their bedroom. That sound was like sex. I guess Soria thought that it was a celebration after another battle. The next morning, Soria went hunting. He left me to watch over Adele. Her expression, that was not the expression a newlywed wife should have. Thales listened to Merc's desolate and painful confession with an unpleasant expression. Finally, one day I saw Adele trying to cut her wrist with a pair of scissors. I told Soria and tried to persuade him to treat his wife better. But Soria thought that she had insulted the Dragon Spear family. Every time, he would angrily pick up his whip and teach her a lesson. Soria said. At that time I stood at the door, clenching my fists, listening to Soria's roars and Adele's screams. My heart was angrier than Soria and more painful than Adele. Merc hugged Alex tightly. His eyes were closed and tears gushed down his cheeks like an unstoppable flood. Since then Adele wanted to commit suicide more than once. I also stopped her more than once, but I hid it from Soria because I did not want Adele to be hurt by him again. Adele. She's like a flower that has been trampled on and abandoned. Soria's attitude towards women is even more terrifying than the most inflexible Northlanders. When he's in the mood, he'll force her. When he's not in the mood, he'll ignore her and be indifferent to her. Thales closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Adele? She was too lonely, too pitiful. Merc stroked his daughter's hair. His eyes were filled with sadness. She came here after a long journey and Soria did not know how to cherish her. He only treated her as a puppet and a chess piece, a bargaining chip to form a marriage alliance with Kemu Union. I tried everything. I just tried to make her happy, tried to stop her from committing suicide again. Agitated, Merc muttered incoherently, from magic tricks to flowers, to finding girls from Kemu Union to relieve her boredom, to trying my best to get Soria drunk at night when she did not want to. Adele was very grateful to me, and happy that I did these things for her. She stopped trying to commit suicide and started to smile even though it was only to me. And my wife passed away in my hometown. When I did not know how to raise the 5-year-old Croche before me, Adele was the one who took care of her. This made Soria's attitude towards her much better. We became more talkative. She teased Croche in the room and I laughed foolishly outside the room. She asked questions in the room and I answered her outside the room. King Nuven's expression was cold, but he did not say a word. Finally, that day we won the war against the White Elves in the Alliance of Freedom. Merc sobbed softly. We returned to Dragon Cloud City in triumph and Soria drank with us all night. But that day all I could think about was her. Adele? Merc pressed his face tightly against his daughter's. His tears did not stop and his right fist was almost crushed. They were all drunk. I went to Adele's room and I wanted to listen to her voice as usual. But at that time my wound burst open, and Adele asked me to go in and bandage it. Thales' gaze darkened. Thales' eyes dimmed. A memory surged up from an unknown place in his mind. Hey, Brother Brainiac, you're actually reading a romance novel. What the hell is a romance novel? This is a bestseller written by an American sociologist. This title? Strange, why would you read this kind of book? What are you thinking about? This? Don't think too much about it, it's just a classmate asking. That's not right, could it be? Hee, why are you blushing? The weather is hot. Ha! Why are you touching my face? I lied to you. Ha, it's so funny. Alright, don't be angry, I'll give you a vitality kiss. Ah. It's still very funny, what should I do? Hey, don't be stingy, come, tell me about it. How am I supposed to explain this? Alright, the above mentioned something interesting. In the Western world, love originates from cheating. What the F***? Cheating? That's so cool. For example, in Celtic mythology, the story of Lancelot and Guinevere is like this. The marriage of King Arthur and Queen Guinevere was only a political function, and there was never any love to speak of. True love is the taboo love between a knight and a queen. That is emotional, impulsive, and pure love. Another example is in Don Quixote. One of the dreams of the protagonist is to be a knight and have a true love with the wife of the king he serves, the mistress. This originated from the Middle Ages, especially the Crusades. Alright, you can shut up now. I'm still on the side of the king and Lon as a couple. Coyote, get lost. Queen Lily, get lost. I'm going to see it again. Alright, so are we having an affair now? Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. Different social situations can't be compared like this, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded away. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued to sob on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's intentions. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the steps weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, only felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. The assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuven seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. At that moment, Thales, who saw the indescribable scene before him, felt a chill in his heart. You can't use this analogy in different social situations, sister. The memory fragment slowly faded. Thales looked at Merc before him and could not help but sigh deeply. Merc continued sobbing on the ground. God knows how much I regret it. But Adele? Soria began to suspect not long after Alex was born. Soon he found out the truth. The administrator gently brushed his daughter's hair aside and said in a hoarse voice, I could see the pain and hesitation in his eyes. I really wanted him to kill me with a sword. That night, Soria told me that he was willing to let me and Adele go. He would clean up and cover up. Merc said as he hammered the ground in grief and indignation. Nuven listened quietly. The next day, Soria took us out with him to finally resolve this matter. It was that day the assassin. Thales felt little rascal trembling behind him again. The assassin's first strike wasn't fatal. the assassin saw Alex and didn't strike a second time. But Adele? Merc opened his mouth and howled in pain. Adele didn't know Soria's purpose. She thought His Highness wanted to execute us. So when she saw Soria fall, she picked up a dagger. Hearing this, King Nuvan seemed to have lost all his strength. He sat down on the stairs weakly. In the Hall of Heroes, only Merc was left sobbing in grief. Chapter 189. Outside Dragon Cloud City, in a small house in a village. It's been 5 years, Cohen and my dear Miranda. Did the tower send you here? In the dark room, the short-haired girl on the wooden bed, Croche Merc gave them a complicated but peaceful smile. Seeing you now is the best comfort. Thank you, Uncle Caslin. The short-haired girl expressionlessly thanked Caslin, who was beside her. Miranda furrowed her brows tightly. Whether you can guard against theft or not depends on your ability. Whether you want to guard against theft or not depends on my attitude. I have always despised thieves, whether they steal or enjoy stolen goods. Even someone as careless as Cohen could not help but notice that the Northland girl, Croche, had changed drastically since they were in the same period. Compared to the high-spirited Croche Merc when they parted at the Tower of Eradication 5 years ago, not only was she much thinner, she was also much duller. The determination that was once carved on her round face like a seal had turned into bitterness and disappointment at some point in time. Cohen's gaze shifted to her hand, and he immediately held his breath. This girl, who had a determined expression on her face when they were in the tower, trained hard and never gave up easily, her sword-wielding right hand, it was tightly wrapped in bandages. Croche. Cohen tried his best to shift his gaze away from her right hand and forced an ugly smile. He carefully and slowly asked, Are you all right? All right? The moment the words left his mouth, Cohen had the urge to slap himself. Croche looked at him slowly, her gaze calm. I'm all right. The girl's hollow gaze made Cohen's heart ache. It's just that my right hand can no longer touch weapons. There was silence. Cohen was so embarrassed that he did not know how to continue. Damn it, if only Raphael was here at this moment. Comforting people has always been that boy in white strong suit. As expected, Miranda walked forward, leaving Cohen to roll his eyes. Then, like countless times in the past, she calmly and harshly stomped on the innocent-looking Cohen. Kiss. Just as Cohen was grimacing in pain, Miranda sat on the edge of Croche's bed. Her expression did not change as she said decisively, Who did it? At this moment, any consolation would be futile. Miranda thought to herself, I might as well get straight to the point so that she doesn't have to think about those useless things. Beside them, Caslin coughed. The former leader of the White Blade Guards did not have much to say in front of Croche. He had seen this kind of situation in too many retired soldiers. Caslin sighed deeply in his heart. And they, the soldiers, would never know how lucky they were to be able to retire after being injured. Croche snapped out of her daze and flashed an ugly smile. I think all of you should know some of the causes and consequences. Croche's tone had calmed down. She did not sound like a swordsman who had just lost hope in using a sword. A military officer named Hardy was lurking in Black Sand Region's army and almost assassinated your prince with a mystic gun under the fortress. Cohen nodded. I saw that scene on Broken Dragon Fortress, but I didn't see it clearly. I thought it was just a test shot to demonstrate, Miranda replied quietly. By the way, Miranda, you are now a capable subordinate of the Fortress Flowering Constellation, right? Croche smiled at her former classmate. She then glanced at her right hand. Her expression darkened and she spat out a few words. She said, Congratulations. Miranda's expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She only silently extended her hand and held Croche's left hand tightly. Feeling the warmth of Miranda's hand, Croche trembled slightly. That. Cohen, who was scratching his ears and cheeks at the side, was about to speak when Miranda elbowed him with an expressionless face, making him swallow all the words he was about to say. With a face full of grief and indignation, Cohen continued to bare his teeth soundlessly. At the same time he continued to protest at Miranda with his gaze. Must you do this? Croche snickered. This scene reminded her of what had happened in the Tower of Eradication in the past. Caslin, who was standing by the side with his arms crossed, looked at Miranda approvingly. What an attentive and considerate girl. She has unknowingly lifted Croche's mood. The Arun family's daughter is just a little too cold. It would be better if she could smile more. According to the Archduke's instructions, we tracked down the arms dealer of that officer, Hardy. Croce maintained the smile that had appeared on her face after much difficulty and continued to say, "They sold the mystic gun parts that Hardy replaced from the army and were supposed to be destroyed to the south and the west. Hardy used this to exchange for more funds, and then used these funds back on the training of the troops and social relations. In a few years, perhaps His Grace's mystic gun squad would be under the control of those people. Fortunately, we discovered it early and intercepted his underground arms dealer." "That officer. What did you find out about him?" Miranda asked softly. "Not much," Croce said faintly. "Hardy came from a small village further north. It's the territory of Archduke Letko in Defense City. He was a person who personally experienced the war between Extet and Constellation 11 or 12 years ago. He survived the tragic attack in defense of Broken Dragon Fortress, but he lost a hand and half of his face under the bombardment of the mystic gun." Miranda's face paled. It was the war from 12 years ago again. Cohen sighed and walked forward. Carefully avoiding the range of Miranda's unarmed attacks, he asked slowly, "The Archduke of Defense City, one of the two archdukes in the north of Extet? The Letko family?" "So, Archduke Letko was the mastermind behind the conspiracy to murder the Prince of Constellation with the help of the mystic gun?" Croce shook her head. "It's not that simple. Hardy came to Black Sand region after the war and has been living there ever since. He hasn't come into contact with anyone related to Defense City, so we can't be sure that it's him. But there is one thing that makes us very suspicious. We interrogated Hardy's arms dealer and found out that Hardy mentioned once that he had a daughter named Lucy." Cohen's eyes brightened. "You found his daughter? Is there something wrong with her?" "Not only is there something wrong with her." Croce pursed her lips tightly and shook her head. "There's no such person." "There's no such person?" Cohen asked, puzzled. "Hardy has been single for more than 40 years. This is what we confirmed from his neighbors. He doesn't even have a wife or a lover, let alone a child," Croce said faintly. "We traced the name Lucy, and found that he mentioned her name to more than one person. From the arms market in Black Sand region to the transport team in Prestige Orchid region, when we followed the trail to Dragon Cloud City, we were intercepted." The short-haired girl raised her head, her expression frightening. A group of unfamiliar swordsmen appeared. Miranda furrowed her brows. "Disaster swords?" Croce lowered her eyelids and nodded. "How were they? How many of them were there?" Cohen's expression changed. Ignoring Miranda's displeased expression, he rushed forward and asked anxiously, "What kind of power of eradication did they use? How did you recognize them as disaster swords?" Caslin, who was listening quietly, frowned. "There were many of them. Their faces were covered and it was dark, so we couldn't see their figures and faces clearly. But their power of eradication is just like what Teacher Chartier described," Croce said flatly. "It's cold, ruthless, and its power of eradication is turbulent and never stops. I was the only one who managed to escape." Cohen was stunned. But he immediately came to his senses. "Is there more information? When and where did they appear? For example, how did they draw their swords?" "I've told Uncle Caslin about the details of their appearance." But Croce only gritted her teeth and shook her head with a bitter gaze. "Go and complete your mission, whether it's for the Tower of Eradication or for your Prince of Constellation." Cohen wanted to ask again, but Miranda grabbed his arm and shook her head. "I'm tired," Croce said slowly. She slowly turned over and faced the wall. "I want to rest for a while." Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, then at Croce. Finally, under Caslin's gaze, they bade farewell and left. Cohen. Before leaving, Croce suddenly called out to Constellation's guard. Cohen turned around in shock. She turned her head and raised her eyes. There was an indescribably complicated expression in her eyes. "You, be careful." Cohen froze for a moment. Then he was pulled out of the room by Caslin. "You saw what she looked like. To be honest, based on my observation, I don't think she's really injured to the point where she can no longer wield her sword. It's the barrier in her heart that prevents her from continuing to wield her sword," Caslin said flatly. "What do you mean? Barrier in her heart?" Miranda asked with a frown. "Croce is the daughter of my old subordinate in the White Blade Guards." Following the two young men out of the house, Caslin looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance and shook his head. "You met her in the Tower of Eradication, so you should know that she's very ambitious. I guess it's also because you Constellations indoctrinated her." "Hey!" Cohen protested. "What do you mean by, we Constellations indoctrinated her? Croce has always been." Caslin ignored him and continued to speak to himself. "She's always been strong since she was young. She always wanted to become a legendary female knight like Heart of the Rain Lorraine. Heart of the Rain Lorraine. I heard that she was in the same batch as Master Xiao? Cohen asked curiously. Is she the flag leader mercenary from the Hanbol Succession War in the Eastern Peninsula? Yes. Caslin seemed to have been reminded of the past. He paused for a moment as he reminisced. Then he flashed a smile and said, "There are always some women you don't dare to provoke." Immediately the old Caslin sighed. After going through the training in the Tower of Eradication, Croche became even more ambitious. When she came back, she even recommended herself for the White Blade Guards assessment, wanting to join the White Blade Guards. Miranda raised her head, her eyes burning. But she didn't succeed? Caslin raised his eyebrows. The White Blade Guards rejected her. It was a huge blow to her. Miranda looked puzzled. Blow? As far as I know, the White Blade Guards have very high selection standards. What struck her was not the rejection, Caslin interrupted her and turned his head. It was the reason she was rejected. The reason she was rejected? Miranda stared at him. What is it? Caslin took a deep breath and did not answer. I know. Just as Miranda was about to say something, Cohen answered from the side. The police officer sighed. Because she's a woman, right? Caslin cast Miranda a meaningful glance and nodded. That's right. Because she's a woman. Miranda subconsciously clenched her teeth. Although many people say that we Northlanders are very tough, and when we're fierce, even women and children can pick up weapons, Caslin sneered. But according to my wife, most Northlanders still believe that territories, politics, wars, and aristocratic inheritance are all men's matters. Women should stay at home and wait for their husbands to return. Just like that, Croche brought her sword and went to various suzerains, but she ran into walls everywhere. A woman who had gone through the complete training in the Tower of Eradication, a super-class swordsman, could not even get a position with a count. There were a few viscounts and barons who were willing to take her in, on the condition that she would marry them after her term was up. Without a doubt, it was all because of her father's position in the White Blade Guards. Miranda tightened her grip on the hilt of the sword at her waist. Compared to my smooth-sailing life in Constellation, my father's care and Sonia's care. Is this what Croche faced in Northland and what happened to her in Ekstead? According to her father, Croche even considered going to the southwest, to Bramble Land, Dragon-Kissed Basin, or even the Great Desert to become a mercenary. But in the end, she went to Black Sand region and used her father's name to work for my good-for-nothing nephew, a viscount named Kent Vida. She got a position in his territory. Caslin sighed. Caslin sighed and said, I suspect that this is one of the methods Chapman Lampard used to draw me to his side, but looking at Croche, and this time, Caslin shook his head. So you know why, little Arun girl? The old man raised his gaze and looked at Miranda. To be honest, your attire is too eye-catching in Northland. Miranda did not say a word. She only stared at the distant Dragon Cloud City. When I was at the Western Front Line, due to the occasional shortage of soldiers, there were some female soldiers there, Cohen said slowly. There were female mercenaries from the southwestern countries who joined the army due to various reasons such as being unable to survive. Most of them were female mercenaries, but they were usually not welcomed. Cohen's eyes sparkled as he said, born with less strength and weight than men, a special requirement for the style of armor on the upper body, and an absolute disadvantage in height. These are often fatal when facing orcs, because you have to jump to attack their vital parts. Of course, there's also the monthly, Their status in the military camp is very low. Sometimes they often have to rely on. Cohen lowered his head and furrowed his brows. To please their superiors and colleagues. And once they fall into the hands of the enemy, especially the Baron Bone people, they often end up much worse than men. So, even I usually avoid female soldiers when choosing soldiers for the commandos. Miranda still did not say a word. I guess this is also the consideration of the White Blade Guards. Caslin sighed. Learning the sword in the Tower of Eradication is one thing, but women are naturally not suited for the battlefield. Excuses. Miranda raised her head abruptly and snorted coldly. All of you, men only see the disadvantages of female soldiers on the battlefield and deliberately ignore their advantages. Advantages? Caslin furrowed his brows. Cohen raised his eyebrows helplessly. At an angle that Miranda could not see, he spread his hands at Caslin. Less exhaustion than men, endurance that far surpasses men, flexibility and agility beyond imagination, meticulous and keen observation skills, and calmness in the face of danger. These are all women's advantages. Miranda said indignantly. Even in terms of strength and height, take the Kingdom's Wrath for example, I saw with my own eyes that his height and strength are not comparable to Lady Sonia's. Besides, we have the power of eradication. And I am also a woman, Miranda said coldly. In the Tower of Eradication I am stronger than you, Raphael, Miss Adun, and every single one of you who were in the same period as me. Not to mention the legendary Valkyrie like the Heart of the Rain from 30 years ago, Knight Lorraine. Cohen coughed awkwardly. Uncle also said just now that the battlefield is another matter, and you can't compare it with some special people. The police officer spread his hands helplessly. Heart of the Rain is a special case among special cases. Lady Sonia is also a legendary figure under the Duke of Star Lake. And Miranda, you are the daughter of the Arun family. You were born to be trained as a warrior, suzerain, and commander. As soon as Cohen finished speaking, Miranda's murderous gaze shot straight at him and pierced through his heart. It also cut off the second half of his sentence in his throat. I think that Western Desert and Northland are more special. Caslin snorted. Western Desert is the front line of war and chaos all year round, and the Northlanders' views on women have existed since ancient times. I am also a Northlander, Miranda retorted with a cold expression. The old Caslin led them to the stable. Two people who looked like soldiers bowed to him. You are a Northlander of Constellation and an Arund. You people even allow women to inherit. As far as I remember, you even had a queen a few hundred years ago. And Northland, Caslin sighed and said, is still very far away from accepting a female knight, a female suzerain, or even a queen. It's still very far away. No, even in Constellation, female suzerains are still looked down upon. Miranda silently said in her heart, a few hundred years ago, the Queen of Constellation didn't end up well either. There will be a day. Miranda raised her head, her gaze firm. On that day, female warriors, female swordsmen, female suzerains, and even queens will no longer be the minority. We will prove to the world that men can do it. Women can do it too. Caslin shrugged and walked into the stable. Cohen stuck out his tongue. He thought of his two devilish sisters at home and sighed helplessly. Miranda. Why would Raphael like her? But when he thought of Raphael, his current position, and the power of eradication in his body, Cohen's heart sank again. The army of Black Sand region is stationed in a village near Dragon Cloud City to escort the prince. They will bring Krosh back. Caslin led two horses over and looked at the two young noble swordsmen. I'll leave the next task to you. You're not going? Cohen raised his eyebrows. My appearance is not a good idea. Caslin's expression darkened. It will alarm too many people. Fortunately, I still know some people in Dragon Cloud City, some old acquaintances. They can provide you with information, but when it comes to specific investigations and inquiries, identifying the disaster swords from the Sword of Eradication. Caslin handed the reins to the two men. No one is more experienced in this field than you and the seeds of the Tower of Eradication this time. Whether it is the innate insight of nobles, superclass combat power that adapts to the battlefield, or the ability to sense the disaster swords. You know some people in Dragon Cloud City? Cohen revealed a doubtful expression. Uncle, haven't you been running a tavern in Black Sand region for 20 years? Ah, about that. Caslin touched his white hair awkwardly. At least I lived in Dragon Cloud City for many years. Are the people still usable after 20 years? Cohen furrowed his eyebrows. I've been keeping in touch. Caslin looked around and chuckled. And for a long time, many of the old subordinates of the White Blade Guards stayed in Dragon Cloud City after they retired. When they were trying to make a living, I helped them out a little. Making a living? Help. Cohen's doubts grew stronger. When some of the retired soldiers were having a hard time, I would act as a middleman for them, and find them some work. Caslin coughed unnaturally. You know, there are always some jobs that require people who know how to fight to do. You could have just said that you introduced them to the gang. Miranda had a contemptuous look on her face. It'll be easier for us to understand. Caslin coughed loudly and drowned out Miranda's words. For the past 10 years or so, the gang in Constellation, the Brotherhood or whatever it is, has been causing a lot of trouble. They even expanded their business here. Some of my old friends are always short of manpower and wanted me to introduce them to them, so... What? Cohen widened his eyes. After all this time, Uncle, you're actually the contact and introducer for the gang in Dragon Cloud City? Caslin's coughing grew louder. Under the doubtful gazes of the two young men, he raised his head in a righteous manner and patted their shoulders. Anyway, whether it's the mission of the Tower of Eradication, giving Croce an explanation, or the truth behind the assassination of the Prince of Constellation. I'll leave it to you. Miranda and Cohen revealed a contemptuous look, while the other clicked his tongue and shook his head. Remember, your mission is only to investigate, not to throw your lives away for an unverified piece of information. Before they left, Caslin became serious. But all of you have the ability to come into contact with the disaster swords, and even survive their attacks. As long as you don't run into a supreme-class swordsman. I believe in your abilities. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the family members of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identities here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain, such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. My people will help you, but if you make a big deal out of this, remember to hide yourself well. Although your prince is currently on a diplomatic mission to Extet, and the tension between the two countries has largely been reduced by his arrival, it is not a good thing for Constellations, especially the families of Constellation nobles, to recklessly expose their identity here. Also, what you need to pay attention to and worry about is not as simple as the disaster swords on the surface. Caslin narrowed his eyes. The disaster swords may be working with an extension suzerain such as an archduke. No matter what, to deliberately ally with a suzerain and assassinate the Prince of Constellation, I'm afraid their goal is not simple. I understand. Cohen inhaled and mounted his horse. We'll find out their background and the truth, whether it's a plot to assassinate the prince or an intention to harm the Tower of Eradication. Miranda did not say anything else. She nodded slightly and immediately rode away. Cohen followed closely behind her. Caslin watched the two of them leave, then looked at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Back then, I also stepped into Dragon Cloud City from here. The two of them looked at each other and nodded seriously. Chapter 190. This was the first time he had recommended a non-fantasy book. Fine, Swordless had to admit that the reason why he hadn't been updating well over the past few days was because he had been catching up to the latest chapters of this book. First of all, this was a supernatural novel, but compared to horror, the author was especially good at creating suspense. This was partly due to the setting of the plot, and partly due to the innovation of the narrative. As the title suggested, this novel revolved around a private law firm that specialized in solving supernatural incidents. However, the main character was not one of the firm's members. Instead, he was a latecomer who reviewed the case files of the firm and used this perspective to narrate the story. These files were all cases that the firm had accepted and handled. Some were completed perfectly, some were left with loose ends, and some were completely clueless with terrifying blanks. Some even ended up with the client's death, which in turn endangered the firm's members. Because of this, when the main character as a latecomer read the files, the indirect records created a particularly strong sense of suspense. When he read these files, he had the same interest as reading the stories of the SCP Foundation, and he even felt like he was watching a fake documentary film. Secondly, these past supernatural files were not isolated histories. They were closely connected to the main character's current life, especially the unsolved cases. They revealed the inevitable interactions between the main character and the firm's members step by step, pulling him into the bizarre and often creepy world. The story unfolded using two alternating plots. One was the firm's files with serial numbers and time as the axis, giving a glimpse into the suspense adventures of the people before him. The other was the current main character, first-person narration, which was common in supernatural horror novels and could increase the sense of immersion. Following the clues and instructions given by the firm, he slowly solved the various scary problems that were getting closer and closer to his life. The two lines often intertwined to depict the truth behind the suspense. The plot was very captivating. Every ghost story was an exquisite microcosm of reality. Writing about ghosts is actually writing about people. Every ghost story did not have a perfect ending, and every ghost story had its own sense of helplessness and horror. In terms of writing, the narrative was absolutely smooth. As for the characters' personalities, they were limited by the unique narrative method, so the characters of the main characters' team were not very prominent. However, as the story progressed, they would become more and more prominent. As for the book's toxicity, I haven't found any toxicity that would make me give up on the book. Last night, I caught up to the latest chapter, but I had no choice but to put it down. Then, I nervously started writing. As I wrote, I looked back to see if there was anyone behind me, in the mirror, in the computer screen, outside the window, at my feet, on the ceiling. Chapter 191. Your Grace. Under the morning glow, the disciplinary officer, Vlad, stared at Nicholas and Glee Ward with a stern expression. What are you waiting for? But the Star Killer and the veteran did not move. Then, Nicholas pressed down on his severing soul's blade without saying a word. Vlad, I just asked you if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. The Star Killer's expression was cold as he said softly, Your answer is a little strange. Glee Ward let out a faint, cold laugh. Vlad was slightly startled. But martial law has not been lifted. That's not the point, the Star Killer interrupted the disciplinary officer and said coldly. The point is, you followed up without hesitation, word for word. His Majesty has not ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad's expression immediately changed. Nicholas' sharp gaze swept past every patrol member behind Vlad. Seeing their sparkling gazes, he continued speaking solemnly. If it's an order to lift martial law, it would have been issued by Prime Minister Count Leespan and delivered to the Chief Garrison Officer of the capital, Viscount Lysden. The disciplinary hall of each district would only receive a warrant signed by Lysden before arranging for martial law to be lifted. He snorted coldly. A mere disciplinary officer in the capital would only receive specific tasks such as clearing the roadblocks and restoring passage. He would not know if His Majesty had ordered for martial law to be lifted. Vlad furrowed his brows. Nicholas did not stop. His gaze made Vlad feel as if he was suffocating. You were in such a hurry to escort us, to the point that you didn't even hesitate to make up an excuse to go along with my words. Behind Vlad, the patrol members exchanged glances. Their expressions varied. And all of this was seen by the Star Killer. It also caused his heart to sink. It's too suspicious. What happened? It was just a slip of the tongue. Vlad sighed. Besides, in this situation, the first order must have been issued by His Majesty. But Nicholas still did not speak. Glee Ward, who was supported by him, spoke in a nonchalant manner. I say, Vlad, since when did you care so much about the kingdom's affairs? The limping Lemaitre exhaled. It's been more than 10 years. From the time you recruited soldiers to the time you cleared the city, your first reaction would be to hide and avoid any trouble in the capital. You're afraid that your interests will be harmed. As he listened to Glee Ward's words, Nicholas' expression became more and more terrifying. As for leading troops to rescue the Emperor in times of danger? Glee Ward arched an eyebrow. The expression on his face was as if he had seen a mouse that could fly. Stop joking. Vlad's expression turned extremely unsightly. Old cripple. He gritted his teeth. I don't want to quarrel with you right now, but at this moment, a clear male voice came from the crowd. Enough. They've already seen through us. Vlad sighed deeply and moved to the side, making room for the man who walked out from the crowd. This time, it was the Star Killer and Glee Ward's expressions that changed. The newcomer was tall and straight. His footsteps were heavy and his aura was oppressive. There was a strong smell of blood and iron from the battlefield on him. A ruthless character. Glee Ward exhaled. You know him? Nicholas did not respond to Glee Ward. He stared straight at the newcomer. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and his expression was grave. The Fire Knight. Rum Tolja. The person stopped and stood in front of them. It's an honor to meet you again, Lord Nicholas. Tolja, one of Extet's 5 war generals, said with a cold expression. The knight from Black Sand region had long since taken off his gray helmet, but the gray armor was still on his body. Together with the horse-drawn saber at his waist, he gave off an oppressive aura. Nicholas snorted softly with an unpleasant expression. If the Archduke of Black Sand region wanted to attend the banquet, he could have told us beforehand so that we could send invitations. Tolja met Nicholas' gaze without showing any signs of weakness. Kentvita mentioned to me that you told him in the suburbs yesterday. The Fire Knight's expression did not change. So, in response to your invitation, we brought more than 1,000 people to take a stroll in Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas sized up the patrol team. His pupils slowly narrowed. You are asking for your own deaths, the Star Killer said coldly. The number of soldiers that can be urgently recruited in Dragon Cloud City alone is 7,000 to 8,000. There are also the patrols and the regular guards of the palace, not to mention the vassals in the suburbs. But Tolja cut him off nonchalantly. Yes, Dragon Cloud City is very powerful. The number of soldiers recruited is innumerable, and the combat power of the regular army is astonishing, the Fire Knight said flatly. But who has the right to recruit them? Nicholas' heart sank. A bottomless chill crept into his heart. He remembered what Vlad had said at the beginning. Someone is trying to assassinate His Majesty. What do you mean? He asked solemnly. There was a hint of anxiety in his tone that he did not realize. Impossible. The people guarding His Majesty are the most valiant White Blade Guards. Every one of them has super-class skills and rich experience. They are also willing to sacrifice their lives. Even the kingdom's wrath can't. How dare they bring so few troops? What does Lampard want? Nicholas and Tolja's gazes met in the air, as if sparks were about to fly. What I mean is that you don't have to worry about this problem. The knight from Black Sand region was expressionless. Extet will soon welcome a new life. Nicholas forced himself to calm down. Mole, right? The Star Killer tightened his grip on his blade. He said coldly, how long have you been planning this? To be able to bring 2,000 people into Dragon Cloud City? Be it the chaos caused by the calamities or a mere gang leader, they are far from being able to do this. Who else did you bribe? Chief Garrison Officer Lysden? Even Prime Minister Leespan? But Tolja did not answer his question. Sir Gleeward. The Fire Knight turned to the lame veteran with a respectful expression. I have heard of your name, and I know that you have always been dissatisfied with the Walton family's rule. Nicholas furrowed his brows slightly. But Gleeward's reaction was faster than he thought. There's no need to say anything else. Gleeward exhaled and said in a relaxed manner, I really don't like that Nuven, and our king is indeed a bastard. Tolja's eyes brightened. Then you, but Chapman Lampard? Gleeward did not give him a chance to interrupt. The veteran flashed his yellow teeth and chuckled like a street ruffian. I may be poor and illiterate, but I am still a Northlander. No matter how dissatisfied I am with my king, I will not lead an army into the capital. Gleeward's tone grew colder. I will also not sell my loyalty at a cheap price to a beast who kills his own family and betrays the king. The Fire Knight revealed a regretful expression. He lowered his head and sighed. Very few people can understand His Grace's painstaking efforts and persistence. Tolja raised his head and said sternly as if he did not hear Gleeward's sarcasm. But please believe me, his efforts and sacrifices, and even everything he does that the world does not understand, are all for the future of Extet and the Northlanders. Gleeward spat on the ground with a look of disgust. For the position of Archduke, he killed his own brother, and when the calamities went on a killing spree and the blood of the commoners flowed like rivers, he seized the opportunity to fight for power and profit? The veteran said fiercely. What kind of future can this kind of ruler bring to the Northlanders? Tolja did not speak. Vlad swung his braids, his expression was sinister. Perhaps we should not waste any more time. The boss of Sword District's bazaar whistled. His gaze was contemplative. According to the Archduke's orders, if we cannot deceive them, we will have to execute Plan B. This might be a little painful, Vlad said eerily. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. It was as if the balance of the scales had been broken. Tolja nodded slowly. You know, Your Grace, I really want to spar with you. To make up for the regret of not being able to wield the sword of reversing light with my own hands. Then your wish will be fulfilled today. Those 2 blows in the snow were indeed not satisfying enough, Nicholas answered flatly as he drew his knife. Nicholas' gaze swept across the patrolmen. Fortunately, there were not many soldiers in Black Sand region, less than a quarter of them. Most of them were just the motley crew under Vlad. Perhaps I can deal with them by relying on the terrain of the ruins. However, the uneven quality of this batch of patrolmen did not make Nicholas' mood better. Where are the main forces of Black Sand region now? Or, do they have a more important mission? Tolja did not have any intention of attacking. He only watched Vlad and waved his hand gently. The expressions of the patrolman became more and more solemn. Can you still fight? The Star Killer let go of Gleeward and let the veteran stand on his own. Cripple? Stop joking, dead face. Gleeward's expression was extremely pale. He coughed violently and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now? I can still kill 100 calamities," but the veteran's words came to an abrupt halt. As Vlad waved his hand, nearly 50 people came to the front of the patrolman. They formed 2 rows in a semicircle, squatting in front and standing at the back. The 50 soldiers raised the weapons in their hands and aimed them at the 2 Supreme Class elites. Nicholas' breathing suddenly froze. Gleeward widened his eyes. Those are 50 crossbow infantry crossbows. Against the 2 of us? All of Gleeward's words converged into one word at that moment. A word that Nicholas agreed with all his heart. *CK. The man with 8 braids turned his body slightly and retreated into the formation of his subordinates. My lords, brave and famous in the kingdom, please allow me to introduce myself one last time. Child Vlad. I run a small business in Dragon Cloud City. Vlad laughed as if he was very happy. From infantry crossbows to mystic guns, they are all part of my business. Nicholas and Gleeward stared at the densely packed crossbow machines and sighed. Vlad opened his eyes, which had narrowed into slits due to his smile. His gaze was cold. We have enough in stock. Tolja turned his head around. There was a hint of displeasure on his face. In the next moment, 50 crossbow arrows flew towards the 2 Supreme Class elites without any blind spots. The black arrow rain whistled in the air. It brought with it countless streaks of red. Archduke Lampard lowered his sword. A dozen crossbows extended from the shoulders of the frontmost Black Sand Region soldiers. Arrows. The roars of the White Blade Guards rang in Thales's ears. Thales and Little Rascal were pinned to the ground, shielding everyone behind them. However, the Prince of Constellation was currently in a state of confusion. He knew that he could not help in a battle like this. Just like the last time under the fortress. The only thing I can do is... Thales looked at Archduke Lampard in the crowd. His thoughts drifted away. No, everything is wrong. This is too abnormal. As he pondered, the dozen White Blade Guards faced the crossbows and quickly formed a defensive formation that resembled a tortoise shell. They knelt on one knee and leaned sideways against each other. They raised the arm shields on their forearms and placed them diagonally in front of their bodies, blocking their heads and bodies. Asterisk whoosh whoosh. Asterisk the crossbow arrows whistled in their direction. Thales still could not understand. After King Nuven's death, Lampard appeared. He even tacitly admitted that he was the mastermind. But, asterisk clang. Asterisk multiple crossbow arrows collided with the arm shields and bounced off with a sharp, piercing sound. There were also 2 or 3 crossbow arrows that unfortunately pierced into people's bodies, producing the distinctive muffled sound of flesh being pierced. However, none of the White Blade Guards made a sound. They only exchanged glances with each other coldly. After the first round of crossbow arrows, the White Blade Guards instantly rose. Their leader let out a furious roar. Charge! 10 White Blade Guards charged towards the soldiers of Black Sand Region without hesitation. They were outnumbered. Thales breathed in a daze. He did not even notice that he and Little Rascal were being carried away by a few White Blade Guards from the battlefield. His mind was filled with questions. What? Why did Lampard come to Dragon Cloud City? If it was to resolve the threat from Dragon Cloud City and seek revenge, then Archduke Lampard had already succeeded. The king was dead and Extet would descend into chaos. The Waltons and Dragon Cloud City would no longer have the chance to unite the Archdukes and seek revenge on Black Sand Region. Black Sand Region was safe. Lampard. Even if he was the real murderer, why did he appear on such a suspicious occasion? To silence them? No, Lampard did not need to appear at all. He only needed to stay in his territory and wait for the news of the king's death. The king's assassination would become another headless murder case. Only the Charltons would once again bear the crime of regicide and live up to their reputation as the assassin's flower and the regicide family. Everything was perfect. Lampard could effortlessly get rid of his greatest and most terrifying enemy on this night when calamities were wreaking havoc. Deafening battle cries rang out. White blade in hand, die in Northland. Charge right. The 10 charging White Blade Guards had ferocious expressions on their faces. They shouted their commands fiercely as they charged into the enemy's formation. The momentum that Black Sand region had built up by relying on numbers and a semi-encirclement was instantly destroyed. Archduke Lampard frowned hard. The dragon's Imperial Guards. What a pity. One of the guards held his shield horizontally and parried an attack from the enemy on his left. At the same time, he stabbed forward with his long sword and cooperated with his comrade on the right to tear open an enemy's abdomen. The enemy fell to the ground in pain, moaning and screaming as he held his intestines that flowed out. However, the White Blade Guards did not have the slightest intention of ending his life. They just stepped over him and continued moving forward. They charged towards the next wave of enemies. The Black Sand region soldiers had no choice but to split up and drag their comrade back into the formation. This reminded Thales of the kingdom's wrath and the scene of his Fury Guards charging forward. Blood splattered among the crowd. The White Blade Guards formed groups of two. One blocked the attack from the left, and the other tore apart the enemy from the right. The two advanced with tacit understanding. They exchanged positions and responsibilities back and forth in a rhythm where one was fast while the other was slow. Even if they were occasionally injured, they did not care. It was as if they only had eyes for the enemy in front of them. Under the unexpected counterattack of the White Blade Guards, Black Sand region's side instantly lost 5 or 6 corpses. The dragon's Imperial Guards, who were few in number but exceptionally ferocious, acted as the rear guard. The moment they counterattacked, they even forced Black Sand region's formation to retreat. The White Blade Guards brandished their blades in a frenzy. With their rich experience and valiant combat power, coupled with their exquisite teamwork, they stubbornly held on to and even counterattacked the enemy. They brought up the rear for their retreating comrades. Thales was held under a warrior's armpit. He panted unconsciously. He pulled his attention away from the battle and thought hard about Lampard's abnormality. Lampard brought his army into the city without hiding it. Entering a dangerous place would only arouse suspicion. He even wanted to kill me. Not only would he expose himself and bring trouble upon himself, but he might also be accused of a crime that would be difficult to escape. Everyone in Extet would not let go of the murderer of the common elected king. The breathing space that Black Sand region had painstakingly earned would only disappear. This was not in Lampard's interest at all. Thales really did not understand. He did not understand why Lampard would make such an unwise choice. It was just like the ambush at Broken Dragon Fortress when they were caught off guard. Compared to King Nuvan, who was unfathomable, this Archduke Lampard gave him a feeling that he could not fathom and understand. Thales could not help but wonder again, is Lampard crazy? But then he remembered Putre's words. Lampard is not crazy. Chapman Lampard, what do you want? The White Blade Guards who brought him and Little Rascal to retreat suddenly stopped when they crossed an abandoned roof. Thales looked up and his hair immediately stood on end. In front of them stood Black Sand region's vassal, the Viscount of the City of Halting Light, the tall Ilasa Kentvita, whom he had met once before. There was also a row of soldiers beside him. They raised the crossbows in their hands at Thales, Little Rascal, and the 4 White Blade Guards present. Thales sighed. Crossbows again. The scene of Yodel facing the Duke of the Northern Territories' assassin and being shot by a crossbow appeared before his eyes. What a detestable weapon. Thales thought in despair. He turned his head to look at Little Rascal. Her eyes were also filled with fear. Archduke Lampard's strategist, Viscount Kentvita, smiled and said, as the Archduke said, Your Highness, please choose your enemies and friends carefully. It is a great taboo for a king to fail to see the situation clearly. In the next second, the Viscount waved his arm. Chapter 192. Under the morning glow, the densely packed army stood in the ruins, surrounding the 3 people in the middle so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Full of shock and disbelief, Cohen stared at the most unexpected girl in front of him. Why Croche? The short-haired girl only stared at him indifferently, not saying a word. Cohen suddenly felt that a part of the girl in front of him had died a long time ago. She was no longer the cheerful, tough, carefree Croche who always liked to tease him with Miranda. At that moment, Cohen felt a little heartache. Don't ask any more, Cohen. Beside the police officer, Miranda looked at the soldiers who were slowly closing in around them and exhaled. Remember the disaster swords we met? Cohen stared at Croche, who was opposite him. When he heard that, he was slightly startled. Even if they are the Tower of Eradication's mortal enemies, they still retain their dignity and pride as swordsmen, Miranda said flatly. Her hands, which were wrapped in black gloves, covered the hilt of her sword and slowly lifted the blade. But Croche said that a group of masked disaster swords ambushed her one night and even crippled her right hand? Cohen frowned. Gu said that he didn't know that such a battle took place in Armor District. Miranda nodded and stared at Croche, who did not move in the crowd and allowed the warriors on both sides to pass her. Also, although they are hiding here, the disaster swords do not care about politics at all. They also despise the mystic guns, the daughter of the Arun family said calmly. They are even used to assassinate the prince. Cohen took a deep breath. In other words, Miranda continued his sentence without hesitation. Yes, the disaster sword did not conspire with an archduke, nor did they assassinate a prince. They were just targets who were framed. The so-called disaster swords are just a pretense, a trap set up by Black Sand region in the name of the Tower of Eradication to lure us from Constellation to Ekstead. And the origin of all this? Miranda narrowed her eyes and stared at Croche, who still had an indifferent expression. She said loudly, "It's your lie, Croche?" In the crowd, a faint, cold sneer appeared on Croche's face. The emotions in her eyes were unclear. "One last chance, surrender and you'll be spared from death." Maybe I shouldn't have interrupted you." Wuxia had unknowingly formed a triangle with the two seeds of the Tower of Eradication. He faced Croche with Cohen on his left and Miranda on his right. Wuxia, on the other hand, was facing the soldiers who were closing in on him. He said nervously, "But, maybe we need to solve the problem at hand first?" The surrounding soldiers in patrol uniforms were getting closer and closer, their eyes fierce and fierce. "Put down your weapons," one of the veterans at the front said fiercely, "or wait for us to unload them." "Have you fought before, boy from the disaster swords?" Cohen leaned against Wuxia's back, his eyes very serious. He said softly, "I'm talking about the kind of battle where you have to face hundreds and thousands of enemies, where you're surrounded by opponents from all directions. I'm not talking about a boring sword duel." "Yes, once," Wuxia said with a pale face. He immediately came to his senses. "Also, I'm not a disaster sword. Once is enough. We'll open a path later." Cohen quickly observed the 100 or so enemies in front of him. He directly ignored Wuxia's second sentence. "Guard the rear and keep up with us." Wuxia cast a glance at the unconscious Ralph in the ruins and sighed. "How do we guard them?" "They're everywhere. Use your brain," Miranda interrupted him coldly. "Use your sword and aim at their legs. Turn them into a burden on the battlefield." Before the swordswoman could finish speaking, Croche roared in a clear and high-pitched voice, "Kill!" Thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps rang in the air. They approached at an extremely fast speed. Countless shadows of blades and swords flashed in the ruins. One by one, the soldiers fiercely pounced on the three of them. The tips of their swords were pointed forward and they attacked in a row. They imitated the formation of the cavalry and charged forward in a standard way. At that moment, Miranda recognized these people's movements. They were not the patrols of Dragon Cloud City. Instead, they were the opponents she had been dealing with at the borders for the past 3 years. Even though they did not have lethal weapons like spiked hammers or triangular spears. Of course, it might be for the sake of better disguise. Asterisk bang. Asterisk asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen, who was on the right, lowered his body in a very experienced manner. He held his sword horizontally and parried 2 incoming blades. Instead of retreating, the police officer charged forward. He exerted force in his feet and kicked one of the enemy's kneecaps. With the clear sound of bones breaking, he turned sideways and hit another enemy's abdomen with his elbow. As his opponent grunted in pain, Cohen was about to stab him again when he retreated. However, the groaning enemy did not care. As if his feet were rooted to the ground, he did not take a step back and raised his sword to strike again. Asterisk clang. Asterisk a dull metallic sound rang. Cohen blocked the enemy's slash with all his might. The police officer parried the enemy's blade and felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, with this strength and quality he's at least a heavy infantry. I wonder if he's a heavy swordsman or a heavy axeman. Fortunately, their weapons are only the patrol team swords which are not suitable for their hands or else. Behind him, Wuxia activated the edge of no return and cut open the wrists of the 2 people behind him in an instant. The sound of 2 weapons falling to the ground could be heard. Damn it, save some strength. Cohen carefully parried the long sword that slashed at him again and cursed rudely, "Using the power of eradication like this will only result in death from exhaustion." On the other side, Miranda was also faced with 2 enemies. One of them was even brandishing two swords. However, Miranda was more skillful than her companions. The edge of her sword magically knocked on the wrist of one of the enemies. The opponent's sword trembled, and the edge of the sword actually tilted downwards, stabbing towards his companion's arm. The enemy who was wielding two swords looked at his companion's blade in shock. He could not help but deflect his right sword to block his companion's attack. However, before he could react, Miranda's blade took advantage of the momentum and pierced through his left palm. Then she twisted her sword violently. As the enemy screamed in pain, Cohen moved to the right, risking his back to be slashed by the blade, and swapped places with Miranda. With inertia, his tall figure knocked the dual-wielding enemy back a meter, causing him to fall into the arms of his companion behind him. Miranda calmly lowered her head and brushed past Cohen's chest, then turned to the left. Taking advantage of the moment when her opponent had switched enemies and the blade lost its target, she swiftly thrust her sword forward, stabbing a deep wound in the enemy's abdomen. Miranda watched as her opponent gritted his teeth and endured the pain, bleeding profusely. However, she did not take his life and allowed the enemy to drag him back into the formation. The two of them took advantage of the momentum and advanced nearly 2 meters. After Wuxia strenuously blocked a slash, he hurriedly followed. The two seeds of the Tower of Eradication had a tacit understanding of each other. The attendant was stunned as he watched. Miranda leaned against Cohen's back and said in a low voice, "Heavy swordsman. His feet are steady but he's not agile enough." Cohen parried a long sword and reported to him, "Cavalry scouts. Very fast reflexes but not very sturdy." Black Sand Region's regular border army, Miranda summarized briefly. "We can't break through directly." Cohen gritted his teeth and forced the two enemies back with a powerful sweep. "There are too many of them and every one of them is a veteran." Fine Croche. Miranda once again displayed her power of eradication, which allowed her to control the rhythm of the battle. She squeezed between two enemies, and when one of them slashed her breastplate, she slashed her left palm horizontally at the enemy's throat, forcing the latter to cover his neck and retreat. The swordswoman then stabbed with her right sword, forcing the other enemy to lower his head and dodge. Alternate attacks use words to disrupt her. Fight for an opportunity. As soon as Miranda finished speaking, Cohen activated his power of eradication. The endless glory of the stars spread over his entire body, allowing the police officer to attack with all his might without stopping for more than 10 times. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the continuous sound of metal clashing rang. In an instant, the soldiers of Black Sand Region were forced to take a few steps back by Cohen. Croche. Cohen attacked with all his might. His attack did not decrease, but he was surprisingly full of energy. He roared at the enemy commander in the crowd, "You betrayed us for Lampard's coup? You betrayed the Tower of Eradication?" Wuxia hurriedly followed behind Cohen. He was already injured in 2 places, but he still stubbornly swung his single-edged sword, blocking 2 swords that were aimed at Cohen's back. "What are you trying to say, Cohen?" In the crowd, Croche's eyes were filled with a complicated light. She replied to him in a calm and composed manner, "Are you accusing me of using the Tower of Eradication's name to involve all of you in politics with ulterior motives?" Cohen gritted his teeth. The glory of the stars, which was flashing with a blue light, continued to increase in power. Even if he was injured, he still had to advance. Slashing, slicing, and stabbing, the police officer only attacked 3 enemies in a row without defending himself. Miranda, on the other hand, guarded his back tightly. Her long sword was always able to strike at the crucial moment to neutralize the most fatal attacks. "Continue to disturb her," Miranda said in a low voice. "Force her to come up and fight you." Oh. Cohen gritted his teeth and swept away an enemy, but a bloody gash appeared on his arm. "I've never been able to win against that tomboy," but at this moment Miranda suddenly shouted, "Give up, Cohen. Croche, whom you once had a crush on, betrayed you without hesitation at this moment. It's impossible between you and her." Cohen, who was attacking the group of enemies, was stunned. "What? That tomboy? When did I ever have a crush on her?" As soon as he finished speaking, Croche, who was still 2 meters away, suddenly contorted her face. She gritted her teeth and stared at Cohen, who was in front of her. There was only one emotion in her eyes. Hatred. Cohen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The next moment, Croche suddenly charged forward. She moved past the layers of subordinates and instantly thrust her longsword forward. She struck Cohen's blade. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Cohen's entire body trembled. He felt that he could no longer launch his next attack. Immediately lay down your arms and surrender. For the sake of the past. Croce rushed in front of Cohen. Her emotions seemed to be very abnormal. She gritted her teeth and said in pain, "I won't hurt all of you." Cohen was stunned. He blocked the sword from his right. For the sake of the past? You still remember the past? A thought came to Cohen's mind. He growled in a low voice, "No matter how much it's for our respective standpoints and interests, we shouldn't have dragged the Tower of Eradication into this." But Cohen's attack immediately froze. Croce's sword hit the side of his blade again. "Don't be naive, Your Excellency Caribbean," Croce said hatefully. Her sword seemed to have a strange aura. She swung her sword and instantly interrupted Cohen's attack rhythm. Damn it. Based on swordsmanship alone, Croce could be ranked in the top 4 among the 8 seeds. She was second only to Miranda, Eklund, and that Nidarian from the Eastern Peninsula. Cohen gritted his teeth and sheathed his sword. He turned around to block another person's attack. At the same time, a wound appeared on his right shoulder. However, Croce's longsword followed him like a shadow. The moment Cohen's attack paused, she chased after him. Clang. Cohen pulled his longsword back to defend himself. He strenuously blocked the attack. The Tower of Eradication is detached from politics? The short-haired swordswoman gritted her teeth. Her longsword did not stop. She swung it along Cohen's blade, and the rhythm of her attacks was like a violent storm. You should have abandoned such childish fantasies on the first day you left the tower. Cohen twisted his body with all his might and broke free from Croce's blade. He felt that his attack was completely disrupted. At least, isn't the time we fought side by side in the tower a memory that we cherish? Shouldn't it be noble and untouchable? Cohen waved his left hand and used his thick robe to block a soldier's thrust. But you, at this moment, Croce's eyes were cold. She suddenly activated her power of eradication and attacked 3 times in an instant. Cherished memory? Ah. Croce's words seemed to be filled with endless sorrow and madness. The first attack was a surprise stab that forced Cohen to dodge to the left. I can't believe that I actually liked you, adorable, pitiful, childish Cohen. Cohen was slightly stunned. The second attack was a slash that did not stop. Cohen had no choice but to raise his longsword to block the other party's horizontal slash. The short-haired Northland swordswoman said shrilly, "From the moment we were born, we were branded by the country and politics. We were stamped with the stamp of our birth and bloodline. It's impossible to escape for eternity. We have no choice at all." The third attack was a bold and unconstrained style. You won't become spotless and untainted by dust just because you entered a tower that prides itself on being noble and otherworldly. You'll become a free man. Croce's words were cold and threatening. She held her sword with both hands. With the spot where Cohen had blocked as the center, she moved the tip of the sword in an arc, past Cohen's block, and pointed it at the police officer's face. "Cohen Caribbean. You damned idiot," she roared shrilly in anger. The friction between her weapon and Cohen's blade produced a sharp, violent sound. Kiss. The tip of the sword went straight for the police officer's face. Cohen, who was already leaning to the left and was in an unstable position, felt that he could not exert force on the longsword in his hand. His breathing became uneven and he could not continue breathing. The other party's 3 attacks were like an impassioned and complete movement. The beginning, the turning, and the end trapped him in a predetermined, fatal rhythm. He could not escape. This was a movement that belonged solely to Croce and was completely different from Miranda's, Pegasus music. At this moment, Miranda's long sword was like a heavy note that destroyed the movement. She forcefully thrust it into Croce's body. Clang. She blocked Croce's fatal blow. Cohen, who could not withstand the attack, switched positions with Miranda again to support Wuxia, who was in a difficult situation. "Croce, my former good sister." Miranda's black gloves produced a barely noticeable friction on the hilt of her sword. She coldly questioned her former companion, "Teacher Chartier really taught you for nothing." The next moment, the Arund woman drew her trembling long sword and pointed it at Croce's hilt. "Pegasus music," she said coldly, "emphasizes on resonating with the rhythm of the outside world and even the enemy, not just you singing a one-man show." Miranda's blade slid downwards, and in the midst of the friction she stabbed Croce's wrist. She chose the best timing and the most tricky angle. No matter how Croce reacted, blocked, or dodged, Croce would instantly fall into a disadvantageous position. But before Miranda could react, Croce flicked her long sword in the opposite direction. She neither blocked nor dodged. Instead, she faced the tip of the sword and stabbed Miranda's wrist. "One-man show," Croce said fiercely. "You definitely haven't seen enough dramas." Miranda runned. The two swords collided in the air, twisted, and let out a piercing screech. The two female swordsmen, masters of the Pegasus music, who came from the same master, listened to each other's force and rhythm in the midst of the screech. They were ready to seize the opportunity to restrain their opponent's rhythm and deliver a fatal blow. Cohen's gaze flickered. It was best for bystanders not to interfere in the battle of the Pegasus music. The situation was constantly changing according to the timing and rhythm, and you would never know who you were helping. But when the enemy's commander was entangled and their attention was attracted, Cohen sensed that the attacks in front of him had unknowingly weakened, and the enemy's footsteps were closing in on Croce. He made up his mind. Chance. He gave Wuxia a hint, and his tall figure dashed forward again. Specks of blue light flickered on his sword and his skin. The glory of the stars, with extreme speed and strength, launched a continuous attack. Blood splattered, some from the enemy and some from his own. Cohen instantly broke through 3 people. He even left Miranda and Wuxia behind. He was about to break through the heavy encirclement. "As long as I break through one spot, then," Cohen gritted his teeth and charged forward with all his might. But at that moment, a huge fist suddenly emerged from the crowd. Cohen instinctively swung his sword and slashed. But that fist was different. It changed its direction midway and hit Cohen's blade from the side. Thud. Cohen, who had activated the glory of the stars with all his might, felt that the punch was almost unavoidable. His long sword paused heavily. It was as if an axe that was smoothly chopping firewood suddenly hit an iron plate. A huge force surged towards him. Cohen's blade was struck by the heavy blow. The blade let out an ear-piercing groan as it was bent. The blade bent backwards, and together with the heavy fist in front of it, it struck Cohen's left cheek. At that moment, Cohen, who was hit by the heavy fist, only felt a roar in his ears. The entire world before his eyes swayed for a moment. Blood splattered from his face and his vision turned bright red. In a daze, Cohen fell backwards. But he had no time to think about it anymore. That punch, that was, no. Cohen fell to the ground, feeling only despair in his heart. He instinctively raised his sword-wielding right hand. But an even more powerful arm pressed down on his hand. The enemy's other arm pressed down on his shoulder, and his fingers twisted and twisted. Crack. Cohen grunted in pain. His right arm had been dislocated. Clang. Cohen's family heirloom sword fell to the ground. Wuxia looked at the scene before him in shock. Cohen was completely defeated by the new enemy in the blink of an eye. The power of eradication surged in Cohen's body, and he wanted to make a final struggle. But the enemy's elbow was like the most terrifying weapon, and it struck his left back. Thud. A muffled sound came. The glory of the stars, which had gathered, was dispersed. Cohen's expression froze. His entire body trembled, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood in pain. "No, don't move, boy," the newcomer said coldly with a heavy accent. "The glory of the stars originates from the heart. I don't want to shatter your heart with my next strike." Wuxia stared at him in shock. Then he was drowned by enemies who surged towards him from both sides. Cohen felt dizzy. He felt his body lighten. He was carried by the enemy on his shoulder. No, his vision swayed continuously. No, the figure slowly walked into the battlefield. He came to the place where Miranda and Croce were dueling. "Miranda?" Cohen coughed out blood in pain, but his entire body lacked strength. "Hurry!" In a daze, Cohen struggled and moaned. "Run!" Miranda turned around from the corner of her eye and saw Cohen, who was being carried on a shoulder. She also saw the figure. She shuddered. Croce, who was facing her sword, instantly seized the opportunity and swung her long sword. Clang. A sharp metallic sound rang. The balance of power in the Pegasus music ended there. Both sides attacked in an instant. Shick. Miranda's expression changed. She seized the opportunity when her opponent could not dodge the attack and stabbed Croce's left wrist. Thud. The hilt of Croce's sword spun around and hit Miranda's abdomen. Croce gritted her teeth. Miranda swayed a little and was about to counterattack. But at that moment, a sword was already pressed down without a sound or a trace. The blade was pressed against Miranda's shoulder. It was Cohen's long sword. At that moment it was held in a huge palm. Miranda could only feel an unparalleled force surging from the sword. This is an inescapable clamp, Miranda thought. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next moment, the swordswoman was forced to kneel on the ground by the great force. She felt the power of eradication in her body become chaotic. The Pegasus music was broken. Croce walked forward with a cold expression. He kicked away her sword with one foot. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Miranda's long sword rolled to the ground. What? Miranda could no longer withstand the great force. She was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. But she still stubbornly raised her head and looked at the newcomer. Why is it you? She stared at the strong and tall figure and his head full of white hair. She roared in indignation. Caslin Lampard. In front of Miranda was the pride of the Tower of Eradication, the legendary commander of the White Blade Guards, the owner of Hero Tavern, and the old man nicknamed Earthshaker. He was silent and did not speak. His face was expressionless. He only continued to press down on his long sword and carry Cohen on his back. Then the soldiers of Black Sand region came forward and escorted the furious Miranda and the unconscious Cohen away. Waya's angry roar rang in the distance. Without batting an eyelid, Croce sheathed her long sword. The Archduke has just sent an order, the swordswoman said coldly. He needs help there. The old man turned around and looked at Croce. An elf broke into the battlefield and rescued the boy. Croce tidied up her clothes, which were slightly disheveled due to the battle. Don't hurt them, Caslin said flatly. His eyes were filled with a deathly stillness. Croce raised her head and looked straight at Caslin. Of course, she said slowly, Uncle Caslin. Of course. Caslin turned around and disappeared into the hazy dawn. Croce also turned around and gathered her troops. Soon the army of Black Sand region left the ruins. It was as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later. Asterisk crash. Asterisk the sound of a pile of rubble falling to the ground could be heard. As the sound grew louder, a hand finally reached out of the ruins. A silver-masked man covered in wounds flipped over the rubble covering his body. He held an arm that had yet to recover from its fracture and crawled out, still in shock. The phantom wind follower, Ralph, widened his eyes and panted violently as he stared in the direction where the people of Black Sand region had disappeared. Chapter 193. Kit, I know what you're thinking. But if you continue to look at me with that strange gaze. Ida rode beside Thales's mount. She clenched her fists, the knuckle of her index finger sticking out. Her tone was extremely impatient. You know what will happen. All right. Thales, who was bursting with curiosity, stuck out his tongue and turned his head. Forget it if you don't want to answer. Anti-theft. At the same time you might as well read this chapter. The prince sighed softly in his heart. Ida exhaled softly and sealed the memories of the past in her heart again. Jade Star. Damn Jade Star. Speaking of which, Ida, how did you become a secret protector of the Jade Star royal family? Thales looked at the blurry mountain range that gradually appeared in front of him and asked faintly, how could an elf be employed by the human constellation? I heard that they are all extremely arrogant, and that they are the only ones who serve humans. Ida lowered her head a little. Hey kid. The elf's voice sounded a little awkward. I've said it before, I am not your family's protector. And, Ida crossed her arms and said disdainfully, as a brat, how much do you know about the elves? Thales could only stick out his tongue and shake his head helplessly. This elf with many suspicious points, this elf who may have lived for hundreds of years and met the former virtuous King Mindes and Prince Kira, must have a rich and colorful story. But her personality. After the group crossed a snow-covered hill, Putray rode his mount to Thales's side. The thin vice diplomat had a solemn expression as he raised his finger and pointed in the direction they were heading. We're here. Thales reacted and quickly raised his head to look down the hill. In his blurry vision filled with snow, a silver-black giant appeared in front of the mountains. No, it's not a giant. Its silhouette in the snow appeared hazily in the distance. It was a majestic city built against the mountains. A red and black flag could be vaguely seen fluttering above the city. Its grayish-black walls were dotted with silver-white snow. The highest point of the city was at the peak of the mountains. From afar, it looked like a giant leaning against a snowy mountain, surrounded by many villages and small towns, standing tall on the northern land. Thales gestured for Wyatt to stop his restless steed. He took a deep breath of the cold wind unique to the north and quietly looked at the majestic and powerful city in the distance. A little excitement surged in his heart. This is the great dragon of the north, the capital of Ekstedt? Unknowingly, they had already crossed the Prestige Orchid snowfield and entered a new territory. It's the first time you've seen such a grand sight, right? Nicholas rode to their side. The corners of his lips curled up, and his face was filled with nostalgia and reverence. A huge city with mountains on its back. It's the biggest, most majestic, most beautiful city in Northland. It's also the city with the longest history. The holy land in the Northlanders' hearts. Dragon Cloud City. At this moment, an untimely snort came from the side. It was originally not called Dragon Cloud City. Nicholas cast his gaze at the guest from Constellation who interrupted him. It was established during the Age of Ancient Kings, and it was one of the human settlements in the north. During the era of the Ancient Empire, it was the central provincial capital of the original Northland province of the empire. Putray continued Nicholas' words expressionlessly. That fortress built against the mountain was originally known as Arund Castle. It was the residence of the Arund family, who ruled Northland under the emperor's orders for generations. After the empire collapsed, this place sank into 300 years of chaos and alternation of power. Until one day Rikaru and Tormund's armies met nearby and won the first victory in the Battle of Eradication. It was Rikaru who led the army and rushed to the aid of Tormund, who was in imminent danger. Nicholas shook his head nonchalantly and used his own understanding to correct the Constellation's words. That's why that battle was called Reverse Cold Wind. It was said that in an empty space near here, Rikaru's troops marched at lightning speed, as if they had descended from the sky, and defeated the enemy from the rear. Thales pursed his lips in resignation. All right, it's another small difference of opinion between Extensions and Constellations, Northlanders and the Empire. Besides, even though we're both Northlanders, Nicholas seems to be more stubborn than Kentvita. As expected, Putray exhaled with a disapproving expression. So, how did this place become Ekstedt's capital? Thales immediately spoke at the perfect timing, interrupting the two men's intense discussion that was about to begin again. Nicholas gestured for them to continue moving forward. The commander of the White Blade Guards started to act like a real receptionist while he rode on his horse. This piece of land with Dragon Cloud City as its center belongs to the Walton family, the family from which Nuvan VII was born. It is also the most famous ruling family in Ekstedt, and has the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City passed down through generations. The hero of mankind, Rikaru Ekstedt, became the suzerain of this place more than 600 years ago. He formed an alliance with the 9 knights here and swore that in the chaos after the Battle of Eradication, they would guard Northland and their homeland together, and regain the pride of Northlanders. From then on, the proud Northlanders called the new kingdom Ekstedt, and the Ekstedt alliance was born. The following year, the 9 knights who had expanded the territory and were unstoppable returned to this place. Together, they elected Rikaru Ekstedt as the king whom the Northlanders trusted wholeheartedly and swore to follow until death. The 9 knights led their respective territories and guarded Dragon Cloud City. The history of the alliance ended here, and the history of Ekstedt began. In the spirit of taking turns to rule and ruling fairly, the supreme ruler of Ekstedt, the common elected king, was chosen from among the 10 archdukes. The rest of the people obeyed his authority and orders. This was Rikaru's oath to rule together in the past. It shows that his prestige and influence continue to this day. Because King Nuvan holds the title of Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, Dragon Cloud City has become the capital of all of Ekstedt. At this moment, a messenger from Black Sand region passed through the heavy obstacles of the White Blade Guards with great difficulty and came to Nicholas' side, inviting him to meet Viscount Kentvita. After Nicholas left, Thales turned his head and looked at Putray. "You have something to say," the prince said with certainty. "Of course." The vice diplomat shook his head in disdain. "Don't believe our hot-blooded Northlander friend. His nonsense about taking turns to rule and ruling fairly can only be used to deceive the Northlanders. In fact, in Northland or anywhere else in the world, it has always been power that speaks and strength that rules." Thales chuckled softly. "Since that hot-blooded Northlander friend has left, do you mind telling me a little more, my knowledgeable assistant, the versatile Northlander?" Putray reached into his bosom wanting to take out his pipe. However, the former bard hesitated for a few seconds, then withdrew his hand with a pained expression. It was unknown whether it was because he regretted that he did not have much tobacco left, or because he found his conscience. He then said to the second prince, "I don't know if you have noticed, but the first ruler of Dragon Cloud City, the first common elected king of Extet, was Raikuru Extet. But the Dragon Cloud City we see now is under the rule of Nuvan Walton VII. Thales quickly came to a realization. Extet and Walton are two surnames. In other words, after Raikuru's death, the one who inherited his title was not his direct blood relative? Putre raised his eyebrows and nodded. The real history, or rather the history recorded in the records that Constellation can find, is that Raikuru died young and did not give birth to any children. After he passed away, the suzerain position of Dragon Cloud City that he left behind was inherited by his nephew, Nuvan Walton. That was the first Nuvan after the Walton family became the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. From then on, the Walton family, marked by the Cloud Dragon Spear, entered this land and this city, and has ruled it ever since. But Nuvan I's bloodline caused the suzerains to question his legitimacy. It also evoked the suzerain's desire for the common elected king's throne. No matter how many times he emphasized that his mother was Raikuru's older sister, and that Nuvan himself was the rightful heir closest to the late king, Raikuru, he could not extinguish the ambition of the 9 suzerains. Even though they were all model knights who were loyal to Raikuru in the past. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. At this moment he did not think of Raikuru and his 9 knights. Instead he thought of the huge portrait at the center of Mindy's hall. Under the setting sun on the battlefield, a young knight covered in wounds charged fearlessly, accompanied by 6 people. Constellation's King of Renaissance, Tormund Jadestar I, and the 6 knights beside him. They were the illustrious Duke families and the 6 great clans of today. Arund of the White Base Eagle, Cullen of the Sun Sword and Shield, Covendier of the Tricolor Iris Flower, Fakenhaz of the Four-Eyed Skull, Nanchester of the Great Deer Horn, and Tabark of the Blood Moon. They, and even the ancestors of the 13 distinguished families, fought beside Tormund in the past. Back then were they also loyal to the King of Revival? Just like the 9 knights and suzerains behind Raikuru? For the legitimate right to inherit the throne of Extet, Dragon Cloud City's Nuvan I had a violent conflict with the 9 knights and their descendants, Putre continued. After the war, the stalemate and confrontation between the suzerains lasted for decades. At that time, Extet was almost like 10 fragments. They were a kingdom in name, but in reality they were enemies and could not tolerate each other. Putre continued to speak. During this period, the survivors of the final empire built a new, insignificant country by the Shepherd's River in the south, on the territory of the former chauvinistic province. It began to rise slowly and continued to expand to its surroundings. Thales understood tacitly and replied, "Tormund I, the King of Renaissance?" "Yes." Putre nodded. His eyes shone with a strange light. Constellation. In the end, under pressure from the new constellation, Nuvan I and the 9 suzerains reached the final and most awkward compromise. With the support of the 9 suzerains, Nuvan Walton inherited the common elected king's throne. In the name of the great former king, Raikuru, Nuvan I redefined Extet's territory and conferred the title of the 10 suzerains, including himself, as the 10 legitimate archdukes of Extet. However, after Nuvan I's death, the 10 archdukes had to choose a new common elected king. They would vote for the new common elected king who would rule for the rest of his life. Thus, the system of Extet's King Selection Congress was established and implemented for 600 years. This is the so-called Raikuru's Joint Ruling Pledge. It was an oath made by 10 people in Raikuru's name with Raikuru's signature. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Raikuru at all. Wait a minute. Thales was dumbfounded as he listened. The King's Selection. I only saw a rough outline of it in Mindy's hall. 10 archdukes voted together and chose one of them? Thales was stunned. What if someone happens to have the same number of votes? Is there a mature system and style to determine the smooth selection of the common elected king in the King Selection Congress? Thales remembered a magical movie from his previous life. In the movie, pirates elected a pirate king, but in the end, every candidate voted for themselves. Yes, and it is simple, direct, effective, full of the romance of the Northlanders, Putre said in a low voice. It is a custom inherited from the Empire and the Knight's glorious era. It continues to be used in Extet to determine who the king belongs to when the archdukes are in a dilemma. A custom inherited from the Empire to determine who the king belongs to? Thales tightened his grip on the reins. He remembered what he heard in Caslin's Hero Tavern and could not help but be shocked. You mean, yes. Put-Ray nodded. With a complicated gaze, he softly uttered a word that was rather forceful. Do. Thales was stunned. When the Sacred King Selection Congress cannot make the final decision, the candidate with the same number of votes, regardless of age or status, must prove himself in the duel. They must prove that they have the bravery worthy of being the common elected king, the boldness to lead the Northlanders, the fearlessness to face life and death in the duel, and the final victory in the duel. When he heard this, the Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard's flickering face in the firelight and the old, worn sword on his table suddenly appeared in Thales' mind. After all, they are Northlanders. Thales suddenly realized that even though he had set foot in Extet's territory in the north, his understanding of them was still at a rudimentary stage. The Northland, a country known for its toughness, was much more complicated and peculiar than he had imagined. And he was about to face them. Continue. Thales frowned solemnly. Before I meet them, I want to understand the Archdukes of Extet. For example, their relationship with the common elected king? Put-Ray only paused for a moment before he nodded and continued. The Archdukes of Extet have absolute autonomy in their own territories. They only have the obligation to obey the common elected king and send troops during times of war, but they do not have to pay taxes to the common elected king. Territorial affairs are purely up to themselves. As for whether to accept and implement the king's orders throughout the territory, it is entirely up to the archdukes themselves. Isn't the power of the Archduke of Extet a little too much? Thales was surprised. He inhaled slightly as he walked. Can it be said that it is a miracle that Extet has not been divided until now? Yes, this is why they are called archdukes and not dukes as they were during the age of the empire. Put-Ray sighed. To a certain extent, Extet, which was born from compromise, is even more divided than Constellation. Put-Ray sighed. They have much more autonomy in their own territories than the Dukes of Constellation. At least, no matter how stingy and unwilling Duke Cullen is, he must allocate a sum of money from Eastern Sea Hill every year to pay a sufficient amount of taxes to Eternal Star City and His Majesty. The appointment and dismissal of Constellation's important officials and the demotion and demotion of nobles must comply with the Holy Constellation Covenant. They must even be reviewed by the Supreme King's warrant. Therefore, if the dukes want to interfere with the kingdom's politics, the fastest way is to interfere with the Central Department of Eternal Star City, or use the influence of their territories to infiltrate the local officials of the kingdom. Thales shook his head. Then what is the meaning of the common elected king's existence? If he cannot even restrain the archdukes under him, why does he still want to become the common elected king? Put-Ray thought for a moment and answered him seriously, for the sake of high prestige, the suzerain's obedience, and the name of orthodoxy. Thales frowned again. This stuff is much more useful in Northland than in Constellation. No matter how uncultured a Northlander is, he would know that the common elected king's authority is inviolable, and Raikuru's oath is inviolable. Put-Ray recalled his own knowledge and continued. In history, the archdukes of Extet rebelled 3 times because they were dissatisfied with the common elected king, but each time they failed. Because no matter how the archdukes who raised their flags against the common elected king tried to justify themselves, once they openly flouted Raikuru's oath, they would lose the hearts of their people. Even the most greedy Northlanders were unwilling to fight for them. Some archduchy families even withdrew from Extet's ruling history because of this. Thales gazed at Dragon Cloud City in the distance. He slowly exhaled a breath of hot air between his cold hands and thought carefully. High prestige. The name of orthodoxy. The people's loyalty. Northland's traditional culture? It's too simple, Thales said faintly after a few seconds. Put-Ray revealed a puzzled expression. I mean, attributing the power to maintain Extet's stability and unity to Raikuru's prestige and the Northlanders' character and tradition. This attribution is too simple. Thales lowered his head and thought carefully. Human behavior and the structure of social power always affect each other. It is impossible to have a situation where one's behavior strengthens the structure while the social structure has no effect on human behavior. No matter how noble the Northlanders are, how they revere their ancestors and how they revere their traditions, they cannot maintain such a state system. A power structure that is destined to split and collapse will only bring the same effect to the Northlanders. They are destined to be under different suzerains, different interests, and different institutional structures. As generations of people die and are born, and as society changes, They evolve behaviors and motivations that fit the structure of the times. Under Extet's strange split system, it is very difficult for the Northlanders not to be enemies and kill each other. Right? Thales nodded secretly. This was the society he knew. But Extet, do you have more ideas? Putray narrowed his eyes and thought about Thales' words carefully. He asked, "Why don't you tell me?" The second prince pondered for a moment before he said, "Constellation." Thales raised his head and said with certainty, "Constellation." Putray's gaze flickered as he waited for the prince's answer. Chapter 194. Early in the morning, on the deserted street, Thales panted heavily as he passed through an alley and arrived at a larger road. Ida, I should be fine. Even though she looks unreliable, she single-handedly captured a supreme-class blood clansman in the birch tree forest. I can't be distracted. There's no point in thinking too much and I can't help either. Thales desperately shook off the worry in his heart. He suddenly felt a little thirsty. Thales grabbed a handful of snow, rubbed it, and stuffed it into his mouth, just like how child beggars used to spend the winter on the streets. The prince, who was grimacing from the cold, trembled his chin in pain. He raised his head and asked Little Rascal, "Is this West Express Avenue?" However, the latter only lowered her head gloomily and did not say a word. Thales finally melted that mouthful of snow into water and swallowed it. He stared at the dazed Little Rascal, feeling extremely worried. From the tragedy in the palace to the calamity of the calamities, to the assassination of the king and the blood spilled right before her eyes, this terrifying night had frightened the poor child. For her, this was too. Forget about Little Rascal, even he was on the verge of breaking down. All of this, how did it all start? Did Lampard plan everything from the moment he sent his troops to escort me north to Dragon Cloud City? Was his goal to assassinate the king and start a coup? How did he do it? An army of 2,000 people. If they set off in the name of escorting me so they were not noticed, then when he led the army into the city, would the vassals, nobles, civilians, soldiers and bureaucrats inside and outside the city not notice? King Nuvan seems like a very shrewd king. That unsettling old lady Kalshan does not seem to be a simple character either. How could she allow such a fatal flaw in the security of their capital city? Unless, Thales thought of that terrifying answer. It can't be. He gulped slowly and continued walking with Little Rascal. At the same time he decided to think from a different perspective. I lured the mystics here, didn't I? The accident caused by Giza and Asda directly destroyed the entire Shield District and took away most of Dragon Cloud City's energy. Yes, that's why King Nuvan left Heroic Spirit Palace and came to Shield District. So, the one who has to take the blame for the king's assassination is me? Thales was shocked by his own thoughts. If it's really because of me and Giza, then Lampard is really lucky. The second prince looked at his pathetic appearance as he fled for his life and sighed. Is this what they mean by, "The evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear"? Thales rubbed his forehead fiercely. Even his brain, which was usually super efficient, felt a little uncomfortable at that moment. He sighed and had no choice but to put these things aside for the time being. Despite his extreme fatigue, he forced himself to stay awake and explore the path forward. This should be the West Express Avenue. If he remembered correctly, this winding and empty street was the Armor District. Ida said that as long as they passed through it, they would reach the blockade set up for the calamities. They should be able to meet the people from the capital there. Thales hesitated for a moment when he thought of this. But she also said that the patrols, or the guys wearing the patrol uniforms, were all very suspicious. She didn't know how many of them were loyal to Lampard. Best not to believe it. Even those who were loyal to the Waltons could easily expose their information to Lampard. The once majestic King Nuvan could no longer protect them. So, how ironic. He had the granddaughter of the King of Extet with him, but he had to struggle to escape from the capital in Northland. He could not even find anyone he could trust. The most important thing now was to find someone he could trust, ask for help, return to Heroic Spirit Palace, return to Putray's side, and inform the people in Dragon Cloud City who were still loyal to the Waltons. Thales stopped in his tracks. He looked at a signboard at the corner of the street not far ahead. His expression changed as he remembered something. When King Nuvan can no longer protect us. The signboard in front of him was painted with a black dagger with a short handle. Under the signboard was a large wooden window that was tightly shut, and on one side was an extremely narrow door. Thales narrowed his eyes. A conversation from the past floated into his mind. If you run into an irreversible crisis in Extet, when even King Nuven can't save you, Thale's eyes brightened. It's here. The next moment he pulled Little Rascal towards the signboard. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked hard on the large wooden window under the dagger signboard. Although the residents had been evacuated due to martial law, if the owner of this place was really like what he heard, a person who often violated the law, no response. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk Thales knocked 3 more times. Still no response. The prince frowned and extended his hand again. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk as the knocking grew louder, Little Rascal seemed to come to her senses. She asked in a daze, where are we? A butcher shop on West Express Avenue, Thales said briefly. Is anyone there? We need help. Asterisk bang. 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 Asterisk he knocked on the window a few more times. However, there was still no response. Thales' original hope slowly faded. Sigh. He looked at the signboard and sighed. They've probably been evacuated. Under Little Rascal's strange gaze, Thales pulled her up in disappointment and turned to leave the butcher's shop. However, he had only taken 1 step when he froze and stopped. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked woodenly. Thales spun around abruptly and yelled at the dagger signboard. $6.50. No response. Thales gritted his teeth and yelled again. Hey, $6.50. $6.50. Perhaps because he yelled a little too loudly, Thales panted and patted his own chest. However, there was still no response. There were only the 2 of them on the empty street. Thales lowered his head in disappointment. Forget it. Perhaps he. At this moment, the sound of wooden boards scraping against each other was heard, followed by the sound of a door bolt being unlatched. Asterisk clack. Asterisk Little Rascal instinctively hid behind him. Thales looked up in shock. The wooden window was opened. There's someone's there? Through the window, a man with black hair, black eyes, and a flat face stared at them with an unfriendly expression. It made Thales' skin crawl. Wait a minute. This is a Far Easterner? Who are you people? How do you know this? The Far Easterner's words carried an obvious Northland accent. His tone was slightly impatient, as if he was facing a huge problem. $6.50? Thales was slightly stunned. Someone. He stared blankly at the Far Easterner. It was only when the man was about to close the window that Thales reacted and said agitatedly, Wait, we are Caslin's friends. Caslin was the one who told us this word. He said that when we need help, we should come here and say this secret code. The Far Easterner narrowed his already small eyes, as if he wanted to scrutinize them. Are you that? Thales scratched his head and desperately tried to recall their encounter in Hero Tavern. After a few seconds, he finally managed to squeeze those words out of his mind. It's Mr. Gu, isn't it? We need help. The Far Easterner Gu said nothing. He remained in the shadows behind the window and watched them quietly. Please? Thales was a little anxious. After a moment, Gu grinned. Caslin's friends, is it? The Far Easterner snorted softly and said slowly, Come in. At the border between the Armor District and the Shield District, a thrilling battle between 2 Lemeters had already begun. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the wind from the blade was fierce. Ida leaped into the air and pounced at Caslin. Her scimitar drew an arc and swept past the tip of his nose. The former commander of the White Blade Guards leaned back steadily. The expressionless Caslin calmly dodged the blade that was aimed at his head, even though the blade was only an inch away from his nose. Jumping up in battle is suicide, Caslin said flatly. He instantly brandished the 2-meter-long Soul Slayer pike, but it did not feel clumsy or sluggish at all. The pike even bent from his swing. The wind howled. As if it had a life of its own, the tip of the pike swung horizontally at the elf. Just like many battles between Supreme-class fighters, in just a few seconds, the offensive and defensive positions switched. That's for humans, Ida said disdainfully in the air. In the next second, with incredible agility, she climbed up the front part of the Soul Slayer pike with one hand and exerted a little force in her hand. The dark tip of the Soul Slayer pike brushed past her ear in a dangerous manner. Ida hung her entire body on the pike like a fleeting piece of clothing. She danced with Caslin and fluttered in the wind. Caslin's arms surged with unimaginable strength and the pike shook. Ida was sent flying from the pike as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Caslin's pike did not stop at all. Like a venomous snake that had launched another attack, it pierced through the air and attacked Aida's waist in the air. But Aida once again displayed the agility of a bat. She leaned back in the air, pulled her legs back and bent them into a C shape. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the pike pierced through the air and let out an explosive sound. However, Caslin's deadly pike pierced through the empty space in Aida's C shape and swept past her back. But the sword missed its target. Caslin furrowed his brows and shook the pike again. Aida stretched her left hand backward again and placed it on the Soul Slayer pike's handle. She swung her supple body like a slingshot in the direction where Caslin had shaken the pike. With her left hand as the center, she swung around the Soul Slayer pike like a swing. Then, using the centrifugal force, she floated backwards. If Thales were here, he would probably be dumbfounded and shout, "You know how to swing on the horizontal bar." The elf somersaulted in the air and landed steadily. Asterisk bang. Asterisk only then did Caslin's pike tip land on the ground and plunge into the stone bricks. This thrilling round ended. Aida raised her machete and stood up. Her cloak had fallen to the nape of her neck during the violent maneuver just now, revealing her braided, silky, bright white hair. Caslin spun his pike. His expression did not change. He was calm and unruffled. "I fought against the enemies of White Mountain and met the envoys from late Twilight Kingdom," the old man in the tavern said slowly. "But your skin color is neither that of a white elf nor that of a nightmare elf." Aida raised her head, revealing her delicate, girlish face and a pair of beautifully curved, pointy ears. "You're a sacred elf, aren't you?" Caslin exhaled softly and adjusted the posture of his spear. "Of course, I've never seen the high elves and gray elves in the Eastern Peninsula, but I think that you're probably from the Sacred Tree Kingdom. That's why you're protecting the Prince of Constellation." "Good guess." Aida sneered. She looked at the Soul Slayer pike with fear in her eyes. "Northland brat." Caslin nodded and flashed a smile. "The Sacred Tree Kingdom is indeed Constellation's ally and royal in-law," the old man said with a sigh. "They even provide supreme class guards for them?" Aida's expression changed. "Bah bah bah." The elf waved her machete in annoyance. "What guard?" "I'm a supreme class elite that bunch of brats begged their grandfather, grandmother, father and mother to hire. They paid a lot of money to hire me." Caslin's eyebrows twitched. "The lifelong honorary instructor of the Royal Guards of Constellation." The elf pointed her machete at herself and said loudly and arrogantly, "Aida Roricat Giselle Doritos?" But Aida's words seemed to be stuck and she stopped midway. Her silver eyes darted around, but in the end, she lowered her head dejectedly. "I can't remember my name. Just call me whatever you want." But Caslin's expression became solemn. "I see. You're the instructor of the Royal Guards." The old man raised his pike. The way he looked at Aida was different now. The White Blade Guards used to say that other than the Glacier Sentries, if there was any other troop in the world that could fight against the elite White Blade Guards and the Dragon's Imperial Guards head-on, Caslin sighed. His eyes were filled with nostalgia. "Then there's only you who are commonly known as the Emperor's Praetorian Guards, the Royal Guards of Constellation." "Aya." Aida waved her hand, seemingly disdainful. "So you still remember that you're a member of the White Blade Guards? Just now, when your people fell one by one, did you see it?" Hearing that, a pained expression appeared on Caslin's face. He furrowed his brows tightly. "They're all competent warriors, good children," the old man said sorrowfully. "They just encountered the worst era, the worst fate." Aida snorted coldly. "You really dare to say that? It seems like the famous ground shaker is just a traitor." Caslin shut his eyes tightly. "Let us finish this battle. If we drag it out for too long, our people will arrive. By then there won't be a chance for a fair fight." His voice was extremely tired. Aida did not say a word. She only stared at him coldly. "The Dragon Guards and the Imperial Guards have not met many times in history. When I was young, I fought against your Zacriel once, so I was very honored." Caslin opened his eyes and said solemnly. His white hair shone under the faint light of dawn. "Instructor Aida." "Zacriel?" Aida's expression changed. She seemed to be recalling something. "Was he a snot-nosed, donkey-faced brat who slacked off on the training field every day? Speaking of which, I used to punish him often. He was Constellation's famous Knight of Judgment." Caslin revealed a nostalgic smile. "I haven't heard any news about him since 12 years ago." Aida's expression darkened. "That fellow is in the Western Desert's prison of bones." The elf sighed. "I reckon he won't be able to get out of there in this lifetime. That silly child?" Caslin was slightly startled. Is that so? The old man murmured. What a pity. Caslin closed his eyes regretfully. He was really a good opponent. The next moment the battle resumed. Caslin's spear moved without warning. He thrust it 3 times in an instant. All of them were aimed at Aida's legs. Asterisk bang, bang, bang. Asterisk the tip of the spear tapped the ground 3 times, stirring up countless gravel. But Aida seemed to be dancing in a strange and elegant manner. She took 6 steps in a row, and each step perfectly avoided the Soul Slayer pike's thrust. Amid the flying gravel, Aida did not retreat. Instead, she moved with evasive steps and closed in on Caslin. She switched between offense and defense. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk while the spear could not be pulled back in time, Aida slashed at Caslin's head with a bold and unconstrained slash. The legendary commander of the White Blade Guards calmly turned around and dodged. His experienced eyes never left Aida's shoulders. As expected, following Aida's movements, the flash of the blade turned 3 times in the air. Each time, it turned in the direction where Caslin was about to dodge. But Caslin still relied on his superb eyesight and intuition to dodge the 3 dangerous turns of the blade. The wind from the blade swept past the old man's face. It took away a tuft of his white hair. Caslin finally pulled back his spear. The old man raised his arms high and the spear drew a big circle around him. Asterisk rip. Asterisk the sound of the spear's tip being dragged on the ground was ear-piercing. But Aida had already done 2 backflips and leaped out of the Soul Slayer pike's attack range. The tense exchange of offense and defense ended. The 2 Supreme-class fighters stopped again. Good flexibility and agility. Caslin sighed. Good battle awareness. Steady swing of the blade and light footing. You've really brought out the dual advantages of being an elf and a woman to the fullest. Aida chuckled and carefully observed her opponent's face. You'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate a woman. The 2 of them stood on both sides of the street and stared at each other quietly. The wariness in their hearts was raised to the maximum as they calculated the upcoming battle. I wouldn't dare, Caslin said respectfully. After all, I'm also someone who lived in the same era as Heart of the Rain. But these are all qualities that an elf should have. It's not surprising, the old man said flatly. Aida's pupils constricted slightly. Caslin observed the ground, his gaze focused on the 3 holes he had just made. What surprised me the most was that you were able to respond to each of my attacks and defenses perfectly. You didn't hesitate at all. It was almost perfect. Aida shrugged. Her pair of pointy ears moved slightly. I'm very powerful. Haha, is that so? Caslin's expression changed and he revealed a hearty smile. I attacked your legs to suppress your agility. I stirred up the gravel to hinder your dexterity. I swept my spear at the end to seize the opportunity when you got close to me to launch an attack. The old man nodded approvingly. But you cleverly avoided the thrusts on your legs and even rushed over. While cleverly dodging the gravel behind you, you launched a counterattack. You even dodged the final sweep at the right time. Caslin raised his head and looked straight at Aida. My 3 goals were interconnected, but I didn't achieve any of them. This can no longer be explained by reflexes or experience. He shook his head slowly. Even Xiao and Heart of the Rain couldn't have faced my attacks so easily. Then there's only one answer left. Aida's expression did not change, but she slowly tightened her grip on the machete in her hand. The 3 sets of consecutive attacks just now were indeed very experienced. But, Caslin sighed with emotion. His voice rose and fell as if he was sighing. You knew my next move and plan beforehand, so you responded perfectly, didn't you? Aida's expression changed. No way. This old man? How long have we been fighting? Caslin chuckled. In that second, it was as if the legendary Earthshaker had returned to the battlefield when he was young. I heard that the probability of psionic abilities appearing among the elves is much higher than that of humans. It's an interesting phenomenon, isn't it? The old man swung the Soul Slayer pike again. His eyes burned with a fighting spirit that he had not felt for many years. There are also many types of psionic abilities, and there are all kinds of strange abilities. Aida's expression completely darkened. Previously, she had only focused on the infamous Soul Slayer pike. But now, compared to the Soul Slayer, she had underestimated Earthshaker. In the past, she had only heard of his legendary reputation as the leader of the White Blade Guards after he left the Tower of Eradication. But, Caslin's eyes sparkled, but he said calmly, but I really didn't expect that there would be such a magical psionic ability. Ida sighed. Instructor Ida, you are a psionic? No, you are in supreme class, so I must address you as a psionic warrior. Caslin stared at Aida's silver eyes and spoke with certainty in an unquestionable tone. Chapter 195. Thud. Goose slammed 2 big bowls of steaming meat soup on the table. Thales and Little Rascal, who were washing their faces in cold water, raised their heads in a daze and stared at the expressionless Goo. The hunger that was previously suppressed by panic and fear suddenly returned to the second prince's stomach. I used eternal oil to heat it up. The smoke will disperse indoors, no one will notice us, Goo said flatly. He sat opposite the two, his thick right eyebrow slightly raised as if there was a hidden meaning behind it. Of course it's not cheap. I'll put it on the tap. Little Rascal's stomach growled at the perfect time. The girl glanced at the boy beside her timidly. Thales gulped. What's wrong? Goo looked at the 2 dazed children, frowned and said impatiently, Are you waiting for me to respectfully offer napkins and wine, my esteemed young master and young lady? As soon as he finished speaking, Thales and Little Rascal exchanged glances and winked at each other. In the next second, like horses released from their reins, the 2 of them pounced on the chairs, picked up their respective bowls of meat soup and gulped it down. Don't be hasty. Goo looked at the 2 of them wolfing down their food and sighed. We'll talk business after you've filled your stomachs. In just a few minutes, the 2 extremely hungry children finished their bowls of meat soup. They leaned on the chairs, rubbed their bloated bellies and panted. Little Rascal even burped and lowered her head timidly. Thales exhaled contentedly. So. Goo placed his right hand on the back of his left, his fingers tapping slowly like waves. Before Goo could continue, Thales, who had caught his breath, raised his head and said hurriedly, We need help. Yes, I can see that. Goo sized him up, his eyes showing disdain. Tell me something I don't know. Under Thales' gaze, Goo said nonchalantly, For example, on this chaotic night, it's midnight now, why are the 2 children wandering aimlessly in the armor district, which should have been evacuated a long time ago? More pathetic than stray dogs? Thales was slightly startled and subconsciously said, We, but his words came to an abrupt halt. The prince hesitantly opened his mouth and closed it again. Ever since he became a prince, his experience and intuition told him that revealing all the information he knew might not necessarily bring him sincerity and understanding. Just look at Serena and Blacksword. We are in trouble. Thales took a deep breath and said seriously, We need to go to Heroic Spirit Palace without attracting attention. Can you help us? We will pay you. Goo's fingers did not move. He clenched his fists and stared at Thales without moving. The man's gaze was very calm, like the surface of a lake without wind or ripples, but it made Thales panic for no reason. He had no choice but to sit up properly. This Far Easterner, why does it feel so weird? Just when Thales felt that he could not hold on any longer, Goo finally spoke slowly. Heroic Spirit Palace? Another drama of the nobles killing each other for power? The corners of Goo's lips curled up into a thought-provoking sneer. The Far Easterner's black eyes were so deep that Thales could not see his pupils clearly. Do you know how difficult it is to secretly go to Heroic Spirit Palace from Armor District? The distance, the slope, the gatehouse, the forbidden roads, and the cordon that has been in place since yesterday. Goo stared at Thales in the dim light. I can make room for you, but to send you to Heroic Spirit Palace quietly and get involved in the political struggle of the upper nobles? The Far Easterner shook his head. The coldness at the corners of his eyes made Thales shudder. Sorry, Caslin's favor is not that great. He refused. Thales turned his head and glanced worriedly at Little Rascal. They could not just stay here and wait for death. Lampard's operation, Neuvin's assassination, the accident they encountered, all these things needed to. What about contacting them? Thales raised his head and said anxiously, You can't send us there, but can you help us contact someone? Under Thales' worried gaze, Goo smiled. Although it will not be easy, it is not impossible. Goo narrowed his eyes. To whom? Thales' eyes brightened. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was interrupted by Goo. Choose carefully, child. Don't choose those whom I have to stand at the entrance of Heroic Spirit Palace and shout to reach. Also, Goo lowered his head slightly. Due to the light, his eyes were shrouded in darkness. He spoke with a profound tone. He said meaningfully, If your situation is really dangerous, Then it is best to find someone trustworthy and inconspicuous. After all, I don't want to get into trouble. Hearing Gu's words, Thales was stunned. The first person he thought of just now was Putre. Ida said that the vice diplomat mobilized people to look for him, then perhaps he could send someone. No. The prince shook his head in his heart. Thales did not know how strict Lampart's control in Dragon Cloud City was, but if the situation was as bad as he expected, then the Constellation Diplomat Group, led by Putre, would definitely become Lampart's main focus. Especially after the calamity wreaked havoc, and now that all districts were under martial law, they would be very conspicuous. Even if they found this place, there was a high chance that they would be intercepted by the enemy halfway. Similarly, the people loyal to King Nuvan, such as Nicholas, were the same. He needed another candidate. Thales frowned. A person I can trust, a suitable candidate who has a secret agreement with me and King Nuvan, but is neutral on the surface so he will not attract attention. It would be best if he had some means and connections so that he would not be powerless after receiving the news. Thales' pupils gradually focused. In fact, Thales took a deep breath and met Gu's gaze. I happen to have such a candidate. His information network is also very wide. You definitely have a way to contact him. Gu's gaze stopped on him. After a full 5 seconds, the Far Easterner nodded slowly. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, Gu changed into a cloak and stood at the door. I don't know how long I will be gone. After all, it takes time to find a way, maybe tens of minutes, maybe even longer, the Far Easterner said sternly. Before that, stay here and don't touch anything in my shop. Thales could only nod to show that he understood. Gu observed for a few minutes by the wooden window. After confirming the situation, he held the doorknob. Mr. Gu. Light flooded into the butcher's shop. Just as he was about to leave, Thales suddenly said, "Thank you." Gu revealed a strange expression and turned to look at him. The Far Easterner nodded with a faint smile. But Gu's last words before he left made Thales pale with fright. "Please wait patiently." Gu turned around and said faintly, "Your Royal Highness." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu closed the small door, leaving the butcher's shop in darkness again. Thales was the only one left, stunned on the spot. The prince turned his head and looked at Little Rascal, who was sitting by the table. So, he knew my identity long ago? That's why I didn't ask. As he watched Gu disappear through the small door, Thales held his forehead and sighed in pain. Is it very eye-catching to see an unkempt kid running around the street? Asked a black-sword Gu. Why do I feel like everyone knows me at first sight? Thales turned around and looked at the chopping board and boning knife around him. He shrugged helplessly and dejectedly. He climbed onto the chair by the dining table with difficulty, picked up his wooden cup and drank a mouthful of water. He caught a glimpse of Little Rascal from the corner of his eye. The girl was staring blankly at the table, her face expressionless. Thales sighed silently in his heart. Sleep for a while. Thales put down the cup and said, "You should be very tired." Little Rascal snapped out of her daze and stared at Thales blankly, as if she had suddenly woken up. Thales pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. You need to rest. We may have to hurry on with our journey later. Thales tried his best to speak in the most gentle tone when he saw the absent-minded girl. However, Little Rascal only stared at him blankly. Thales, the little girl said dejectedly, I feel like I'm dreaming. Little Rascal lowered her head. A nightmare, a never-ending nightmare. Thales held his breath for a moment. Little Rascal's voice was a little shaky. First it was Lady Alex, then the monster in Dragon Cloud City, and now King Nuvan. The girl's eyes behind her glasses were suddenly filled with tears. All of this, when will it end? Thales closed his eyes. There was an indescribable gloominess and sadness in his heart. She was just a child. Only a few years older than Korea, Ryan, and Sinti. She was forced to witness everything. Soon. Thales heard himself say faintly, soon all of this will end. Everything will get better. However, in his heart, a dark voice spoke another sentence for him. No, from the moment you become a Walton, all of this will never end. He heard himself saying against his will, when we return to the Walton family and those loyal to the Waltons, we will be safe. Regardless of their motives, they will definitely protect the bloodline of the Dragon Spear family. Little Rascal trembled when she heard that. Her sobbing became more obvious. Thales, I don't want to become Saroma. I'm not a Walton. I can't do what King Nuvan said. Thales did not speak. He only clenched his fists and stared at the ground. Really? Little rascal sniffled. Her eyes were red. I'm just a little servant girl picked up from a pile of orphans. I'm not Lady Walton. Thales still did not say a word. Also, I'm a girl. This is Northland. Never in history. Neither the nobles nor the commoners will allow me, a girl, to become an archduchess. Little rascal took off her glasses and shook her head in pain. Let me go. I can't do what His Majesty said. With you. I'll mess it up. I don't know anything. Watching little rascal sob incessantly, Thales slowly raised his head. All right. Little rascal's sobs stopped abruptly. What? She raised her head and asked in confusion, her sobbing voice still lingering. Thales said flatly, You can go. Little rascal was stunned. King Nuvan has passed away. We don't know if Nicholas is dead or alive. As for Merc. Thales looked at her calmly. He jumped off the chair and strode forward. Now, no one will force you to become Saroma Walton. Thales approached her slowly. Little rascal shrank against the back of the chair in slight surprise. You still have a chance to stay away from all of this. Dragon Cloud City is in chaos. A missing maid will not attract attention. Thales continued under little rascal's bewildered gaze. Not to mention, so many things have happened in Heroic Spirit Palace. Little rascal sniffed sharply. Really? There was a hint of bewilderment in the girl's voice, but this bewilderment soon turned into panic and timidity. But, why are you? Thales stopped and stood a few steps away from her chair. He unclenched his fists and stared straight into the girl's green eyes. The corners of his lips curled up. Because you are you. Perhaps there are times when the margin is very small, but everyone can and should choose who they are. Thales gently closed his eyes and quickly opened them again. You will become the person you choose to become. At that moment, Asda's questioning words, the story Lady Gines told him, Yodel's confession in the Shadow Realm, Gilbert's agitated expression when he stood in front of the portraits of the three kings, and Kessel's lonely figure in the Jadestar family tomb flashed past his mind. With a myriad of thoughts in his mind, he continued, somewhat subconsciously. Although we are always forced by life, others, society and omnipresent power to become what they want us to become. Little rascal stared at Thales in a daze. She stared at the strange boy with a bitter smile. The girl who had cleaned herself blinked and asked subconsciously, such as, becoming a prince? Thales' gaze froze. He stared at little rascal quietly and sighed. Yes, such as a prince. So, if you want to escape, give up and leave, I will not stop you, I will even help you. Little rascal seemed to be scared out of her wits. She stared at Thales without moving. The second prince sighed. Kessel's words rang in his ears. From the moment you were crowned with the Jadestar name, you fought for Constellation, died for Constellation, and lived for Constellation. He refocused his gaze and stared straight into little rascal's eyes. But before that, have you thought about who you really are and who you want to become? Little rascal's eyes widened slightly. What? Thales shook his head and ignored her puzzlement. He continued to speak, minding himself. He continued, Are you little rascal? The little maid who does your homework on your behalf? The fan of books in the library? Saroma Walton? The unlucky girl who was innocently dragged into all this? Little rascal froze on the spot. Her breathing slowly became irregular. In Alex's eyes, you are her humble maid. In King Nuvan's eyes, you are the last descendant of the Walton family. In the eyes of the Queen of the Sky, you are an interesting girl who wears her glasses without realizing it, Thales said calmly. But what about in your own eyes? Who are you? He asked the question he had when they first met. Little rascal's gaze became more and more confused. Choosing to turn back into little rascal because of a moment of fear or past habits, choosing to become a noble lady of the Walton family because of a moment of vanity, or choosing to escape because of a moment of pressure. In my opinion, these are essentially the same. They are not what you really want. You are forced to become someone you are completely unprepared to become. In an instant, silence enveloped the small butcher shop. Little rascal sat on the chair in a daze and stared at Thales, who stood before her. Her eyes were filled with confusion and fear. What about you? A few seconds later, little rascal looked like a person who struggled out of the water. She raised her head blankly, looking for a life-saving straw. Who do you think I am? Shouldn't I be a little maid? You? Thales smiled. He shook his head. You are unlucky. You are an unlucky girl who was dragged into these troublesome matters with me. Little rascal's gaze darkened. She lowered her head and pouted. Thales looked into her eyes and exhaled softly. But you are also a brave and strong girl. You have experienced nightmares in hell with me, and you have persevered until now. Thales revealed a bitter and gratified smile. If you become an archduchess, in my opinion, whether it is King Neuven or Archduke Lampard, you are much better than them. Little Rascal raised her head again. Her eyes shone with surprise and amazement. In my opinion, you are not completely unprepared to become a Walton. Under Little Rascal's stare, Thales continued to speak. You have read in Rikuru's library for many years. You can recite the books inside like the back of your hand. You are very familiar with history and illusions. You completed Alex's homework for her, and perhaps you were even more competent than she was. Moreover, Thales recalled yesterday's events in a daze. It was as if it was years ago and the images in his memory had already turned yellow. Faced with such a monster, even in my most desperate moment, when I was in the most dangerous situation, you never abandoned me, even if the final outcome might be a painful death. The prince looked into Little Rascal's eyes. Little Rascal pursed her lips and wiped away the tears on her face. Let me tell you another secret, Thales said. Little Rascal blinked. A strong and muscular figure appeared before Thales' eyes, along with a pair of intimidating sky-blue eyes. When I became a prince, my father asked me a similar question. Thales' gaze was unfocused. His thoughts were no longer in this butcher's shop, but drifted to the faraway Eternal Star City. Are you ready? That's what he said. He chuckled subconsciously. How did you answer? Little Rascal asked expectantly. Thales turned and looked back at her. I said, no. And then? The girl's eyes lit up. What was your father's reaction? Thales stared into Little Rascal's eyes quietly and did not move. Then the latter turned her head away in embarrassment. A few seconds later, Thales sighed. He said, it's okay. Because fate will prepare you. That's what he told me. Little Rascal was stunned. Thales exhaled through his nose as if he had just removed the biggest shackle. The prince flashed what he believed to be his most confident smile. So don't be anxious, don't panic. You have many choices. Thales held Little Rascal's hand gently and said sincerely, when we escape this place, you can choose wisely who you are and who you want to be. Whether you want to leave or stay, I won't stop you. Little Rascal stared at him blankly. Before that, you don't have to think about anything. You're just a loyal companion who's running for our lives with me. Thales fixed his gaze on her. That's enough. Little Rascal stared at him in surprise. It was as if she was meeting him for the first time. Little Rascal sniffled and said as if she understood something, okay. Thales raised his eyebrows. Now sleep for a while. We need strength and spirit. Little Rascal nodded obediently. Thales sighed. Finally, I've comforted her. Thales turned around and climbed into his chair. Gu's chair was a little soft. He did not know what kind of wood it was made of. Thales, Little Rascal said softly behind him, thank you. Thales paused. No. He lowered his head, a little disappointed. I was the one who got you into this. Otherwise, she would still be a little maid who only had to worry about Alex in the library reading books. Isn't that right? The two children lay back in their respective chairs and temporarily closed their eyes in peace. Thales. In the darkness with his eyes closed, Little Rascal's timid voice rang again. Are you really only 7 years old? Why do you know so much? Thales, who was adjusting his lying position, burst into laughter when he heard her. He opened his eyes and saw Little Rascal lying sideways on the chair with her eyes closed. This reminded Thales of the time she was sound asleep on his bed in his room. Who knows? He slid down the chair gently and walked to the corner of the wall. Maybe I'm already 37 years old. As usual, Thales lay against the wall in the corner with his hands as a pillow. Feeling the double protection of the floor and the wall, he felt much more at ease. I just don't look old. Little Rascal's laughter rang beside him. Thales laughed too. Choose yourself. Choose who you want to be, he repeated to himself in his heart. At the same time, he recalled what he said to the mystic before Asda left. Yes. I will get through this disaster. I will live. And then choose who I want to be. No one can force me. No one can stop me. He closed his eyes gently. Chapter 196. In his long-awaited dream, he felt as if he had returned to that strange and dazzling world. There, the girl with a blurry face but a gentle voice hugged him from behind, which was a rare sight. She whispered, "Why? Are you sad?" He closed the laptop and smiled bitterly. "No, this result was expected. Maybe I'm not good enough." He lowered his head, feeling a little dejected. "You know they have high expectations. It's okay." The gentle voice breathed into his ear. "I have a way to make this less sad." He raised his eyebrows and shrugged. "Because there's something even sadder waiting for you." He blinked, feeling a little confused. She said gently, "Let's break up." He shuddered. The girl behind him did not say anything. He turned his head stiffly. "What?" "Yes, you heard me right. Because you're a failure now," she said flatly, "so I want to break up with you." His brain stopped working. He just stared blankly at her blurry face, feeling lost. What? The voice behind him sighed. "All right, it's a deal." He breathed absent-mindedly. He could not accept it. He wanted to explain, but he felt that it was unnecessary. She, at this moment, "Okay." The voice snickered and rang happily. "Now, 10 seconds after we broke up, I announced that we're back together. Tada. Let me introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wuxia." He could not think straight. What? But a few seconds later, his heart started beating again. He panted and looked at her in surprise. How is it? Compared to the pain of being dumped just now, is it less sad now? When you encounter a setback, you have to cherish your crotch." The voice giggled and blew into his ear, making him feel a little itchy. "My name is Lei Feng. You don't have to thank me." He was a little speechless. The voice said happily, "Very good. If you're a tragedy again in the future, I'll continue to comfort you like this." He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Damn woman! Can you not break up and get back together in such a serious manner? Are you joking about breaking up and getting back together? I'll take it seriously, okay?" He felt as if someone's chin was smashing into his back. "Oh, this is nothing." The owner of the voice poked Zhang Heng's back with his chin and said loudly, "You don't know this, but there's a serial author on the internet. Every time the plot reaches its climax, he would write 'the book is over' and say that he's done with the book. Then he would update the next chapter without saying a word, insisting that he's writing a new book. That's the peak of perfection. Then don't learn from him, okay?" In his memory, that voice laughed happily. His voice was full of exasperation and relief. Finally the noise stopped. She lay lazily on his back and wrapped her arms around his chest. "Hey Chirin, don't be afraid," she said in a low voice, "no matter what happens. I'm here for you." He bowed his head and closed his eyes. "I know. I have you to protect me." The voice did not speak, but the arms around him tightened. But in the next second, everything in the dream was shattered by a sudden wave, like a reflection on the water's surface. The girl disappeared before his eyes. While he was puzzled, he heard a cold and unhappy female voice. The tone was low and contained an inexplicable emotion, making his hair stand on end. "I'm watching you. I warned you." The next moment, Thales woke up with a start. He gasped for air. That voice. That voice. At this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder. Thales turned his head, still in shock. It was Gu, the man who had just shaken him up from his sleep. The Far Easterner squatted beside him and looked at him with a displeased expression. Little Rascal stood beside him with a sleepy face. "Wake up, Prince of Constellation," the butcher said flatly. "The person you're looking for is here." So fast? Thales forced himself to stay awake and temporarily suppressed the scenes in his dream. He rubbed his eyes and got up from the cold ground. He has a lot of connections, so it didn't take much time. Gu stood up and shook his head. "Besides, he's here to pick you up." Thales was stunned. He shook his head and woke up from his sleepiness. "He's here to pick me up?" Thales and Little Rascal followed Gu out of the butcher's shop after he gestured. A two-wheeled carriage with a carriage was parked on the empty street. The carriage was made of cheap transparent glass. The coachman on the carriage bowed respectfully. Beside the carriage stood a middle-aged noble with a golden ponytail. The latter exhaled. "Your Highness, thank God. Thank you for your help." Thales nodded. "Time is of the essence. Please get on the carriage immediately." The middle-aged noble was obviously relieved when he saw Thales. He took off his hat and bowed to Thales. "After we entered Armor District, we were interrogated by a patrol team. Although they acted very well, I can swear that they were definitely not from the city. They were not even locals." Thales nodded with a solemn expression. "Of course they are from Black Sand region. Lampard has been planning this for a long time. While the middle-aged noble was stunned, Thales looked at the carriage. It's too conspicuous. Thales frowned. A carriage? Transparent glass? Can we get out? And we have to return to Heroic Spirit Palace. The middle-aged noble digested Thales' information and then raised his head to answer the prince's question. I used the name of Good Flow City's caravan to urgently unload important goods from Armor District. In addition, His Majesty gave me a special permit. The nobleman raised his cane and knocked on the wheel of the carriage. And I happen to know a disciplinary officer who takes bribes. I've got some connections. He'll turn a blind eye if you leave through the blockade line he's in charge of. No news will get out. As for the glass, please don't worry. This is a custom-made carriage. You can only see me from the glass outside. You can hide in the dark compartment if necessary. Thales looked at the carriage and exhaled. Then let's go. He raised his head and looked at the blonde noble from Camus Union, Marquis Giles Bamra. Giles nodded. He opened the carriage door and his gaze lingered on little rascal who was hiding behind Thales. And this is? He narrowed his eyes. Little rascal shrank back in fear. My maid. She saved my life on the way. I can't leave her behind, Thales said calmly. Very well, then let's talk on the way. Giles did not ask any more questions. I also need to hear your explanation of what happened. Thales and little rascal boarded Giles' carriage. Giles sat in front while they hid in the space behind him. They could not be seen from outside the carriage at all. Just as the carriage door closed, Thales poked his head out. No matter what, thank you, Mr. Gu. The Far Easterner tilted his head and looked at him with a strange expression. He flashed an inexplicable smile. No need to thank me. Gu rubbed his hands and smiled mysteriously. Go thank Caslin. Thank him for the 6.5 loaves of bread he gave me back then. That's enough. Gu turned around and walked to his butcher shop. 6.5 loaves. I see. Thales smiled. The carriage door closed and started moving. Giles watched Gu's figure disappear behind the door. He frowned and said, How did you get involved with the famous intelligence peddler in Dragon Cloud City? An accident. Thales said briefly, a lucky accident. Now it's time to get down to business. The carriage drove through a stretch of streets. He raised his head and looked at Marquis Giles in front of him. Please tell me, are Heroic Spirit Palace and the other districts still in Dragon Cloud City and under the control of the Walton family? Marquis Giles frowned. Before I entered Armor District, the White Blade Guards, the Palace Guards, the patrols and even the officials were all normal. Of course, when the king led his team away from the palace, the ravaging calamities and the return of the Great Dragon, some of the guests, including the archdukes, were emotionally unstable. But Prime Minister Leespan tried his best to calm them down. But he changed the topic and said in a low voice, My informants in the disciplinary hall and the channels of my peers told me that His Majesty has not shown up, nor has he given any orders. Only a few White Blade Guards have appeared after resisting the calamities, but they have found nothing. Everyone from the chief garrison officer to the disciplinary hall is anxious. Not long ago, the Prime Minister was still discussing whether to ignore the king's ban and send a large number of patrols into Shield District. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. So, Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City are generally safe? Safe. After we met the patrols who interrogated us, I expressed my doubts about this. Giles shook his head and said worriedly, First of all, you have to tell me what happened to Shield District after the calamities ravaged it. What about His Majesty? And how did you appear here? Thales took a deep breath. He looked at Marquis Giles, who had turned his head around, and enunciated each word clearly. He enunciated each word clearly, King Nuvan was assassinated. He died. Giles froze on the spot. His expression changed subtly, rising and falling along with the bumpy carriage. The murderer is a man with the surname Charlton, and the person who hired him is Lampard. Thales finished his sentence quietly. Little rascal looked at them timidly. So, it seems that this is true. After a while, Giles came back to his senses. He caressed his gloves and staff and said subconsciously, The king is dead. Extet is going to be in chaos. The crystal drop mine contract. Marquis Giles stared at his staff in a daze, as if he was urgently calculating the gains and losses. Thales remained silent and did not speak. Soon, the carriage drove out of the boundaries of Armor District. In the winding streets of Dragon Cloud City, They entered a roadblock formed by soldiers from the patrols and barricades. They had arrived at the cordon of martial law. Thales watched nervously as the coachman conversed with the disciplinary officer who was the leader. The coachman stuffed a letter and a pouch of money into the disciplinary officer's hand. The disciplinary officer glanced at the window of the carriage. Marquis Shiles waved at him in a friendly manner. The carriage was let through without a hitch. Thales, who was lying flat on the ground with Little Rascal, heaved a sigh of relief. "Don't worry." Shiles smiled stiffly. "The merchants have a lot of connections and they are very useful. It's not a problem to deal with these people at the bottom of the hierarchy." The people around the carriage began to increase. Everywhere were the citizens of the capital who were whispering to each other. They were either disheveled or dressed in rags as they stayed on the streets. Quite a number of kind-hearted people brought out food supplies and gave them to these pitiful people living on the streets. These are the evacuated citizens. They have been homeless for a few hours, at least not before the king's ban expires. Marquis Shiles looked outside the window and shook his head. "Of course, I heard that compared to the people in Shield District." But at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the window. A man ran over from the street with an anxious look on his face. As he ran, he shouted loudly. Thales and Shiles frowned and looked at each other in bewilderment. The crowd began to gather in one spot and followed the man's figure forward. The discussions around them became louder and louder. Soon, it became a clamor that filled the air. Immediately, the crowd's emotions began to go out of control. Some of them roared in grief and indignation, some were hysterical, and some were cursing angrily. Their carriage had no choice but to slow down as well. Soon, the man disappeared into the crowd. But the people did not disperse. They still gathered in circles and discussed enthusiastically in twos and threes with their loud voices. There was no lack of people who were so excited that they even started fighting. The Northlanders' personalities could be seen clearly. "What's wrong?" An ominous feeling rose in Thales' heart. "I don't know," Marquis Shiles answered solemnly. "But we will find out." Hence, at the next street corner, Marquis Shiles deliberately stopped the carriage. Under his signal, a patrol soldier who was maintaining order but was arguing with his colleague in an agitated manner was invited by the coachman to the carriage. Marquis Shiles opened the carriage door halfway and stuck his head out. "I am from Camus Union, King Nuven's business partner." The blonde, ponytailed noble handed over a silver coin and flashed a friendly smile. "May I ask what happened just now?" The soldier seemed to have just experienced an intense argument. He panted and stared at the silver coin in his hand. He was slightly stunned. He raised his head again and saw the golden wheat ears and the dagger symbol on the carriage. "Sir, it's such an important matter." The soldier calmed down his agitated emotions. After he came back to his senses, he seemed to be a little reserved and stuttered. You still don't know?" Marquis Shiles took out another silver coin and said gently, "So I need you to clear up my doubts. Just tell me what you know." The soldier looked at the silver coin in his hand again and subconsciously put it into his pocket. "It's like this." The soldier straightened his armor, shook his head and exhaled. His expression became a little unpleasant. "His Majesty King Nuven was assassinated." Shiles' expression changed at the same time. "What happened? How did you know?" Thales hid behind the Marquis. He gritted his teeth and listened quietly. "I heard it from someone." The soldier looked at the Marquis' reaction and seemed to have received encouragement. His words began to flow smoothly. "The whole of Dragon Cloud City is saying that the murderer." Thales was shocked. Marquis Shiles frowned. "Who is the murderer?" "It's those people from the Empire." The soldier raised his head and shouted angrily, "They want to cause civil strife in Ekstedt." The soldier's words became more and more indignant. There was anger and hatred in his tone. "Those damned remnants of the Empire, that prince of Constellation from the south. They colluded with the Calamities and even secretly ambushed people and assassins. They murdered the great-born king in Shield District. Those Constellatiae be asterisk stars." Shiles sighed in silence. Behind him, under Little Rascal's terrified gaze, Thales leaned against the carriage in a daze and panted absent-mindedly. Chapter 197. Early in the morning in Dragon Cloud City, a two-wheeled carriage drove along the messy streets, shuttling back and forth skillfully. As the carriage moved forward, the indignant shouts outside the window gradually lessened. In the carriage, Marquis Shiles turned his head and looked at Thales, who did not say a word. The Marquis shook his head silently in his heart. After all, are you all right, Your Highness? The Marquis of Camus Union asked tentatively. Thales raised his head as if he had sensed something and glanced at Shiles in a daze. Little Rascal, who was beside him, sensed that the atmosphere was not right and secretly inhaled. Under the Marquis' subtle gaze, Thales sighed after a while. Yes, I'm just a little tired. Shiles gripped his cane, his expression was solemn. What are your plans, Your Highness? Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath, expelling all the fear and uncertainty in his heart. I have to pull myself together. At times like this, the prince clenched his fist and felt the wound on his palm caused by the dagger. It hurts, but I seem to understand a little. He opened his eyes and his gaze was firm. We must hurry to Heroic Spirit Palace as soon as possible about why Lampard dared to take the risk to assassinate His Majesty and even brought his army to Dragon Cloud City. It's war again, right? Marquis Shiles sighed. He turned his gaze to the street outside the window. At first he looked hesitant, then worried. Is there any other circumstantial evidence about His Majesty's assassination? The figures of the White Blade Guards charging forward one after another appeared before Thales' eyes. He remembered how they used their bodies to block the arrows for the two children. He remembered the last White Blade Guard's twisted face as he struggled to turn around to face the enemy. The Dragon's Imperial Guards. Thales snapped out of his daze and shook his head. Maybe not. With Lampard's personality, he will probably handle it very cleanly. Is there any news about Nicholas or the others? The people in Shield District? As far as I know, there isn't. Marquis Shiles tugged at his cuff gently and sighed slightly. It seems that things are a little troublesome. Yes. Thales' voice was low as he quickly thought about the situation before him. No one expected Lampard to use such a swift, intense, and extremely effective method. I'm afraid there aren't many cases of the Exdet King being killed by his subordinate archdukes. Not one. A young female voice rang out in the carriage. Thales and Shiles were stunned. They turned to look at Little Rascal. About 200 years ago, the Tannen family of Prestige Orchid attempted to assassinate the common elected king at that time. In the end, their plot was exposed. King Kosa gathered the armies of the other archdukes and marched to the Tannen family's castle. They erected the Rockney family's Knights Cannon flag. After Little Rascal said this, she blinked and touched her head as if she was trying to recall. On the seventh day, mourning Archduke Amos Tannen, who violated the joint ruling pledge, was tied up by his subordinates and the disgruntled people and taken out of the city. The girl raised her head and said with certainty, in front of everyone, King Kosa personally pierced the traitor's chest with the Soul Slayer pike. Jacob Alcius was the first person to escort the mourning Archduke out of the city. Later on, he became the first Archduke of Prestige Orchid with the surname Alcius. Thales and Shiles frowned as they listened to Little Rascal with strange expressions on their faces. Only then did Little Rascal notice the other two's expressions. She blushed and immediately lowered her head timidly. They exchanged a glance. You said that she's your maid? Marquis Shiles was a little puzzled. Yes, that's what I like about her. Thales touched his head, feeling a little awkward. He secretly poked Little Rascal, causing the latter to lower her head even more. Is that so? Shiles cast a profound glance at Little Rascal and flashed a sly smile. I see. Thales quickly changed the topic. So, whether it's regicide or rebellion, it seems to be a terrible crime in Northland. Shiles nodded and sighed. If that's the case, the Northlanders will not allow a regicide. How did Lampard have the guts to do so? Thales put his hand down. His expression was solemn. He thought of Viscount Kenvita of Black Sand Region and the Fire Knight, one of the 5 war generals. I'm afraid we've all underestimated Lampard, he said quietly. Thales suddenly raised his head. But Lampard still has a barrier that he cannot bypass. The prince narrowed his eyes. If his intentions are indeed what I think they are. Shiles' gaze rested on his staff. Such as? Too many things are still shrouded in mystery. There's a need to reorganize the clues. Thales shook his head. His expression became more and more solemn, and his brain worked frantically. When did Lampard start planning and how did he carry out all of this? The carriage turned a corner. Is this important? The situation has already worsened to this extent. Marquis Shiles took out an exquisite pocket watch with a copper chain. Forgive me for being blunt, other than clarifying the truth, perhaps you should consider how to escape. I can provide some ways. This is very important. Thales nodded slowly, arranging his thoughts step by step. The reason why the situation is so bad is because we've underestimated Lampard. I'll ask you again. Shile's expression was serious. Now, I can send you out of the city quietly and even back to Constellation. Are you sure you want to return to Heroic Spirit Palace? Return to that unfathomable vortex? Thales did not seem to hear him. He continued, we still don't know the full picture of Lampard's plan. Then we might as well go back to the beginning of his plan, Shiles silently observed the young prince. His evaluation of him rose slightly in his heart. Under such circumstances, how many people can still restrain their fear and think calmly? What a pity. The Marquis sighed silently in his heart. The prince's gaze suddenly froze. Your Grace, Thales thought of something and asked subconsciously, why did King Nuven look for Poffert and Lampard's collaborator? The Marquis of Good Flow City raised his eyebrows. Why did King Nuven look for Poffert? Is there a need to ask this question? Because Archduke Poffert coincidentally killed his son? Shile's eyes turned as if he did not quite understand the prince's question. With a strange expression, he answered tentatively, and King Nuven coincidentally discovered this? Thales shook his head. Because King Nuven obtained information about Lampard's investigation, Disaster Sword, remember? Thales' gaze became clearer. This information linked Prince Mariah's assassination and my assassination in front of Broken Dragon Fortress together. That's why you concluded that Lampard had a collaborator, and why King Nuven wanted revenge. A world of ice and snow appeared before Thales' eyes. It was what Nicholas and Shiles told him a few nights before he arrived at Dragon Cloud City. Shiles did not answer immediately. He paused for a moment and said thoughtfully, you mean? Thales exhaled slowly. There was a solemn look in his eyes that had never been seen before. I'm afraid that when I set off from Black Sand region, when Nicholas received news from the Disaster Swords, and when King Nuven decided to take revenge, we all fell into Lampard's trap. He lowered his head slightly. His expression was unpleasant. Beside him, Little Rascal saw his expression and did not dare to breathe loudly. No, not enough. We still lack some clues, some crucial clues. To be able to carry out such a large and long-lasting plan, Thales murmured, from planning to execution, from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City, from assassination to troop transport, from operation to secrecy, it's definitely not something a remote Archduke can do alone. Lampard must have a mole as a helper. Regarding this, I agree with you. Marquis Shiles nodded with a solemn expression. I think Lampard does have a helper to pull off such a big thing. You have a wide network of connections. Do you have any clues? Thales' eyes brightened. In your opinion, who is the most suspicious? At this moment, Little Rascal suddenly raised her head as if she had sensed something. She stretched her head out to look outside the window. Her face paled and she nudged Thales. Thales only noticed that their carriage had stopped without them noticing. Marquis Shiles put the pocket watch that he had been stroking for a long time into his pocket and sighed. Your Highness, we've arrived. Thales thought of something. So fast. I remember that Heroic Spirit Palace is still a little short, Shiles interrupted him and blinked. For the rest of the journey, another lord will escort you. Thales was slightly startled. What? In the next moment, their carriage door was opened. A rough voice that made Thales' expression change traveled into the small carriage. Your Grace, thank you very much for your help. A middle-aged nobleman in military attire, whom Thales was very familiar with, held the carriage door with one hand and pressed his saber with the other. Under the protection of a dense group of soldiers, he boarded their narrow carriage. Otherwise, we would have to spend a lot of time looking for this guest. The newcomer sat down heavily. His sharp, sword-like gaze swept past Thales and Little Rascal. Thales felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Little Rascal was so frightened that she covered her mouth. Her eyes were filled with terror. The ruler of Black Sand region, Archduke Chapman Lampard, sat next to the smiling Marquis Shiles and closed the car door in a calm and composed manner. Marquis Shiles put on the friendliest smile in front of Archduke Lampard, just like the first time he met Thales. The Marquis leaned forward slightly and said respectfully, "It's my honor." Lampard snorted softly. He turned his head and glanced at Thales with a pair of cold eyes. "You're really good at running, Your Highness." Little Rascal recalled the bloody scene just now and was already shivering in fear. The prince only stared blankly at the Archduke of Black Sand region in front of him. He did not move. Fear and panic instantly climbed into his heart, but he forcibly suppressed them. No, Chapman Lampard. Charles Bamra. This means, a few seconds later, Thales snapped out of the shocking scene in front of him. Charles Bamra, you. He turned his head and looked at the Marquis of Goodflow City in disbelief. You betrayed us. Lampard did not say a word. His expression was as cold and stern as ever. Don't be so surprised, Your Highness. Marquis Charles sighed regretfully and shook his head slowly. This does not match your usual genius image. Besides, I did not betray you. You did not betray me? Thales was so angry that he laughed. Don't tell me that from the beginning you... Thales paused and his expression changed. It can't be. At that moment he realized that he might be right. You are the helper. Thales looked at the smiling Marquis Charles and said in disbelief, From the beginning, you were in cahoots with Lampard? You came to your senses very quickly, Your Highness, Lampard said sarcastically. A second later, Thales bellowed in shock and anger, Charles, you betrayed King Nuven. Little rascal trembled slightly. Lampard chuckled disdainfully. Marquis Charles frowned. Thales clenched his trembling fists and stared angrily at the soldiers of Black Sand region who were dressed in patrol uniforms outside the window. They fell into Lampard's hands again. This time it was more hopeless and worse than the last time. Tisk, tisk. The Marquis of Camus Union shook his head as if he disliked Thales' words. Don't say that. I hate betrayers and despicable people the most. I have never betrayed King Nuven. Thales desperately suppressed his impulse in anger. I thought you had an agreement with King Nuven. Of course he needs to take revenge on the culprit who betrayed Maria. Charles shrugged as if he did not care. For this, he needs a third-party candidate like me, who can move freely among the archdukes without arousing suspicion. The Marquis blinked. Using the crystal drop mine contract in exchange for revenge, this is very fair. Thales panted and glanced at the unsmiling Lampard. But you betrayed Nuven. No, 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 Your Highness. Charles sighed, raised a finger and shook it gently. You misunderstood. Charles opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shrewdness, but there was a hint of indisputable sincerity in them. I am a man of integrity and I keep my promises. The spirit of a contract is my first creed. The spirit of a contract. Thales clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in anger. Yes. Charles nodded and spread his left hand. I faithfully fulfilled the agreement with King Nuven and helped him find and kill his enemy. He was very satisfied and I was also very happy. Charles raised a finger, raised his eyebrows and shook his head, as if he was blaming Thales for doubting him. The spirit of a contract. The Marquis' gaze was very clear. There was not even a hint of guilt or awkwardness. It was as if this was his true nature. Thales took a deep breath. The sin of Hell's river surged into his head at the right time. Finally, Thales slowly slowed down his breathing and his brain began to calm down. Marquis Charles continued to smile amiably and winked. As for now, I am only fulfilling another contract with Sir Lampard. As always, I keep my promise. Look, it's still the spirit of a contract. Thales unclenched his fists and looked at Lampard's hand, which was placed on his saber. He gave up on the idea of touching his dagger. How much have you done for Lampard? Thales said coldly. Help him prepare resources? Or directly kill the king? Charles exhaled and met Lampard's gaze. The latter's eyes were filled with coldness. Let me think, it's actually not much. The Marquis drew out his staff and smiled faintly. Provide the Archduke with some news from Heroic Spirit Palace, regarding the king's whereabouts and the progress of his plans. Mobilize some of Camion's business connections, use conventional channels to deliver information and items and cover up some news. Prepare some weapons and send some manpower into the city with His Majesty's special pass. Of course, as for disguising and replacing them with the patrol team, that's Mr. Vlad's task. As he listened to Charles spew out one chilling news after another, Thales raised his head abruptly. Since when? When Nicholas came looking for me? When I entered Dragon Cloud City? The prince said indignantly, or were you Lampard's spy from the very beginning? Marquis Charles smiled and said nothing. Enough, Lampard said from the side. His tone was cold as he glanced at Charles mercilessly. Our time is tight. But Thales did not have the slightest intention to pay attention to his enemy. What did he give you to make you risk the greatest taboo to work with a king's slayer? The prince said angrily. Contract? Money? Power? After deducting the price you paid, could it be more than what King Nuven gave you? Giles shook his head. No, the problem is not what Sir Lampard gave me. The Marquis smiled apologetically at Archduke Lampard, then turned to Thales and said, You can't just look at profits and numbers when doing business. Sometimes you have to build up some reputation and connections. King Nuven is a good collaborator, but even if it's the most surefire business deal, you have to leave a backup plan. Thales was stunned when he heard that, then he sneered. So, Lampard and Black Sand region are the backup plan you prepared outside of King Nuven and Dragon Cloud City? Marquis Giles turned his head. He pushed open the carriage door and tapped his cane on the pedal. You're wrong again. A backup plan is not a prepared person or thing, it's a concept. Giles turned around and smiled faintly. He gestured at Lampard with his palm. The Archduke has proven his value and potential. So, when he appeared in front of me, even if we didn't agree on it beforehand, he would naturally become my backup plan. Thales sneered disdainfully. Giles Bamra. His gaze moved back and forth between Lampard and Giles. He gritted his teeth and said, What about after Lampard? Have you prepared a backup plan for him? Lampard raised his head slightly and cast a chilling gaze at Thales. It was as if he was looking at a dead man. Thales' heart tensed up. If I were you, Your Highness, Giles stepped down from the carriage without turning his head and said with a smile, I would start thinking of a way to get out of this instead of trying to sow discord in vain. Lampard snorted coldly. Very reasonable. Thales clenched his fists and said no more. Once again, his gaze swept past the densely packed soldiers outside the window. At that moment, his heart was filled with despair. Behind him, Little Rascal hugged his arm tightly. Then I'll leave the rest to you. Marquis Giles turned around and bowed slightly to Archduke Lampard on the ground. He then flashed a smile at Thales. Please rest assured, Your Highness. As I promised, the Archduke will send you to Heroic Spirit Palace. Thank you. Thales snorted in disdain. Thank you for the spirit of the contract. Marquis Giles had a smile on his face. He did not look offended at all. Lampard extended his hand and slowly held the handle of the carriage door. After I'm done, I'll send someone to send the carriage back. Lampard exhaled deeply and nodded slightly at Giles with a cold expression. I'll remember the friendship of Good Flow City. Giles exhaled a hot breath and watched as his coachman stepped down from the driver's seat. Another soldier from Black Sand region took his place. No, there's no need for that. The Marquis shook his head. With a profound gaze, he swept past Lampard and the two children. His tone was full of pity. I think I don't need this carriage anymore. The few of them were silent for a few seconds. Farewell, Your Grace. Marquis Giles tidied up his luxurious clothes, which were wrinkled from getting up and down the carriage. He straightened his top hat and said respectfully, I wish you all the best and that all your wishes come true. Lampard was about to close the carriage door when he suddenly stopped. The Archduke of Black Sand region paused for a moment. He turned his head and stared at Giles with a stern gaze. All my wishes come true? Do you think I'll succeed? Lampard said flatly. Thales thought of something. Succeed? What do they want to do? Of course you have a unique vision and bearing. Marquis Giles exhaled with a rather emotional sigh. To be able to witness such an important, crucial and magnificent history, I share the honor. Lampard sneered. Holding his cane with both hands, Giles nodded slowly. The smile on his face was as humble and respectful as ever. I have no doubt about your future. The Archduke of Black Sand region's gaze was complicated. He stared at the Marquis with a subtle expression. After a few seconds he nodded in response. Good day, Your Highness. Giles turned his head and looked at Thales, who had an unpleasant expression. He also gave his blessings respectfully. I also wish you and your maid, but his words made Thales feel extremely sarcastic. All the best and that all your wishes come true. The carriage door closed and the carriage moved. But this time, the person who stared coldly at Thales in the carriage was Chapman Lampard, who had a cold expression on his face. Little Prince, I still don't know. Under Thales' murderous gaze and Little Rascal's fearful gaze, Archduke Lampard gently drew out his old saber. He turned his frightening gaze towards the prince and the girl beside him. Since when did you have a maid? Facing the cold gleam of the blade, Little Rascal trembled slightly. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.